technology may be advanced, the Mordian spirit will never be chanced. With faith in the Emperor, they fight as one, their bravery shining brighter than the sun.
Mordian's honor, they raise their cry against the toss fury. They'll never die. With discipline and valor, they'll stand tall. The Mordian 50th, answering the Emperor's call. So let their story be told through the ages to come, of the Mordian 50th rifles and of the wars that they have won.
Hello again and welcome to another Mordian Glory live stream. It's an ugly stream, a bug stream, a stream hostile to human life as we know it. Ah! How are we all doing today, my little chickadees? It's time for the Tuesday stream and I'm feeling pretty good. I'm feeling pretty chill. I'm ready to just, you know, I feel like yesterday's stream and is anyone else having buffering issues? Russ W, in the middle of my backswing. Is everyone okay? Is everyone doing okay with the stream? Or is Russell W just having really bad internet? I guess we'll find out. What was I going to say? I feel after yesterday's stream and today's video, I'm getting the same. Wait, is it buffering for everyone? My God, they're coming for me, boys. They're coming for me. Refresh, refresh, refresh. What does it mean? The sound should be okay. I've got the same sound as always on. I could deep throat the microphone a bit more if you fancied. There we go. Maybe they're buffering. Like, because they're boffins. They're clever. A boffin. Yeah. I can turn the mic up a little bit if you want. Let me have a little gandaroonie if you fancy it. It is now slightly louder. There you go. Anyway, if I now blow someone's fucking eardrums out, you can blame Saj. There you are. Wait, you guys actually listen to the stream? I love it. Anyway, shall we try again? Shall we try again? So, welcome to today's stream. I feel like after yesterday's stream and today's video, I feel like the beef has finally left my system. You know, I feel like it's, you know, I've been saying this for a little while, like the beef. I've not been salty, but actually yesterday it really did feel like the last bit of salt and the last bit of beef has kind of left my system. And you know what? I woke up today and it was like a great weight. have been lifted from my shoulders. A weight is lifted. Exactly. So I'm just, you know what? I've been really looking forward to today's stream because it feels like going forward, we can just like, I just feel it in my bones, you know? I feel it in my fucking bones. And I'm just like, you know what? I'm ready to move the conversation forward. I'm ready to just... Let's talk about Oldhammer. Let's talk about bolt action. Let's talk about Warhammer 40k. Let's talk about Konflikt 47. Let's talk about Drop Fleet and Quar and Battletech and War Machine. It's a rich, beautiful world. It's a rich, beautiful world out there. And, you know, it's like I said yesterday, people have been trying to load me up with shit bullets. They've been trying to load us all up with shit bullets. Whether... You know, whatever angle, side, thing, you know, I'm just like, I preempted you. Exactly. It's a rich, beautiful world out there. And, you know, that's it. There's no more that needs to be said. There's no more. I don't need to explain it anymore. Don't need to deep dive it anymore. That's it. Necromunda blue balling. You know what, Mankiewicz Jablonski? You know what? I could build a Necromunda model today if you wanted to. I could have a go. Just build my first Necromunda model. Or, you know, we'll see. Because the TTC is over now. The painting event is over. So now it's all about building. It's all about building now. There we are. I could build Smelly Bob with his big double barrel shotgun. There you are. So I'm really, really excited about today's stream. Because I feel like for the first time in a little while... I can actually say it's a proper Mordian glory chill stream. There you go. There you go. And we could talk about anything and everything, and it's going to be great. There you go. There you go. And I'll tell you what, I've been seeing so many good things happening in the Discord recently. I can see, you know, with people getting like new armies and all sorts of stuff like bolt action and Konflikt, and I'm excited. I'm really, really excited. Speaking about action, if we have time today, I'd like to go over the big after-action report that I have for Kursk, which I think you guys will fucking love. I think it might be the biggest game about action that's ever been played. I don't know anywhere. I haven't seen anything bigger ever. So yeah, there you go. It was funny because in the stream highlight, Evan had left that bit in at the beginning where it was like, so I'm sorry that I couldn't talk about the reveals, but I was too busy fighting on the Eastern Front. And people were like, reason accepted, continue. I like the comment section, it was brilliant. Yeah. Anyway, where were we? So with all that said, we'll talk about anything. We'll talk about anything today. And I think it's gonna be a good stream. I think it's gonna be a good fucking stream. So with all that said, let's march ever onwards. Get into the stream proper. Now that I've been chatting bollocks for about 5 minutes, and let's start off by honoring our traditions. Traditions are very important on the Mordian Glory channel. Traditions are what separate us from the renegades, the heretics, the traitors, and what make us the Emperor's true finest, his Imperial Guard. Stand up and be counted. It's time for a roll call, baby! Oh my God, let's have a look. Have a short one and stand a chance, Tim. That's okay, Spriggs. Go and have your shit. The level of chat interactivity it's off the scales here. We have got we've got Macon, and we've got Spriggs, and we've got Nostalgia Vivek, and Trooper, and Gabby, and Gaming Stuka, and Jeremy Taylor, and Sam Wilson, and Godlike Poet, and Snowpiece T, and we have Mankiewicz Jablonski, and Gaming Stuka, and Paul Fletcher, and Tank Charmer, and Gabby, and It's Me Rev, and Deanne Steen, and Daniel Simpson, and Goakor Band, and Jack Handsome, and Noctilude, and Chrissy Teamcamp, and Krivicus, and Izik, and Zello, and Stevie Nicks, and Reagan, and Lee Whitehouse, and Miller John, and Squidfist, and Florida Eccentric, and Robert Surtees, and shit, the Black Zone Chapter Master. My God, Florida Eccentric and Gabby are filling in for fucking Spriggs today. Stop spamming, you cowards! I'm joking, it's fine. We are keeping the Imperial Assault mostly harmless. Alvarius, some gone. We've got David Pigeon, Edward, Adam Edwards, Matthew Edwards, all the Edwards here today. We've got Ak Samija. We have got Tom Timothy, Chris K, Sarah Dick, 6 foot tall angry dwarf. Probably say that incorrectly. Is'll do. And we've got Brent and IRL 1337 and Miller John. Hey, thank you so much. What's a W? Thank you. That's a really dude. There we go, man. Welcome. Thank you so much to all of you brave, beautiful bastards for joining today's stream. Thank you for being here. If I could gently persuade you to consider caressing the like button and subscribing to the channel, then I'd be very, very grateful. But there's no pressure, you know. If you do, you do. If you don't, you don't. It's okay. There you are. See, it's not like the end of last year where I was like, fucking subscribe, you fucking bellend. No, it's not like that. I'm chill now. Bent the like button over. I blew the fucking like buttons back out. The peer pressure. It's overwhelming. Like, yes. I also want to say a big thank you to everyone who has got the stream started off right, who has come in with all the super chats and the member flexes and the gifted memberships and all of that good stuff. And let's make sure that we say our thank yous and show our appreciation for those people that have already gone ahead and supported the stream. Amazing. I've just fucking noticed, Spriggs. We've gone mobile live from Third Force 1. He's chatting and shitting. He is multitasking. There we go. I love it, man. I love it. I do the same thing when I go to the toilet, and then I'm like, people are like, I'm chatting in the live chat. People are like, Mordian, how are you chatting? You're not on stream. It's like, I'm on stream, just not from the chair. Not from that chair, anyway. There we are. I want to say a big thank you to Russell W. Russell W, thank you for the gifted membership, baby. Thank you for the support. Thank you for doing your part. Thank you for getting us started off right. I also want to say a big thank you to Florida Eccentric. Thank you for the super chat, man. Hobby update early in stream discussion. Dude, I saw this come in and it made me very, very happy. Holy shit, bro. Look at this. Buddy of mine was gifted this box set. He already has 2 German armies, so he gifted it to me. Looks like I'm playing for action now. Yeah, baby! That's what I'm talking about. Okay, you need to give your friend a very big thank you because the Fallschirmjäger Winter Bolt Action Starter Army is, in my opinion, the best. Give him a fucking blurry. I'm sorry, man. More than I had to. It's probably the best starter army, bang for buck, out there right now. Because you just get so much in it. It was the first starter army of 3rd edition, and combining that with the fact that it's a winter one, and Warlord really wanted to sweeten the deal. I have no inside information on this, by the way. This is just my personal theory. Warlord really wanted to sweeten the deal because obviously if you've got a new edition, you want to have a box, a starter army that can really draw people in. And if it's a winter one, some people won't go for winter just because it's winter. So you've got to give them a sweeten the pot a little bit. And so I kid you not, that's like a 2,000 point army. I reckon it's like, if you built it all, even with like reasonable upgrades, it's a fucking doozy, man. It's a fucking doozy. Yeah. Um, it's got 36 of the plastic Fallschirmjäger, which have got like, they've got assault rifles, SMGs, LMGs, regular rifles, Panzers. Got all the weapon options you could need. You get basically 4 characters in the box. You get 1 officer and 1 NCO. Hint, the NCO is just another officer. It's not like 40k where things are really, really heavily prescribed. You could use the NCO to lead like an assault platoon and use the officer, not assault platoon. You could use the officer to lead a rifle platoon and the NCO to lead like the heavy weapon platoon, for example. You've got 1 medic, 1 radio operator. The radio operator could be anything from an air observer, an artillery observer, or just a spotter for like a mortar or something. You get 2 MMG teams and you get a medium mortar, which is awesome. And you get a sniper and a Panzerschreck and you get a Pak 40. And then you get the 222 and you get the Stug. Now, let me tell you this right now. If even without the 2 vehicles in that list and the anti-tank gun, I think you've probably got a 1250 point army there. Like, I actually think you do. Because I ran a 1250 point pure Winter Fallschirmjäger army and I only had about 40 models in the list, including like weapon teams and stuff. So then when you take into account the Pak 40 and the 222 and the Stug, yeah, I mean, the Stug is with the shoot. You want to put the shoots on because the shoots look cool. The Stug, I mean, you take the Stug as a veteran, so you can make it a Panzer Ace. That's like a 300 point unit. 222 is like 100 points. And the Pak 40 is like 100 points, roughly. That's like 500 points. Roughly, 400 to 500 points. So you're looking at like, maybe not quite 2,000 points, but you're looking at well over 1,500, probably closer to 1,750. So you get a full army and enough bits to chop and change and keep it like fresh and interesting. So yeah, it's just a really, 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 really like bang for buck box set, and it's absolutely chocker. So yeah, gotta give your friend a big thank you. And I have to say, Florida Eccentric, I am absolutely buzzing that you are getting into bot action. It's such a good game. It is absolutely worth. It's absolutely worth every penny and every moment, and you will, and I guarantee you will enjoy it. Yeah, amazing. What a way to start the stream off right. New stream, new army. Wait, is that if that's the rule, I'm in danger. Adam Edwards, where were the Fallschirmjäger fighting as fallen formations in the winter? So they stopped. They basically fought as elite infantry formations. I think it was after Crete. So Crete was the last. It was either Crete or Malta. I'm pretty sure it was Crete. But Crete was like the last time that they parachuted everybody in, and that was in. That was fairly early into the war. Like I think it's like 1941 or something like that, maybe. I don't know exactly. But after they took they successfully took the island, but they took so many casualties that they were like, this is just not worth it. So they didn't parachute them in after that, and they were basically just. They stayed as formed units, but they just fought on foot from that point, not getting parachuted in. And so I think there was loads of Fallschirmjäger that took place in the Battle of the Bulge, but they just didn't parachute them in. So, yeah. So they powered into the Ardennes in World War II. I mean, yeah, but the Ardennes was after Crete, was before Crete, wasn't it? Unless you're talking about, because I don't. You mean 1944? Okay, fair enough. But they okay, so did they do it? Did they do it like one more time? Fair enough. But they stopped doing it as like a go-to tactic. It was my understanding. Yeah. My understanding is they stopped doing it as like a go-to tactic, and then yeah. And then basically they fought on foot on foot in most of the war. And they did it as part of the they did it as part of the Battle of the Bulge. So there you go. They became shock troopers. Yeah, there you go. Yeah. I was thinking 1944 post-market guard, and as a student withdrew. Think the Allies were trying to trap on the Dutch coast. I don't know, to be honest. You could be right, Adam Edwards. I do like the Fallschirmjäger, but I'm still learning World War II history. I know a lot about World War I history, but I'm still learning World War II history. Yeah. Yeah. Oh, they did rescue Mussolini as well, didn't they? Yeah. All right, what do we got next? You see, well, before we move on, I've been saying this for a little while now. The lore for bolt action is really good. If you want to have quite nearly an infinite amount of lore for a tabletop war game, bolt action lore is great. I know it's history. I'm just teasing people. Whenever I call World War II history bolt action lore, people are like, but it's all done. Well, they're not really angry. They know I'm taking the piss out of them. Yeah. There you go. It's so lifelike. I have my own bolt action headcanon. I mean, you can do that. It's called Konflikt 47. Yeah. It's called the events leading. It's the history leading up to where we are in Konflikt 47. There you are. Oh my god. Yeah. Wait. So K-47 wasn't real? My god. Yeah. Who's your favorite character from bolt action lore? Oh. See, there's so many from on all. I probably have one for each side. It's kind of basic, but I kind of for the Soviets, obviously Zhukov is pretty good. But I actually kind of like, I kind of like Zhukov when he was like in the East pre-war, like just like schooling the Japanese. That was kind of cool. And then for we're talking field commanders, by the way. Then for the I don't really have one for the Americans. Oh no, for the Americans it would probably be not even field commander, it could be of any rank. For the Americans, for me it would probably be like either, is it Audie Murphy or Chesty Puller? One of those two. Yeah. You could probably have one for each, right? Because I think Chesty Puller was the Marines in the Pacific, and Audie Murphy was in the European theater, I believe, but I don't know as much, to be fair. Oh, Easy Company. Oh, no, you're right. No, you're right. It has to be Winters for Easy Company. It has to be. Because I love Band of Brothers. Yeah. I can't believe I forgot that. Real moment for me. Yeah, it has to be Dick Winters from Band of Brothers. But obviously from 101st Airborne, but immortalized in the show Band of Brothers. Yeah. Has to be Dick motherfucking Winters. Especially from when we did the D-Day game as well, Spriggs. That was cool. For the British, now I can't remember his name, but I'm going to find it now. But I have one person for the British, which someone will know. If I describe him to you, people will know who he was. He was a paratrooper officer who I think dropped in as part of Operation Market Garden, and he got like the Victoria Cross, and he had the like he tried to like take the Tiger tanks on with like the Piat, and then when he ran out of Piat ammo, he got a light mortar, and was like trying to like bounce the light mortar rounds underneath the tanks. Like he'd be behind the like the corner of a building with like the mortar in one hand and a mortar shell in the other, and he'd go round the side of the building, fling the mortar round down the tube and try and bounce it underneath the tanks. And one time, like the round went off. I think the round sort of clipped the wall. He didn't quite clear the wall enough when he did it, and it blew up in his face. He wasn't fine, but you know, like he kept on fighting despite all that kind of stuff. Yeah, he was an absolute madman. Yeah, both Aiden's burst nose being firing mortar as a one-man infantry weapon. Was that Major Bob Kane? Yeah. Was that Major Bob Kane? Yeah. So that would be my favorite character for the British bolt action lore. And I don't know if Warlord make a model for him. They definitely should do. Matt, you've got Mad Jack Church, you've got Paddy Mayne. Both of those are very, very much honourable mentions. A bit like Chesty Pullo and Audie Murphy. You know, they get honourable mentions as well. We've had Americans, British, for the Soviets. The Japanese, there was that guy. I know, I'll say my German pick. That's not a problem. For the Japanese, there was that guy that rode around on the horse. He was famous for having the riding boots. And I actually have his model. Warlord make a model for him. Where is it? There you go. That would be my favorite. That's my favorite Japanese character. And yeah, he led the defense of Hiroshima. Yeah, exactly. And then for the Germans, it's a tough one. I think, let me see if I can remember it. See, it's not Rommel. A lot of people say Rommel, but I feel like Rommel, I've watched the Laser Pig video on Rommel, and I've kind of become disillusioned. Because when you think about, like, everyone goes on about how good Rommel was, but he lost, like, all the time. So I don't know why we put him on a fucking pedestal. Do you know what I mean? Same with Whitman. Like, he was basically, he got to, like, right, you know, he got, like, immortalized, or he was like a propaganda piece, essentially. No, there was this, it was one of the Tiger Aces who was part of the Wehrmacht, not the SS. And I think it's called, it might be Kurt Nipsel, but I could be getting the name wrong. And basically, he never got any fame because he never towed the party line, but he was just very good. But I could be thinking of the wrong guy. Yeah, I think it was Kurt. I think that's the one that I was thinking of. Yeah. Basically, he died at the age of 23. And he was a German tank ace. He worked his way up through the ranks, starting out as like a loader. He got 120. It's not exact. I mean, I think there's some dispute around the number, but I think there's 168 destroyed enemy tanks. And he actually was like one of the most famous. He was one of the most 126 confirmed kills. There you go. It was yeah. But basically, he was very unconventional. He had quite a rebellious spirit, and he basically was like, he like didn't give really a shit about the Nazis or anything like that. He was just basically just a very good soldier, and He was a very good tank ace, and he just didn't get the notoriety because he basically wasn't like a party man, essentially. Yeah. And that's that's my understanding of the situation anyway. But yeah, I thought that yeah, there's a lot of overblown ones, but I think that he didn't play the game. I think that's the guy anyway. Yeah, I could be wrong though. But yeah, so I think it was good. I could be wrong. I'd have to look into it. But I think that was the guy. What about Romanian? I don't know any Romanian characters from Bot Action Law, unfortunately. I don't know any for Italy either, really, to be fair. Tourist! Fuck's sake. From Belgium. Well, they only fought for about 5 fucking... I can't say that. That very upset a lot of the Belgian people. I felt like they only fought for 5 fucking minutes. Hey, I'm going to be getting a Belgian army, so they can let me off. There you are. There you go. Actually, no, I'm sorry. It was the Belgians. Actually, no, that's not true. The Belgians didn't fight for 5 fucking minutes. I was getting... Who was it? I was thinking of... It wasn't Luxembourg, but I was thinking of someone like that. Yeah. Yeah. Belgian mortar elite. Belgian mortar teams are elite. They are. Yeah. What's your favourite World War II Brazilian hero? I don't really have one, but I know they had that whole like division that went across. Yeah. You get Belgium, I'll get Greeks. I mean, Woodimp, I am getting Belgium, so well done on your new Greek army. Yeah. Was it the Dutch I was thinking of? It might have been the Dutch I was thinking of. Or the Netherlands. Yeah. Well, that's the same place, right? Yeah. I think that's the one I was thinking of. Spain. If I had to give an award to my favorite Spanish bolt action law character, it would have to be Franco, only because he basically just blue-balled the Axis for the entire war. He was like, "Yeah, I'll turn up some point. Don't you? Yeah, when we get involved, this whole situation will turn around. Don't you worry. Oh, it's over." It's like he's basically just very just was very successful in basically keeping Spain out of the war. Yeah. There you go. Speaking of Franco, what the fuck is Spain doing in Konflikt 47? Same thing they're doing in Bolt Action. They're turning up soon, but they've got a few things at home to sort out first, probably. Yeah, I don't like Franco for his other policies or anything like that. You know, please don't get it twisted. Just purely for the fact that he kept Spain out of World War II. Yeah, there you go. Yeah, Spain's probably being very quiet and hoping no one notices them in K47. Yeah, exactly. There you go. Right, we've got some more super chats coming in here. Trooper number 2102. 07, minisodes first or I riot. Minisodes, Mortal Kombat super chats will be the first thing we watch. Don't you worry. Don't you worry, Trooper. In fact, I'll load it up now. So we can't miss any of it. Eldar and Blood Angels battle. Is it the Eldar and Blood Angels one? Oh, Trooper. I've pre-watched it. Mate. I watched it over me Crimbos. I can still watch it again. I have seen it. I tell you what I haven't seen, though. I can still watch it. I haven't seen the New Year, New Army video, 2nd edition Dark Angels. I could watch that instead. Yeah, I recognize it straight away because there was because the Blood Angel, it's an absolutely one-sided slaughter of a battle report. So yeah, I won't spoil it for anyone, but like it's over in like 2 fucking turns. It's pretty mental. Yeah. Oh, Old Hammer was like that. I mean, it's just because, it's a little... Yeah, but the thing is, it's like... The thing with Old Hammer is it's... Old Hammer and Konflikt 47 are kind of similar. Like, you can have those games where you're like, I'm in danger. But, if you come across something that's utterly broken... You're like, okay, well, I won't use it again and again and again against my mates. Because, if I did that to, like, Johnny, like, every single time we played K47, he would just not want to play K47 anymore. So, we find a way of making the army that got butt-fucked, we bring him up. Or if there is an army which is a bit overpowered, we just tone it down. Because we want to be able to keep playing games with each other and not fuck each other over constantly. Yeah. And it's the same with Old Hammer. Like... Yes, there were broken combos, but you only really had your mates to play with. So if you just fucked your mates over constantly, then you didn't, that's not going to end well for you. Yeah. Let's have a look. Big old salt list lead to dead scenes. As long as everyone gets it, it'll all be fine. Yeah. 40k brain does not compute. Well, there is an element of that in 40k, obviously. There is an element of that. But not necessarily, it's difficult because let me explain myself a little bit better. There is an element of that in 40k where why wouldn't I bring the best stuff? The thing is with 40k, people give it a lot of shit, but one thing that it has successfully done is got everyone reading from the same hymn sheet. Yeah. It has done it. So even though, yes, 40k brain does not compute, everyone's brain is wired to play modern 40k the same way, essentially. Yeah. Yeah. It's easy to imagine if you remember that prior to 10th edition, GW did nearly no balancing between codexes. It's true. If 10th edition had launched in the same manner as pre 8th edition, broken, the way Eldar were broken at the beginning of 10th would still be the way they would be broken now. Yeah. Everyone's on the same page because they burnt the rest of the book. I think, in a certain way, I think you're right, rat bastard. But, I honestly think that, like, and I was thinking this today, and I don't want to retread over old ground because, as I said, as I said yesterday, the conversation, these kind of conversations can become very tiresome very quickly if when they're happening constantly, right? But I think that there's so many game systems for you to pick from now that can scratch the same itch as Warhammer 40k. And there's so many universes you can get invested in that can scratch the same itch as Warhammer 40k. That if is that wargamers as a whole had never had more choice. And so if there's one universe which is fucking you off constantly, you just don't have to engage with that part. If there's one system or universe that's fucking you off constantly, you just don't have to engage with it. I think that's my approach to these things now. Like, I enjoy playing Warhammer 40k as a competitive game. I do. I actually enjoy playing 40k more competitively. I actually enjoy playing modern 40k competitively more than I enjoy playing things like bolt action competitively, and even to a certain extent, Old World, because Old World at its worst is way less balanced and could be like, what's the fucking point? Way less fun in some ways than 40k. As controversial as that sounds, go up against a Tomb Kings player who's basically playing fucking Yu-Gi-Oh! And you'll understand very quickly. Going to play about playing into like a dead hard Cathay balloon spam, and you'll know what I'm talking about, right? So when I actually really enjoy, that's why I don't really do 40k battle reports anymore, because I don't find playing 40k in that way all that fun. I don't find it particularly fun to play, and I don't think most people find it particularly fun to watch. But I really enjoy it. But you still see me signing up to 40k tournaments and doing after action reports. Because that's the way I enjoy engaging with modern 40k now. If I want to get my lore on, I go over to the old world, or I go back to Midhammer. And if I want something, or if I want to get my lore on, I go to Bolt Action and hopefully soon Konflikt 47. So yeah, I think that's, but I don't enjoy playing Bolt Action competitively. Not even slightly. It's a completely different game. Yeah, I'm very grateful that Bolt Action, the competitive scene, is in no way, shape, or form is even in the same fucking galaxy as the casual scene. Yeah. They're just not in the same universe. Because it's like two separate games. And that's good, because I don't want the competitive scene. I don't want to play Bolt Action competitively. Yeah. So it's one of those things where, like, 40k brain does not compute and all that kind of stuff. But actually, I think each game is... I've got multiple game systems that I play, and I enjoy every single game system that I play, because I've kind of finally gone down this route and this path and the 15th, 16th revelation, all this kind of stuff, where it's like I only engage with the bits that I like. It's like a buffet. It's like a buffet. It's like a buffet. Like I only engage with the bits that I like. I only pick the bits from the buffet that I want. Yeah. There you go. And that's just kind of how it is for me now. After I think, yesterday's stream and today's video was the final chapter of that epoch of my wargaming, and now I'm entering a new epoch of my wargaming. So there you go. We've gone from the nano age to the digital age. Like I said, yeah, Empire Earth reference. There you are. All right, what do we got next? Goblin Box Store, thank you for becoming a channel member. Well, actually renewing your channel membership. Hey, thank you for doing your part, mate. Amazing, man. Appreciate the support. Blackstone Chapter Master, thank you for the super chat, bro. Funny video in stream discussion. Let's take a look. I do like this guy's videos. He does do some good videos, this guy. He does a lot of good historical short content, and I really enjoy it. He's called Pat Madzi. I didn't know what his last name was. I've always known him as Pat, but there we go.
I must admit, I always have a bit of a chuckle when I hear someone unironically use...
One minute. Let me turn it up a bit.
I must admit, I always have a bit of a chuckle when I hear someone unironically use the term the gay agenda. What do you mean? Because when I hear that, I imagine some sort of jackbooted thug in an authoritarian rainbow uniform coming to someone's door. Today, we are officials from the Gestapo. Our record says that this is a 2-bedroom house, and yet I see only 4 pride flags flying. This has been noted. Do your offspring enjoy the work of Chapel Roan? An artist, you say? Indeed,
You're hiding heterosexuals under the floorboards, are you not?
I should like to see some of these yaoi drawings. And how many rewatches of Heated Rivalry are you on? Your second. Interesting. Well, thank you so much for your hospitality. I had to report back to the Yas.
It was the... No, like, I know what he means. It is funny when you hear those kind of things. Yeah. There you go. I actually, that's not one of his that I've seen before. The series of videos that I've seen that guy do before is when he was talking about, he was like the most famous knight in history. So it's the guy that accompanied King Henry in the film The King. So John Marston, I think it might have been. And yeah, he did like a 10-part series on that. And that guy is cool. Yeah. He just like basically, he was like a professional, just like fighter. As in, basically, all he did was go from tournament to tournament in Europe and just win them. William Marshall, that was it. And he just went from tournament to tournament and just like won them and just became like a millionaire, if not of the time. And then whenever there'd be like some sort of like war going on, Do you say John Marston? I probably did. Marshall Marston. It's the same thing. And then, look, man, you know, I'm just spitting. I'm just spitting. You don't know. John Marston might have been there. You don't fucking know. What are you, some kind of history psychiatrist? You don't fucking know. You know, as far as I'm concerned, John Marston was right there at Agincourt with his fucking revolver. As far as I'm concerned. Yeah, you were a history teacher, and the reason you're not one anymore is because you didn't even know that John Marston was at Agincourt. New Agincourt law just dropped. No, joking aside, I do appreciate it. You were right. It was William Marshall, yeah. Don't know where I got John Marston from. There you are. Yeah, but William Marshall's a really, really cool character. Yeah. There you go. That's a retcon. That's a retcon. Beef. Fucking hell. John pulled her with the Gatling gun. That's why the French charge failed. Fucking hell. All right. What do we got next? Jesus, man. And Nostalgia Vivek, thank you for the 25 months, man. Thank you for the 25 months. Double X Force, baby! Left a big comment on today's video. I thank you for your support. I will do my best to find it. That video has somewhat blown up, though. So I might struggle to find it. Let me have a look. Can I search? Oh, I definitely can't search. If you could send me, because if you look at it, it will. If you go on that video, it will put your comment at the top for use because that's what it does. So if you could do that and then send me a screenshot on stream discussion, I should be able. It'll be easier for me to find it. Because it's got 500 comments already. It's popping off a little bit. Female custody, so hot right now. Well. Metaphorically speaking, of course. There you go. Let's have a look. But I did have a theory, you know. I did have a theory. Which is that female custodies, I've said this before, female custodies, it's like the Middle East. If you talk about it, you could make it worse. I have to admit, I did nick that joke from Al Murray. But yeah, and but it turns out my theory is definitely panning out. Let's have a look. I might be able to find you, mate. It's not coming up. I think you've been shadow banned, mate. I'm on the video right now. Yeah. Oh, not the Femme Stories video, the other one. Oh shit. Oh shit. Oh, wait 1 minute. No, not oh shit. I thought oh shit to you. I pressed back too many times. Let me have a look. Is that the quitting Warhammer video? Let's have a look. That's also got 600 comments. I've been popping off recently. Turns out if you discuss really inflammatory topics, people comment on them. So there you go. Let's have a look. What? Ugh, I haven't found it. But I'm going to try and load all the comments. And then search. Yeah. I think I read it when it came in, you know. But I can't remember what it said. I do apologize. Oh my God. What can man do against such reckless scrolling? Come on, you salty bastard. Dodge this, you bastard. Alright, here we go. It's not coming up. I think we're in shadow banned. I've got it! Ha 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 ha. Alright, so. Let's have a look. Okay. I have noticed this a lot too. Tabletop. So this comment was left. Now he's put a stream discussion. God damn it. I found it now. So I'm going to fucking read it. So big shout out to Starjoke for leaving this comment. Let's have a look. I noticed this a lot too. Tabletop time has been diversifying a lot, including going into Drop Fleet Commander, baby! It does seem like a lot of people are dipping out of 40k either somewhat or fully. I mean, hell, as you know, Tim, I've been a 40k diehard since 5th edition. Only have a medium green skin force and some Middle-earth minis until mid-10th edition, where I got into Old World. Since early 2025, I've gotten into Bolt Action, Konflikt, and Drop Fleet Commander. I'm also going to test out Wasteland Warfare minis next payday. Despite being into 40k since 5th edition, I haven't really put full attention into a full edition like this before. I didn't really buy models from around 2011 until around 2020. I bought a couple, but most of my 40k interest was on games and lore, so they didn't have much money. I'm also interested in Star Wars Legion. I'm looking to diversify because 40k is lacking something for me. The last 2 tournaments I went to were not super fun. I think I had 1 game across those 2 one-day tournaments that was really, really fun, and that's because I wasn't playing against some metalist or new player. Sorry, new players. Playing against someone who's played once, twice, or never at a tournament can be a bit of a pain, because if you don't know your army, I'm playing my army and a little bit of yours to keep you right. That's fair enough. Yeah, I never mind playing against new players. A win's a win, baby. Happy birthday to the ground! Welcome to the real world, jackass! Look. Someone's got to club them seals. It's honest work. It's not honest. Oh, nearly takes the... These newbies are so inept. Nearly takes the honor out of victory. Nearly. I love it, Mark. There's a lot of interest in non-40k games now. I think some of it is the failure of Trench Crusade too. People who had their interest in Trench Crusade have been disappointed either by the political stances taken by the devs or the poor business practices, have already had their eye drawn away from 40k and might end up somewhere else. I think most of these people would stay in the GW bubble if GW offered more than they currently do. Drop Fleet would not be on 90% of people's radar if Battlefleet Gothic never went away. But if the rumours of Battlefleet Heresy are true, they will still miss the mark somewhat. Once someone comes out of the bubble, too, GW has lost them as a pay piggy forever. This is very true. Once you start moving out of... I have spent more money on Konflikt 47 in the last 6 months than I have done on 40k in the last 2 or 3 years. Like, people assume that I get a lot of stuff like free from Warlord. I don't. I'm an unpaid shill. I've got skin in the fucking game, and I have no issue with that whatsoever because A, it means that, you know, my take is honest because I don't get a fucking paycheck from Warlord or anything like that. And B, because if you've got skin in the game, that's important. That's why it's called having skin in the game. Yeah. There you go. Yeah. So what you're saying is you need more K47. It's true. I mean, there's never enough. I mean, and I'm saying that as like in a jokey way, but it's actually true. All right. But GW losing them as a pay piggy forever is a very, very, very good point, because once you start going outside the GW bubble, you realize how expensive Games Workshop is, and you can't go back to justifying the cost. So if you do end up buying 40k models, you buy them secondhand or alternatives, third party or 3D printed. Yeah. Not that they won't buy stuff, but now GW needs to fight against other stuff. Like for me, when I have the money aside for a Combat Patrol that now has to fight against a fleet box for Drop Fleet, an army box for Bolt Action / Konflikt 47. like 3 core boxes from Fallout Wasteland Warfare, a Star Wars Legion starter box, or any other minis that catch my eye now that I've escaped GW's bubble. And compared to a lot of these things, a Combat Patrol is a pretty tough sell. True dat, son. True dat. A Combat Patrol might be anywhere from 300-ish to 600 points. Yeah, it's not terrible if you get the higher end. And with something like Custodes, you can get 1,000 points force out of the Combat Patrol. But for the same price or less, you can get a full bolt action army, 70 to 80% of a bolt action army, a 1,000 to 1,500%, 1,000 to 1,500 points fleet. Even within GW's bubble, you have better offerings. Spearhead is a great game and is cheaper, and normally more points than a Combat Patrol. A battalion box for Old World is only 10 points more than a Combat Patrol, £10 more than a Combat Patrol. I think there's a point where you realize that GW have your life a little bit with 40k, and you start to explore new horizons. Not too dissimilar when you get out of your first relationship. I realized it wasn't exactly healthy. My God, bro. That is a genuine fucking 500 IQ take. It is. It's so true. Like, there's a point where you realize that GW own your life a little bit. Yeah. And then you're like, wait, like, what the fuck? Like, you sort of, it's not that it's difficult. It's difficult to explain it. Greater minds than mine can explain it, but like, it's not that you stop caring about 40k, and it's not that 40k stops being important, because you don't want to. You never ever want to sort of get into that mentality of it doesn't matter. That is the death. That's what killed Star Wars. Oh, they're children's movies about space wizards, and it's like, just fuck off, okay? Like, that's obviously not what it's about. It's more than that, right? But at the same time, you don't want to go too far the other way, which I think many of us find ourselves doing. And you're like, if it's getting to the point where it's enraging you like so much, it's just causing you like actual distress, then it's like, what the, like, I'm getting too worked up. As is so true in life, and as I find, and I say this so many times, and people always accuse me of being a fence sitter. It's not sitting on a fence. It's just I'm not quite as far down the same. I'm not quite all the way down that end of the garden. Maybe I'm off the fence and halfway down the garden. I'm just not in the weird stinky hedge at the bottom of the garden. That's not where I am, and I'm not in the other side of the fence either. Yeah, and it's just like, it's just one of those things where sometimes it's like if you don't care as much as somebody else, it's like you're the enemy, and it's like, nah, man, I care. I just for my own fucking personal enjoyment, I have to like just take a moment here and get a bit of fucking perspective at the end of the day. Yeah. You'll see, this is very true, Jarvo. Holy shit, man. Bro, Jarvo coming in with a 500 IQ take now. Totally agree with this. Amazing, man. Very, very, very succinctly put. You'll see that most of what you invest into 40k is transferable to other games. I agree. And I mean, from an emotional, I absolutely agree. But most of what you emotionally invest into 40k is transferable to other games. You think that 40k is like the be all and end all. And 40k is important. And it's cool, but it isn't the be all and end all. It isn't. And I think, yeah, I think that's something that sometimes one can forget. We can forget it. And sometimes you need a little bit of a moment to be like, fucking hell, man, I'm getting worked up over this. I need to like chill. I care, but I need to chill out a little bit. Yeah. Goblin box store, the actual shock you see in people's faces when you realize what they can get for their money, and the system's always heartwarming. It's true. Yeah. It's like saying you don't like mayo and yet they keep sneaking in your sandwich. It's annoying. We said we don't like it. Why you keep doing it? That's it. Agreed. So newbie, 100%. Very well put. Joe, there are games out there that are actually more fun than 40k. A way for people to discover if they just take their GW blinders off. Totally agree. Yeah. 40k is a decidedly mid game. Oh, I said it, man. I'm just gonna fucking say it. It's not a bad game. It's not a bad game. You know? It's not a bad game. It's a good game. It's a totally fine, totally legit game. But Jesus fucking Christ, it's by far not the most. It's by far not the best game out there. Yeah. The settings / lore carries it hard. Okay, does it though? Because frankly, and I think you'll agree with me on this, rat bastard, if I had to pick which had the better lore, 40k or Old World, and by Old World I'm including Warhammer Fantasy as well. I mean, if we're allowed to exclude the end times, because the end times basically is an auto loss. We're not shitting on GW, Swords and Smith. Not even slightly, man. Not even slightly. Stick around, trust me. All right. It's not. We're not. Just stick around, trust me. We're not shitting on GW. End time goes to AOS. Okay, fair enough. If we'll give end times to AOS, they can have that bit. But yeah, I think Warhammer Fantasy lore is probably, and Warhammer Old World lore in many ways is probably superior to 40k lore. Probably. Yeah. But 40k lore is still very, very good. Again, 40k lore is still very, very good. But at this point, it's like, it's not the best game in town. It's not the best lore in town. You know, it's just not. Yeah. But people treat it like it's a fucking like sacred cow almost. I mean, the game. I mean, I did as well. And don't get me wrong. I think 40k is really, really fucking good. And I really enjoy 40k. And I will be here for many, 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 many years. I think it's fantastic. Yeah. But I think it's fantastic. But I think sometimes let me summarize it, because I feel like I'm saying lots of half sentences, right? So let me put it all into one perspective. I think Warhammer 40k is good. I think the lore is good. I think the game is good. But I feel like sometimes people put Warhammer 40k, whatever aspect of it that they're interested in, on a fucking pedestal. There you go. Yeah. And I think that's a fair assessment. Yeah. Swords and Smith, I seriously doubt that. What did you say? I seriously doubt that Fine Law is better. But have you read it? That's the thing. Because if you haven't read it, then you just don't know, man. Unfortunately, Swords and Smith, one cannot be told of the Old World lore. They can only be shown. The Heresy's peaked to me. Have you read it? I haven't read Heresy, but I'm fully willing to accept that it's very, very good. Yeah, yeah. Although, is Heresy lore different to 40k lore? I feel like it is. I feel like it is. Like, I'm not saying, like, that's a bad thing. I think it's better that it's separate. Because there's like a big, you know, like there's a... I guess it's kind of... It's I guess you could... It's difficult, isn't it? Because on the one hand, you know, where would you draw the line? Yeah. Mordian 40k shit like Hell's Reach is fucking great. I don't think there's anything similar close to that on fantasy, and I really like fantasy. I mean, Hell's Reach is a very good book. Hell's Reach is a very, very, very good book. Yeah, I'll give you that. What does fantasy have anything that beats it? I mean, the problem with Warhammer Fantasy is that the answer to any question is Gotrek and Felix. But I think that's disingenuous and not fair. Yeah. I would say, I think that Hell's Reach is a very... the thing is, it's not like... It almost feels like we're... Like, why? It almost feels like we're arguing, like... And I started it. It's my fault. Like, fantasy's got the best lore, or 40k's got the best lore, and it's versus... The thing is, that... It doesn't... I have forgotten my own rule there for a second, which is like, why are we picking? You can enjoy the best bits of fantasy lore. You can enjoy the best bits of 40k lore. That's it, right? That's it. Like, why? I'm sure there's lots of terrible fantasy books, and I know there's lots of terrible 40k books. But just pick the best ones. You don't have to slog through all the shit ones as some sort of like weird penance. So you're allowed to read the good ones. You know, you just get to read the best bits. Have I loved 4K lore till around Prime House introduced? Yeah, I agree. I mean, I guess if we want to get a little, you started a fandom pit fighting, brother. I know I didn't mean to, Adeline. What have I done? What have I done? I think that's a really good paint. I think Zyphos has summed it up quite well. Fantasy has better stories about individual characters. 40k has a better overarching narrative sweep. I think that's a good. I think that's very, very fair. And that's very clean the FEP. Clean the FEP. Yeah. Catch that Snow Piece T. Yeah. Yeah. Anyway, guys. Let's be real here. Why am I commenting on the lore? I am the last person who should. You know? I am. Yeah. Why am I commenting on it? I am not an expert. My opinions are at best, like 10% informed. Right? At best. What am I doing here? This is not a lore channel. Let's leave the lore to the experts. Yeah. There you go. What have we got next? Meryl, thank you for the gift of membership, mate. Appreciate the support, bro. Raise my glass to you. All that good stuff. And then we've got Chris K. Thank you for the gift of membership. Thank you, bro, for the support. Thank you for doing your part. We've got Snow Piece T. Thank you for the super chat, man. Would you kindly look at my 2K47 list? Of course, mate. This is how I plan to expand my K47 list. They don't obey the K47 army list build rules because we just understood we don't need to. It's not like me and my cousin are going to cheat each other, lol. There you go. So the idea is to keep them a bit thematic and at the same time be reasonably balanced against each other. I tried to take advantage of the army rules as well. That's why I made multiple weapons squads to the US, for example. OBS, by dude, I mean extra dude in the squad. That's fine. And at first, I was going to keep the basic infantry experience, that I realized I sunk too many points into them, upgrading them to regular the same cost in both lists. Also, Rail Panther linebacker are too expensive points wise. That's why I left them out. That's fine. So for the US, you got Firefly officer, Air Force officer, Firefly, Paragon, Jackal, Stuart, Heavy Infantry, Rifle Squad. Okay. Of the Axis, Style Trooping Officer, Style Trooping Squad, Folger Trooping Jaeger Squad, Totem Corps, Nactal, Ben, MMG, Vogel Spinner, Puma, and Volksgrenadier. Yeah. That looks alright. Couple of Fireflies and a Paragon and a Heavy Infantry and a Rifle versus Stahl, Folch, Toten, Nactal, Ben, Volk. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 versus 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah. Lightwalker and Stuart versus Vogel Spinner and Puma. Yeah. Air Force Observer versus MMG team. Yeah. Yeah. I think there's. I think if you and your cousin play games with those lists, I think you'll have fun. I think they're balanced-ish against each other and thematic. Yeah. Cool. Cool. Yeah. There you go. I like it, mate. CJ Gibbsy, John Grammaticus remains the stupidest thing in the lore. So I've said this before. I did not realize that John Grammaticus was a real character. I thought John Grammaticus was a meme. Like, so you know how when someone calls you like a grammar Nazi, no one's ever called me that because I can't spell word dick. But you know when people say, "Oh, you're a grammar Nazi," I thought calling someone a John Grammaticus because like a grammatical error, right? I thought someone calling someone a John Grammaticus was the Warhammer equivalent of calling them a grammar Nazi. And it wasn't until, like, it was actually pointed out to me. I think it was pointed out to me by Northern Exile, of all people. And I was like, wait, it's an actual character? And he was like, yeah. And I was like, no. It's the 40k term for a grammar Nazi, isn't it? He was like, no, it's Dan Abnett's self-insert into Horus Heresy. And I was just like... That explains so many forum posts and so many comments. Oh my god. I still think we should make John Grammaticus the Warhammer version of calling someone a grammar Nazi, but there we are. Spriggs, my boy, thank you for the super chat, man. Kursk or bust, baby. Onwards to Moscow. Kursk or bust, baby. Yes. Spriggs, you are the new Rommel. After you absolutely fucking bummed that left flank in our Kursk game. I think like you've finally got revenge for that time when I bummed you in that 8th Army game. There you go. What have we got next? John Shepard, thank you for the super chat, man. Pictures in stream discussion of updates on my bot action and K47. Nice. Let's have a look, man. Almost got the HQ and the 2 SS squads finished. Got them to texture and start the bases. Got the K47 sniper team based and need to texture it. Nice. I love the green and white uniforms, man. That has worked so well. And the anti-sniper team is so cool, man. It's really, really, really coming along. It's a very, very cool color scheme. I can't wait to see it all when it's all painted up, man. It's going to look Gucci. It's going to look really good. Excellent work, man. Keep it coming. Swordsman Smith, thank you for the super chat, man. Praise be the octopus. Emperor picks in stream discussion. Let's have a look, man. Praise be the star gods. Praise be. Do you know what, man? Swords of Smith, I have to say, I much prefer you as a Gene Stealer cult heretic. I don't know why. Like, I just feel like it's more you. Just from a vibe point of view, man. I don't know. It feels very you. Yeah. And it's a beautiful model, by the way. Beautiful model. Very well painted. Very well done. Nice. I love that. I love the Patriot model. Yeah. Some kind of brain bug. Yeah, it's really well done. Nice. And a victory against Wrath of the Rock as well. Excellent, mate. Fucking well done. Beautiful model. Great army. Good shit. There we go. The brain, yeah, getting that sort of pulsating brain look does look very good. Chris K, thank you for the 13 months, man. X-Force, baby! Hail Mordian, statement of shame and promise in chat. I went a bit overboard when buying K47. My brother in the rift. There's no such thing. K47 US Army Max. Multiple projects in the works are mostly done. They need decals and mad touches of paint. Fun random history that I found out only recently was a great deal of the Allied generals really did not like each other. Expect many pictures in chat tomorrow. Hey! No, it's true. Like a lot of the British generals really struggled to get on with the American generals. They really, really did. The Americans kind of saw the British as the British saw the Americans as inexperienced because they've been fighting for a while, and the Americans found the British to be quite stuffy and overly traditional and a bit arrogant. Yeah. But at the end of the day, it's kind of like, it's funny. This kind of gets said in the Gaunt's Ghost book in Straight Silver, like the World War I one, where Gaunt says, like, he's been in the Guard long enough to know that you don't always like the people that you have to fight alongside, but as long as you can put that to one side, then victory is assured. And I think that's very true. That's very important. Yeah. So I think, yeah, I mean, it's one of those where, you know, even with, you know, cultures which are relatively close to each other, people don't get on. Or cultures that maybe to the outside world might not get on. But if you know, even if they're cultures that look very similar, but to outsiders, they don't get on, right? And, you know, I mean, Americans often refer to Europe as this, like, unified, like, place. And it's like, mate, there are people in the Balkans who literally are, like, the same, who fucking hate each other. I mean, you think that the British, French, German beef goes hard. That is frankly amateur hour. It's not even in the amateur leagues. It's like getting relegated. Do you know what I mean? It's like it's not even semi-pro. It's not even amateur. It's like, it doesn't even qualify in comparison to Balkan beef. Balkan beef is like the peak, is peak humanity beef. Yeah. And that's why, you know, there was that old subreddit, Too Balkan for You, which was just incredible. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, it's brilliant. We can hate like no one else. Yeah, that's true. Yeah, yeah. The thing is, though, all the Balkan people like have got great. All the Balkan nations have got great beef with each other, but the moment that someone from outside of the Balkans tries to like weigh in on the beef, they're like, "Fuck off!" Like both sides, are like, "Fuck off." This is our beef. Like, we might hate each other, but you don't get to join in. You know? Yeah, it's crazy, man. Yeah. There you go. All right, what do we got next? What have we got next? So John, thank you for the super chat, man. Thank you for the 7-month member flex. I submit my thesis on Japan on Japan Army after your games. Slight tweaks to my old list, but now with observation studies to support my concept. 1. The Japanese vehicles struggle to carry their weight with current patterns of weapons and don't get much support from the army rule. 2. You don't have enough screen to protect your big brain bits. You can't just take a kick to the brain without some hard skull. 3. The ton of small, cheap, normal men plus screen gives a dice advantage to set your ambushes to take advantage of an exposed position. 4. The anti-tank rifles are now to be renamed anti-power armor or robot rifles. Also, sniper cush rifle can pick off a wolf/bear or 2, which is great for his points. 5. Heavy mortars force your opponent to either eat ambushes or eat heavy HE and can chew up slow, durable units like zombies. 6. Just like historical Japan, the samurai were a small population of the army, but take all the glory. So do the ghosts and power armor. 7. More officers, more guts, more glory. All right, let's have a look. So your list is armor, officer with assault frame armor, 5-man assault frame squad with combat blades and shiburu rifles. Okay. Ghost attack squad with 5 shiburu rifles. Infantry squad, veteran, 10-man. Infantry squad, veteran, 10-man. Sniper team, shiburu rifle. Heavy weapon platoon. Officer. Mortar team. Heavy mortar team, heavy mortar team. Anti-tank rifle, anti-tank rifle, anti-tank rifle. Artillery platoon. Combat blade. Artillery platoon, you've got officer. Medium AT, medium AT, medium AT, medium AT. You know what? You could very well be right. I think you've got almost too many weapon teams. I feel like you could do with more basic infantry. Do you know what I think your list fucking needs? I think it needs an engineer platoon. I think it needs an engineer platoon. Because you can take all basic infantry inside an engineer platoon. Just have to pay 1 point per man. That's where I'm going. I'm going to the one place not corrupted by crush cannons. Engineer. It doesn't quite work. But yeah, how much is... let me have a look at the infantry squad. How many guys can you get in a unit? 12. Yeah. Needs my actual AT too. Yeah, but I'm just saying. I'm just saying. It is. 1 minute. It's only 96 points. Correction. 98 points for a 12-man inexperienced squad. Sergeant with a power sword. And everyone upgraded to engineers to go in an engineer platoon. There you go. The same. You get 4 of those, 400 points. Bish bash bosh. That's a lot of infantry. Get another 2 of them in the assault platoon. That's 600 points. In fact, it's not. It's 588. And that's still nearly 1,000 points. Well, it's 900 points to spend on everything else you need. I'm just saying. I agree that I agree though with your general concept. I agree with all your points, and I think your list is great. I do kind of like the idea. Do you know the bit that really fucking spoke to me, Zadron, and I think was very, very true? The samurai were a small part of the army, but they take all the glory. I think that's true, mate. I think that's very, very, very true. And I think that's how you have to try and think of the Japanese. A couple of elite units and lots of shit munchers. That's the way, man. That's the way. What have we got next? Cuz 40k. Thank you, Super Chat, man. Speaking of 40k tournaments, 7th and 8th of March, battle at the Lodge in Huddersfield. I don't think I've got anything going on in March right now. I don't think I do. I'll tell you what, Marcus. I'll let you know how this tournament goes I've got on this weekend. If it goes well and it's fun, then I'll sign up to another one. If it's like, nah, that GT was a bit much for the end of the edition, I might just stick to RTTs until the 11th edition drops. But we'll see. But Marcus, good to see from you, man. Amazing. Jack Handsome, thank you for the super chat, bro. Hobby Hall in stream discussion. Nice. Fuck yeah. Look at that beast. I tell you what, that makes me really want to get into Fallout, man. So cool. So cool. The power armor in Fallout is big and chunky. Yeah. It's big and chunky. So cool. Yeah, I love that, man. That's proper, that is. That is fucking proper. Oh, we've got more. Wait, we've got more. This is Zombie Tango Oscar. That's cool, man. They look like quite big models. I'm not sure what the scale is, but they look cool. And then we've got look at that. That's cool. So you've got Enclave Soldiers, Unaligned T-51 Power Armor, Enclave Core Box, Enclave Tesla, Enclave Hellfire, NCR Core, Enclave Core Box. Nice. Nice, man. That's cool. I'm not sure what my favorite mark of power armor is. It might be T45. It's either T45 or T60. Okay, well, I actually think my favorite one is the Enclave XO2. Well, maybe not actually. The pointy shoulder pads. Yeah. I think it might be I think it's T45 or T60. I think both of those feel like quite iconic sets of armor, but I think they all look great. Truly. I love them all. I think they're all cool as fuck. I do think that Fallout power armor is really, really, really nice looking. Yeah, I would like to maybe get a little bit of it. Yeah. T50 over the 51 over the rest. That's cool, man. I think the 51 still looks great. I really, really think the 51 looks great. Yeah. Yeah, Fallout Power. Do you know Fallout Power Armor? I think it's almost like maybe it's with the TV show, popping off again, but it definitely feels like Fallout is coming to the fore again a little bit. Yeah, which is cool. What do we got next? Spriggs, my boy! Thank you for the super chat. Nostalgia's comment stream discussion in case you missed it. Bro, thank you so much, man. Don't worry, we got it. But appreciate you supporting the community and looking out for your fellow chatter. Godlike Poet, thank you for 29 months, man. X-Force, baby! TTC family photo in-stream discussion. Took ages to set up. Let's have a look, man. In the words of Star Trek, it's been a long road. Getting from there to here. I fucking got into it so much I forgot the thing. 1 minute. It's been a long road. I won't sing it. It's been a long road getting from there to here. It's been a long road, but my time is finally here, and I will see my dreams come alive at last. I will touch the sky. Stars. I'll stop it now. 'Cause I've got faith of the heart. Going where my heart will take me. I'll definitely stop it now. Viewer count is plummeting. Right, shut up. Don't worry, I'm going to. There you go. All right. 6 months and 15,000 points later, I can rest at last. Bro. It's been a busy painting event. It has been a long and bloody year. Picks. The Venta Belgarum 8,504th, backed by the mighty Knight Castellan Horkina Centralis. A few stray orcs and some sisters reinforcements. The assembled might of the RSD, their plucky nemesis, the Dust Devils, and the whole family all together. Bonus pick for the next bit of British, which arrived annoyingly too late to vow. It's been a wild ride doing this, but I'm definitely glad I've had it to focus my attention on. It's helped a lot in recent months. Thanks for organising it, and as always, take care. Dude, it is my pleasure, and this is why we do it, man. You know, just to help people in whatever way we can, whether it's slaying grey or, you know, through some troubled times and giving them something to focus on. Yeah, this is why we do it. Dude, your guard army is fucking great, man. It's so well done. It's really, really cool. I really like it. Nice. And then we got some orcs, little orc warband. Look, it's the start of something, I reckon. You know, Godlike Poet. That would be about, I reckon, about 500 points in 4th edition. Do you know what you can play at 500 points in 4th edition? Combat Patrol. I'm just saying, bro. I'm just saying. You got a little Combat Patrol army right there. Could be something to use. Just say it. Sisters looking good as well. I love how you've got the guard bit, and then you've got the orc and sisters bit, and then you've got fuck me. Oh my fucking god. Like, I have absolutely peak fucking wargamer moment. Please understand, Godlike Poet. I am not laughing at you or your collection in any way, shape, or form. I am absolutely fucking blown away by how much Konflikt 47 you have. Because I've never seen it in one place, man. I've never seen it in one place. I've only ever seen it in the individual vowels that have come in. But seeing it all in one place, it's fucking incredible, man. It's actually fucking beautiful. I cannot believe it. I think you've got more than me. It's enough to make a grown man cry. Tears of joy. It is. Like, no word of a lie. I think you have more Konflikt 47 than I do. For you Germans. If I got all of mine out, I don't think I have that much. Fucking hell. Got Totenkor, Schreckwolfer, Nachtelben, Nachtjäger. Got the Growler officer. Got the Valkyrie, Falcon troops. You've got Schwertruppen. Look at all the Stahltruppen. I mean, you have more than me. I don't know if you've got more fucking Konflikt, and I kid you not. I think you have more in your Konflikt army. I think you've got more than I do in my German and Axis army combined. I'm not even kidding. That is actually fucking epic. Dude. Godlike Poet over here fucking busting rifts. How about my Soviets? Ooh. He's got a lot more tanks than I do. Truth be told. Like, for my Soviets, I've only got 6 tanks. Godlike Poet, you know, I've got 8 vehicles in total. Godlike Poet's got 1, 2, 3. I mean, yeah, for my Soviets in total, I've got 8 vehicles for action and then 2 for K-47s. That's 10. That's including trucks and stuff, right? So, and Godlike Poet's got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18. I think Godlike Poet, I think you have actually got like the biggest K-47 army I've ever seen, man. It's beautiful. It's amazing. This is what happens when you get a... This is what happens when you get a Warhammer player into Konflikt 47. You know? Warhammer players are just fucking built different, boys. They're just built different. I'm built different. Ugh! Yeah. I've said this time and time again, man. People should fucking respect Warhammer players. I mean, I'm including myself, obviously, right? But yeah. Yes, is Warhammer Mind gone to work on Warlord? It is, man. It is. Warhammer players are just built different, man. I love it. Genuinely impressed. I mean, I say even, like, I don't mean that in a bad way, but even the Brits look really well done. So cool. I actually did the British faction focus today. It'll be coming out next Wednesday. Yeah. What a display. What a display. Hey, cool, man. You've got the Comet and you've got the Merlin. Fucking love the Merlin model, man. Amazing. Godlike Poet. That is actually peak wargaming, man. It's actually peak wargaming. And I'll tell you this, and I don't mean this as a flex on me. I mean this to glaze you. There's not many people out there who I can look at their collection of models and go, you know, feel inferior. Do you know what I mean? Feel like, fucking hell, look at that. There's not many people out there that can do that. Especially not with Konflikt, with it being such a new game. And holy shit, man, your collection blows mine out of the water. New King of Konflikt. King of the Rift, baby. I'll say it. Godlike Poet, King of the Rift. Godlike Poet, you have officially gained a point in Rift Mastery. There you go. There you go. Officially, he has got a point in Rift Mastery. I'm saying it. I'm saying it right now. There you are. There you are, man. Godlike Poet, thank you so much for the support. Amazing effort. You should be very, very proud of what you've achieved there, man. Because it's all painted to a very nice standard, and you've done it right. Yeah. 07 in the chat, boys. There we go. All right, what have we got next? We've got Green Knight. Green Knight, thank you for the super chat, man. Japanese Konflikt 47 army in stream discussion. Hope you enjoy the lore. It's work in progress, but explains the army and the aesthetics. Let's have a look, man. Dude, I always love a good Konflikt 47 army. You've just seen me glazing Godlike Poet like a motherfucker. Let's have a look. Been loving K47. It's been a real joy kit bashing the infantry and creating my own transfers for my Mitsubishi Shogunate. Enjoy the lore. Hey! Hey, mate, they look cool! Nice. Mate, that is a sick... I love seeing conflict armies. I do. Actually, I love seeing model armies, whether it's Conflict or Warhammer or Old World or Bolt Action. This is my favorite part of streaming. Seeing what you guys have been working on. Hands down, without a shadow of a doubt, this is my favorite part of it. Yeah. Just seeing the cool shit that you guys cook up. It's great. Look at those infantry squads, man. I'd love to know how you did those models. They look ace. Wow. Yeah, very, very impressive, man. Hey, the Mitsubishi Shogunate. I'd love to know where you got those decals from. That's insane, man. They look great. That's cool. Hey, the Ghost Warriors. Nice. Love it. They're in like their dark, mysterious uniforms. Nice. Yeah, I do like the new power armor. Don't get me wrong. But I think the old power armor looks pretty cool as well. Nice. Yeah, I think you've done a very good job on all those walkers. It's almost like, I will say this, it's like box art worthy paint job, that, mate. Very, very good. There you go. Got your basic boys. Nice. Cool. Warlord Samurai bodies and IJA sprues. The transfers were homemade. Wow, homemade transfers. That's crazy, man. I didn't even know you could do that. I'd love to know how you do that, man, because I'd love to make some homemade transfers. So, so they're the samurai bodies, and then you have to cut the bolt action bodies off and then put those on. But I bet it's relatively simple to do around the belt line, right? Huh. Very well done, mate. Nice. I love it, man. Is that a fucking Zeus you've picked up? Holy shit, man. The might of the compression cannon. Hey, if you can just roll double to hit, right? If you can just roll double to hit. Yeah. Let's have a look. Rise the Mitsubishi Shogunate. Baron Koyota, I'm going to say this incorrectly. Baron Koyota Iwasaki, noted Anglophile and president of Mitsubishi Shokai, is profoundly shaken by reports of the American firebombing of Dresden and the deployment of atomic weaponry. Previously a vocal advocate for honouring the style contributions of the British and Americans to Mitsubishi's growth, Iwasaki's stance hardens overnight. He is said to have declared that death and dishonour were now the only appropriate responses. Close associates on Mitsubishi's board later confided that it was if Iwasaki had been possessed. Maybe he has done. Construction begins on the Mitsubishi Rift Research Laboratories beneath Mount Nakada. Is that right? Nakadaki? That sounds like I'm getting that wrong. The initiative aims to secure technological dominance by giving Mitsubishi a monopoly over Japanese rift research, directly challenging the Imperial government's own rift facilities under construction on Iwo Jima. Amid growing fears of further nuclear attacks on Japan's home islands, Iwasaki orders the relocation of Mitsubishi's corporate headquarters from Nagasaki and Hashima Island to the relative safety of Kagoshima, deep within the volcanic bastion of Mount I want to say Nakada, that's not right. To Mount Nakadaki? I'm not sure how to say it, but anyway, I'm not doing it in an insensitive way. I'm just not sure. Iwasaki commands the rearmament of the private military forces. Each soldier is issued a katana and ceremonial armor. While not compulsory, individuals may self-finance additional attire. Otherwise, the standard issue IJ uniform remains acceptable. Baron Koyota Iwasaki is reported dead following a sudden and unexplained illness. Though officially listed as natural causes, whispers suggest the involvement of rift exposure on or experimentation gone awry. New Year arrives with an unusual silence. No success was announced for the presidency of Mitsubishi Shokai. In a stunning and unprecedented move, Mitsubishi Shokai names its new president Tokugawa Yoshinobu, the great-grandson of the final shogun of the Edo period. His arrival is nothing short of theatrical, accompanied by an elite bodyguard clad in jet black, rift-enhanced power armor and bearing relics of feudal warfare. The Nakasuka, a rift-infused katana, and Tomahoryo, a 5-meter yari tipped with a 79-centimeter Sasaho blade. Both weapons and armor are legendary, made famous by Honda Tadasuke, the indomitable general from the Tokugawa. Rumors swirl that Mitsubishi scientists beneath Mount Nakada have resurrected Fucking hell, man. I'm trying. Tadakasu himself through the enigmatic Shibito program. However, skeptics remains due to the program's elusive and inconsistent results. After months of backroom deals and sneaky ghost attack assassinations on the 346th anniversary of the Battle of Sekigahara, the decisive conflict that cemented Tokugawa rule over Japan, Tokugawa Yoshinobu formally proclaimed himself Prince and Shogun of Nippon. From within the heavily fortified rift-armored walls of Suzumamuru Castle, historically the stronghold of the Satsuma clan, who ironically played a role in toppling the original shogunate, Yoshinobu declares the rebirth of the shogunate rule. The audacious act fractures the nation. A dramatic schism erupts in the house of peers and the aristocracy as daimyos and kuges of the Kazuku nobility divide their loyalties. Most former daimyo, whose power had once been surpassed by imperial rule, rally to Kagoshima, swearing fealty to the new shogun and embracing a vision of the rift-fueled neo-feudal Japan. I love it. I love it. I will say this. I apologize for butchering the names. Please don't think I was doing it in any way to take the piss or try and be funny or anything like that. I wasn't. And I apologize I got a little frustrated, but it was because I wanted to try and do it right, okay? But let me just say, I love that lore. Very, very cool. Very inspired. I love how it ties the album together. I love how it fits in with the Japanese lore. But also, it's like your own lore at the same time. Fucking 10 out of 10. I would read more. I want more lore. I want it, man. I agree with Jenny. That's fucking lore. Cool, bro. Konflikt voice, baby. This is what I'm talking about. This is what I'm talking about, man. So good. So fucking good, man. The Japanese is very hard. Glad you enjoyed the lore. I tried my best and I did enjoy it, man. It was hard, but I did it. I did my best and I enjoyed it. Amazing. Who we got next? Jack Handsome. That reminds me. Jack Handsome, thank you for the super chat. That reminds me. Achtung Panzer when modded also built my motorpool. Everything I've got with wheels and tread, not legs yet. Oh, so Achtung Panzer, dude. You know what? Achtung Panzer. I think you've got it covered. Holy shit, you mental bastard. What the actual ever-living, titty-sucking, ball-slapping fuck is this? Do you think you've got enough armor yet? It's a good start. Oh my god. This is what I've been saying, boys. This is what I've been saying. 40k. I mean, you do play 40k, don't you, Jack Handsome? I'm not getting mixed up there. I've seen you 40k models, I think. Now I'm doubting myself. But fucking... yeah. 40k players built different, man. Warhammer players built different. Yeah, I knew you had your Krieg. Yeah. I knew you did. Warhammer players are just built different, boys. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30. I think you have more bot action tanks than I do. That's like $6,000 in tanks, lol. No, not even close. We say 30. So some of the tanks will be a little more expensive, but some of them will be a bit cheaper. So some of the smaller ones will be like £22.50. Some of the bigger ones will be like a little bit more than that. So we'll average it out at £25 per tank. So it's like 750 quid if bought new in box. If I've done 25 times 30, yeah. And that's if you get it at a 20%, you can get it at a 20% discount, right? Pretty easily. It's like £600. It's not even that. King Sam, it's not even that much, man. I mean, it's not cheap, but let's put it this way. 1 minute. 1 minute. It's not expensive by Warhammer standards. Let me check something. How much is a Lehman Rust these days? £42.50. How much is a Rogol Dawn? £36. So if we say an average of 50 quid. If you got the equivalent in 40k, you'd be looking at £1,500. So it's about half price. Yeah. Yeah. There you go. It's crazy, man. It's crazy. That's a lot of... Jack Handsome, that is a very, very, very impressive motor pool. Fucking hell. Fucking hell. Rexit, thank you for the super chat, man. Thank you for the super chat, thank you for the list. Tactical Brigade at 2k points. 1 mech captain with shock attack gun, 3 big mechs, 3 mechs, 10 storm boys, 10 flash kits, 11 Gretchen, 18 killer cans, and 9 smasher guns. Rex here. Do you think you have enough killer cans? I'd probably make the Storm Boys 2 5-man squads if you can to do objective play. Other than that, it's probably okay. It's a skew list, right? So either the enemy can deal with it or they can't. Right? Either the enemy can deal with it or they can't. And so it's a skew list. So as with every skew list, it will either win big or lose hard. There's no in between. There's never any in between. It's a cool list though. I'd love to see the return of Can Wall. Hey! Wait a second. Hold up. Wait a minute. Can Wall was a 5th edition tactic. But could you do it in early editions to 5th edition? All right, 1 minute. I feel like you could do Can Wall in old editions before vehicles got hull points, right? Give me a second. I'm pretty certain intervening models give cover in 4th edition. Maybe not though. When a model with no terrain on the fire's line of sight crosses over cover, so that the target models are shown below. Cover save, male terrain up to 1 size smaller, e.g. monster creatures size 3. Gets cover from standard size terrain size 2, but not from small size terrain size 1. Checking for cover saves, ignore cover occupied by or in contact with the fire unless the target also occupies that cover. So those you want to be partially in cover, i.e. some of the models are in or behind cover and some of them are in the open. If there are more models that can be hit in cover than there are outside of it, then the unit may make cover saves for the entire unit. If this is not the case, then none of the unit may make cover saves. So there's some explanation on cover saves there. I feel like it's not all of it though. It might be though. It might be. I just thought you got cover from intervening. I thought you got cover from intervening units, but that might be a 5th edition thing, which is why Can Wall might have been a 5th edition tactic and not a 4th edition tactic. But we'll check. There should be vehicle rules. Vehicles. That's fine. Yeah, I don't think there are. That's why I worked in 5th edition. Well, there you go. Grot screen. I think that's. I don't have the Orc Codex, unfortunately. So you can't do Can Wall in 4th edition, but you could do it in 5th edition, because 5th edition you got cover if you shot through an enemy unit to the unit behind, essentially. All right, let's have a look here. But Rex here, it's interesting to see the return of Can Wall. Yeah, I think it would be probably semi-effective. Shoot them with the guns, and then when they get close, use the cans to screen and fight. Yeah. Dustin Polos, thank you for the 19-month member flex, mate. X-Force, baby! Shout out for the guard opponent last weekend in stream discussion. Let's have a look. Let's have a look. Played a 3-round teams event on Saturday, and I want to shout out my guard opponent in round 2, who took an incredibly cool, if somewhat uncompetitive list. Lord Solar Blob, 5 Ratlings, Dawn Commander, and 2 Dawns, Triple Vank, an Engine Seer, and a Shadow Sword on WTC terrain. Oh my fucking god. Sir, if you're watching it, it was an absolute pleasure to see that on the table. Yeah, and I bet it was an absolute pleasure to see it set up in the deployment zone and then never leave the deployment zone because it couldn't get out of any of the ruins. You brave, beautiful bastard, whoever that is. My fucking god. Jesus, man. Fucking hell. Grim. Absolute psychopath behavior. It's true. It's true, you know. Yeah, shout out to that beautiful bastard. He, you know, he did what he did. There you go. So, what was your stand on the Gorgon? I mean, it's in Legends, so it's fine. My stance on the Gorgon is it's a damn shame it's in Legends. I wish it was something that we could take in our games because it's cool. Yeah, that's my take on the Gorgon. Yeah, that's my take on most things that are in Legends, to be honest. I want to say a big thank you to Tiki, my boy. Tiki, thank you for the 34 months, man. Banzai! 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 When do we get an MG and margaritas again in Florida? Maybe this year. Maybe. Can't, I don't know. Keeping my cards to my chest. Keeping my cards to my chest. Could be this year. Could be next year. Could be both years. Could be neither. It's probably not the last one. Tiki, I don't think it'll be too long. Yeah. I don't think it'll be too long. Steelx Spider, thank you for super chat, man. Mordian, we watching the Guardsman Pontius video later? So we'll watch some of it, but it is an hour long. And so it's a bit long to watch the whole thing on stream. So what I would, well, I always say this, you know, maybe an hour is quite long. I probably won't watch the entire thing on stream. What I probably will do, as per sort of standard stream etiquette, as it were, is watch a portion of the video, like the first 10, 15 minutes or so, you know, watch it, react to it, comment on it, all that kind of good stuff. And then post the link to the video in the stream so those of you who want to go out and watch the rest of it can do. That's probably the way I'll approach it. Yeah. And then we've got Chris K. Chris K, thank you for the 5 gifted memberships, baby. Thank you for the 5 gifted memberships, sir. Thank you for the support. Thank you for doing your part. Absolutely amazing, bro. And we've all, speaking of memberships, we've got Christopher Durazio. Thank you so much for becoming a channel member. Welcome to his Imperial Guard. Ashton Milliwatt, never heard of it, son. Welcome to the Emperor's true finest. There we are. I want to say a big thank you to the Lower Decks. Thank you, super chat, man. We cast provocation in stream discussion. Sir, now we see what our money has bought in these mercenaries. With orcs suspected, the men set up. No foolhardy charges here, but the steely resolve of men who have survived long enough to spend their employer's money. They form lines, placing what ranged weaponry on carts for added height. The black powder wagon is guarded from any attack. At the center of the lines is a curious contraption. 1 minute. I'm not sure what to make of it, to be honest, as the engineers fiddle with dials and knobs. As we gaze out into the haze of the bog, the thought occurs, how will we engage the orcs? After an hour, the men are ready. Several officers nod, tap their pipes, and give the word. The men have drawn steel, and the gunners ready their arms. But where are the orcs? I glance back to the contraption. Father Grigori is there. Shit. As the spiritual liege of these ne'er-do-wells steps up to the contraption, he grabs some sort of mask, affixes it to his face, and begins to sing. His singing voice is awful, sir. What is worse is that the contraption is some sort of vox amplification system. Primitive, but his voice is booming out into the bog. Imagine an orc sleeping off a hangover being woken by Father Grigori singing a song about the daughter of a seamstress with 3 tits. The roars of anger can be heard from here. They are coming. Good. If we've got them angry, then they'll just charge at us willy-nilly. And then we'll be able to scythe them down. There we go. These greenskins are so inept. Nearly takes the honor out of victory. Nearly. Second time I've got to use that quote tonight. It's a good stream. Okie croaky. Gentlemen, I don't mean to alarm you, but I have caught up on all the super chats and support. I want to say a big thank you to all of you guys for big thank you to everyone who has been smashing it in the stream tonight, boys. Amazing. Amazing. Now, I need a quick refill on the old drinky poo. And then we need to get to minisodes. And then we'll have a look at some Pontius stuff. All right. Give me 1 second. And then I think we are good to go. Cool. Cool. All right. Yeah. Grab a drink. Back in a moment. All right, I'm back. There we go. So I was a bit longer than I meant to be. I was just I bumped into Mrs. Mordian. So I ended up chatting to her. Finally some good content. Yeah. Let's have a look. So, let's have a look at a bit of the old minisodes. Let's have a look here. So, over Xmas. So, for those that don't know, you should definitely be subscribed and you should definitely watch the channel minisodes. This guy is really, really, really good. And he basically just, in my opinion, I think he does the best Old Hammer content on the on YouTube at the moment. It's very, 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 very good. He does second edition battle. He just basically does second edition stuff, including he does a bit of terrain, and he does battle reports, and he also does some sort of painting videos and stuff. It's very, very, very. You see, like you got like epic scale, like battle reports and stuff like that. Now over Christmas, he released 2 new videos. Well, Christmas and New Year, he released 2 new videos. He did Clash of Patrols, Eldar vs Blood Angels battle report, and he did New Year, New Army 2nd edition Dark Angels. So I guess the question now, the thing is, I have seen the Clash of Patrols battle report because I was off when it came out, but I'd happily watch it again on stream. Yeah. I'd happily watch it again on stream, but it's kind of like, do we want to see the battle report or do we want to see the New Year, do you want to see the building, the creation of a 2nd edition Dark Angels army? I don't really mind either way, chat. I'm happy to let you guys pick both. I mean, it's like 40 minutes to do both. You can have one, then maybe the other. Maybe. Gaming Stuka. 1 vote for Bat Rep, 1 vote for 2nd edition. I want to see what happened at Kursk, Mordian. You can have that after this. Kursk after this. Dark Emos. Kursk. Kursk after this. I'll tell you what. We'll do the one I haven't seen first. Do a bit of Kursk, and then we can do the battle report after if we want to. All right. There we go. People are saying both, so fair enough. I'll put my face up here, so it's not quite.
The Dark Angels are regarded as the epitome of the dedicated Space Marine warrior. Serious-minded.
Yeah, I love the old. So,
but tenacious.
Quick thing to mention. This like cutscene here is actually from the old, I think it's Final Liberation game. So it was a turn-based strategy game, a bit like Warhammer Gladius these days, right? Or Civilization, Civ 5, whatever it is. But it had live action cutscenes in it. It was very, very, very cool. And in those live action cutscenes, there were like Space Marines running around like cardboard armor and stuff. It was cool. And if you haven't seen Final Liberation stuff, you should check it out because it's very dated. It's very of the time, but it's properly legit.
Warrior. Serious-minded, slow to anger, but tenacious, and all but unstoppable in their zeal once aroused.
Ooh, aroused. Sorry, I'm immature.
Hi, I'm Ed, and welcome to Minisodes.
Yes.
I've decided that 2026 is to be the year of the Dark Angel. Other than my
nice big question. Are you doing New Year, New Army? I am. I am doing Hungarians for my for bot action. But I am also, let's just say I've got a little bit of like, I got a little bit of content coming down the pipeline. It's some mid-hammer content. And I'm kind of thinking, if it does okay, if it does all right, if the people respond well to it, that I might get a new 40k army. Something I haven't done in a long time. I don't think I got a new 40k army in all of 10th edition. So yeah, I might if the mid-hammer content does okay, we might get a new army for it. And I'm not sure what I might do. I could be tempted by orcs though. Orcs were my childhood army. They were my chat, and I've never quite managed to recapture the magic, but I have a lot of orcs and I'm ready to paint them. Either that, or it would either be that, or I would get one of each of the classic guard regiments. And I'd build them all to 1,500 points, and I would still mania every single one of them. That's true, Godlike Pro. I did get my Blood Ravens, but they, I think, are going to head to 4th edition now. I think they are. I'm expecting them to head to 4th edition. So that's true. I did get the Blood Ravens. That's true. But I think if I might still mania the old guard regiments, but we'll see. All right.
Deathwing for my Space Hulk set. I've never actually painted any, but I've always been intrigued by this brooding and grimdarkest of chapters.
Old school
Combination of this
Terminators,
painting
man.
by Dave Gallagher of Dark Angels surging.
I love the old Warhammer art. It's a little, it's a little goofy, it's a little off, but only a little bit. But it's good.
Down a Gothic staircase, and Kendall's Dark Angel collection in
Yes!
White Dwarf 213 was enough to set me on the path of the First Legion.
The First Legion.
So I began the year by restoring this dusty old brute of a Land Raider
Wow.
in 1988 as the first entry from the
Wow.
Dark Angels army.
That is dusty and old.
I gave the chapter relic a good scrub in soapy water, then patted it down with kitchen towel in readiness for stripping.
Cool.
But when I found my trusty tub of BioStrip and peeled off the lid, I found very little of the substance actually left, and it was pretty overused. So I consoled myself by stripping the land speeder I'd accidentally left in there, whilst I figured out what to do instead. The Dark Angels would need a core.
Father, give me legs. Fuck's sake.
Of 500 points. So I brought my 2nd edition box down from the loft and began putting together a patrol. This would include a pristine on the sprue rhino.
Wow.
But I've never painted a green Dark Angel before, so a test mini would probably be a sensible idea.
Look at all these
I brought
OG
four, so a
boxes,
test
man.
mini would probably
Look at these
be
OG boxes. Holy shit, boys. Right. I don't give a fuck what people say now. I don't give a fuck about the improved font. Oh, it's more modern font. I don't give a fuck about, having a picture of the models on the front of the box. Fuck all that noise. This is better. This is better. This. Okay? Like, this is what the people want. This is what we need. But do you want to know the really wild thing? Look at what he pulls out of the box. This has just unlocked a core memory.
sensible idea. I brought
Back in the day, your models came in polystyrene like this. Literally fucking polystyrene cut out. Because they were all like metal models. I forgot that you used to get polystyrene with your 40k models, bro. It's such a small thing, but a crazy, crazy little bit of history. Yeah. Yeah. This is second edition Ed that used to be on Total Tactics, right? He was my favorite on that channel. Yeah, I think he joined the team for a brief period, did a couple of games, and then ended up leaving. And I'm not entirely certain what started first, Minisodes or him on Tabletop Tactics. But he joined. I remember seeing him join the team, and they were like, because this is in sort of the post B-Bone era when they were kind of like looking to replace B-Bone and so on and so forth. And I remember he joined the team and then left in fairly short order. And I always thought that was, I kind of forgot that happened. And then when I thought about it, I was like, that's a bit unusual. Yeah. Banzai! There we go.
Out my Space Marine Strike Force box, where I keep most of my Marine collection. Threw down some bits, drilled some holes, and assembled myself a
Metal
cool-looking
Marines,
Dark Angel
man.
Sergeant.
Metal Marines. Look, I know there's going to be a lot of newborn. I don't mean that. I know there's going to be a lot of new players to 40k. I had firstborn in my head. New players to 40k who are going to think I'm stupid and that I'm just coping and that I'm objectively wrong by every measurable metric. But I acknowledge that a lot of the new Space Marine models look very, very good. But this is better.
Although rudimentary in
By
comparison
no
to modern sculpts and plastics,
scientific
I
measure,
always take a great deal of
by no
pleasure in
objective
posing
measure,
these
but this is
classic
better.
models. And seeing the chunky profile of the Space Marines come together as the pauldrons are set down, ooh, chef's kiss.
Totally agree, man. Mwah.
After attaching the gun,
Yeah,
and the
man, get
backpack,
that old
he was
school
ready for a
bolter.
prime of Chaos Black.
Yeah, baby. Look at that beaut. Yeah, the proportions are wacky. Who gives a flying fuck, man? Look at that beaut. There you go.
I quickly covered off any crevices, nooks, and crannies the primer couldn't reach with Vallejo Model Black.
Nice.
Speaking of Vallejo, I was excited to try out this set of game color greens. The internet tells
I've struggled with Vallejo paints. I don't know what it is about them, but I have struggled. I find the traditional paints literally rub off. Maybe I've got super oily hands, I don't know. But traditional paints literally can rub off until they're varnished. And I find that the express paint I've got from them, the Lanza Grey, it's good, but it doesn't spread super well. And it can end up doing the thing that GW contrast paint does, which is like you paint it, let it dry, come back, and there's lots of little white dots where it's kind of like pulled together, which I don't find happens with speed paints. Yeah. I don't know. I've never actually had a good experience. No, that's not true. Not true. I've never had a wholly good experience with the Vallejo paint. I find them to be a solid 7 out of 10. Yeah. Yeah. I'm not saying they're bad, but I find them a 7 out of 10. Yeah. But different strokes, different folks. And maybe I'm not an expert painter. There could be something that I'm sort of doing wrong with them. But I don't know. Or maybe I'm very unlucky. But yeah, I tell you what I do like from Vallejo, though. The diorama stuff. I love this pot of mud. I love me mud. Yeah, I find that to be very, very good. So it's not every Vallejo product. And like I said, I would give Lanza Grey an 8.5 out of 10. I would give the mud a 10 out of 10. And I would give the traditional paints that I've used, like this one, the Vallejo color. Maybe I bought these paints like a long time ago, right? So maybe this was like they've improved their formula, their chemical formula since then. But I'd give this like a 7 out of 10. But one point of that is coming from the dropper bottle. If the GW paint, I give GW paints like, I mean, GW does do some good paints. But anyway, there you go. We're getting into the wrong bit.
Tells me that dark green is as close to the classic Citadel Dark Angels green as you can get. I splurged some on my palette and began layering this lovely, rich color onto the miniature.
That does look good. It's a little dark. I know, Dark Angels, but it is a little
Adding
dark.
a second thin coat for good measure. I used Xandri
I guess
dust for the chest plate.
It's a little dark. It'll be very interesting to see how he brightens it up to get the classic sort of Technicolor of the 90s.
And the left knee pad where the company markings go. Now, I have a weakness for hazard stripes.
I've always found it. I've always done my Aquilas in gold, so whenever I see them in not gold, it kind of throws me. But I think traditionally, actually, they were very rarely done in gold.
So I set down.
I think maybe
Valorant
Blood Angels,
Sunset
and even then, I'm
on
not
its
sure.
power fist.
Maybe Ultramarines.
The lenses and bolt gun housing were painted Mephiston red.
Yes.
I should probably have mentioned this earlier, but I'm aiming for a paint scheme that I can quickly roll out without too much fuss across the whole army.
No life fit. New army, no life.
The chest plate and knee was washed with Seraphim sepia,
Nice. Love that.
then highlighted up with a mix of Xandri and Screaming Skull. I lightened the upper areas of the green armor with Angel Green. It's a pretty subtle shade, but I'm happy with the result here. The armor
I mean, I
is
can
a little
kind
on
of
the
tell
flat
the
side,
difference.
though.
It's
So
pretty close,
to
though.
counter this, I applied a pin wash of Nuln oil to the recessed areas of the armor, like the trim and the joints, to give the miniature a bit more depth.
That's interesting. It doesn't cover the whole model in wash.
I did the same to the eye lenses.
I've always approached it like
And
cover the whole
painted
model in
these
the wash.
leather holster and pouches Rhinox hide.
Cool. I never used Rhinox hide myself, but I know a lot of
The
people
red
do.
areas were highlighted with Mephiston red, then given a small application of Wild Rider red. Followed by the obligatory white dot in the corner of the eye lens and chest gemstone. I then returned the pouches and
That's
highlighted
cool.
these sparingly with a mix of Rhinox hide and Gawthor brown.
I love
The
how
metal
he's like,
areas were painted with Valletta.
I love how he's like, I needed a color scheme that I can quickly replicate. He's already spent more time on one model than I spend on an entire platoon.
Gun metal, including the gun Aquila and cabling. No wash necessary.
Nah, no, you gotta shade it. Controversial, not shading the. I'd put Nuln oil on the silver, always do. Otherwise, it looks.
After a few
It looks too
details,
bright.
like stripes on the fist and fourth company checks, the Marine was ready for the final touches. GW's modern decal sheets are so good. And after prepping each area with microset, I applied.
I'll give him that. I think GW does do good decals. I think it's often something which is overlooked because I think a lot of people actually don't bother with decals. I think the majority of players either just use contrast paints or they use traditional paints, and once they've done the shading, they kind of stop there. But the truth is, decals are a very, very powerful tool in the hobbyist toolbox, and a lot of people don't use them. In fact, I'm thinking I've got a lot of bolt action units, my original bolt action German tanks, which I was thinking of repainting. And before I do, I'm going to try just slapping some decals on them because I think they will just break up the grey in a big way.
the transfers, giving each one a few coats of microsol at intervals until they were properly flat. I bought this tub of Gatehouse Scenics Red Earth at the UK Games Expo, specifically for this project.
Nice.
I spread a bit of PVA about carefully on the base.
Also, basing is very important. basing is very, very important. I think basing is probably the most underdone thing in wargaming. And I kind of, I don't do a good job, but I think loads of people who don't base their models go, oh, it looks better when it's just a black disc. It doesn't. Oh, but what if I do it in a city color scheme and then fight on a green field? Doesn't matter. A plain black base looks worse on every board than a traditional green base does on an urban board. Because what your brain sees is it's not been done. Your brain doesn't see what's been done. It sees what's not been done. Yeah. No base equals not based. True.
And dipped. Simple. I think the colour is a nice contrast to the deep green.
Is he not doing
To lock the stuff in, I added a drop of PVA and isopropyl solution.
Oh, wow, that's so good. I need to get that. I need to do that. I'm fucking sick of the way
When that was all dry, I painted the rim black.
I need to figure out how he does that, because I am fucking sick and tired of having to like put the jizz all over my my bases. That's a really good idea.
When that was all dry, I painted the rim black, and the test mini was done.
Wow, look at that. Cool. Cool. I'm glad we watched this one, you know. Yeah. Yeah. Cool. That is a beautiful model, that is.
Yeah, I'm happy with that. No edge highlights or too many steps, just a simple, effective scheme. All right, time to build and paint myself 500 points of Dark Angels.
500 points,
Just
cool.
like decorating a hallway, kitchen, or bathroom, the more time you spend preparing the surface you're going to be slapping paint on, the better the finished result.
Nice.
And miniatures are certainly no exception.
I never remove mold lines. Like, I never do it. And it's probably the laziest thing that I do as a hobbyist. And the reason I don't do it is because I just can't be fucked. And frankly, when you're playing from 2 feet away, you just don't see him. You just don't see him. But when this guy's doing if I was to do like a video like this, I would make the effort. But when it's just 2 feet away, seen on a battle report, I don't bother. I also pay the bottom tags. That's true. I don't.
Here. Yeah, there's been a lot of that going on here. So a big shout out. And miniatures are certainly no exception here. Yeah, there's been a lot of that going on here. So a big shout out to John, the painter, if you're watching this.
1 minute.
So 500 points of Dark Angels. Just like decorating a hallway, kitchen, or bathroom, the more time you spend preparing the surface you're going to be slapping paint on, the better the finished result. And miniatures are certainly no exception here. Yeah, there's been a lot of that going on here. So a big shout out to John, the painter, if you're watching this.
He must have been doing some decorating on his house or something. Look at that. Old school missile launcher. Look at the old school flamer, man. Who remember? And by the way, it was never a good. Well, I don't know. It's slightly controversial, but who remembers the old go-to loadout for every tactical squad being a flamer and a missile launcher? Whether it was 2nd edition, 3rd edition, 4th edition, 5th edition, 6th edition, 7th edition. I don't think you had it quite as much in 6th and 7th, to be fair. I think it was a 2nd to 5th thing. Because I think in 6th and 7th, they upgraded the tactical squad to have it in the plastic kit to have the right weapons. That's when you got the grav guns and stuff. Yeah. Yeah. It's just missile launcher and flamer, the standard loadout for every tactical squad.
I made a very minor adjustment to this sergeant, swapping out his pistol for a bolt gun.
Controversial? Not really.
The idea was to paint 2 combat squads, 1 tactical and 1 devastator.
Wait. Would 2 combat squads really be 500 points? Because he said he wanted to paint a combat patrol, right? If that is 500 points, that's mental.
With the little men all cleaned up and assembled, I got started on the Rhino.
Oh, the Rhino
flipping
as
off the
well.
Components. I wonder how many of these I've built or owned over the years.
So many, like, cool moments with that sprue being unclipped. The way that
There's
GW
nothing
designed
worse
the
than
model
a
and everything.
tank, so I used rubber bands to make sure the components kept their shape whilst the glue was set.
That's crazy. That is crazy. Like, look, it's easy to rose-tinted glasses. It's easy to rose-tinted glasses old Warhammer. But frankly, this is kind of a joke. The fact that you had to, like, rubber band things together. I think, you know, Games Workshop models have improved in many, many ways. They always fit together beautifully. If they weren't in so many parts, I'd think they were perfect. Yeah, but anyway, that is an old-ass fucking Rhino, and it's crazy to see what you had to do back in the day.
After an hour or so, I glued the hull together and let that dry on a flat surface.
That's crazy, man. Look at all those... Look how OG this building process is, man. Look at how OG this building process is.
Now to add all the doodads, exhausts, hatches, and handrails to the Rhino.
It's mental that he's actually building an old Rhino rather than just getting one of the new ones. I wonder what the difference is between the current Horus Heresy one and this. Yeah. Oh, the rails. Dude, the handrails, man. That's so cool. I forgot about the old handrails. Hanging onto the side. Like, could you imagine the Marines like hanging onto the side of the... It's like... you never really see... I don't think you've ever seen this, like, depicted. But the idea of those handrails is the Marines don't need to be inside the Rhino. They can jump onto the side of the Rhino as it drives forward, and then they can do, like, a quick disembark. And it's never, ever been depicted in use.
That took a bit longer than I anticipated, but the force was finally ready to be taken outside and primed en masse.
Primed in
Despite being
classic
-1
Chaos
degree
Black.
Celsius and a bit gusty in the UK, the priming passed without incident.
No airbrush here, boys. So you guys take the piss out of me for not having an airbrush. I'm OG. I'm old school. You know, I'm like that samurai. Bending the, you know, folding the steel, you know, 50, 100, 1,000 times. You know, us old, me and Ed, us old school players, we're different. You know, we're a dying breed. They don't make hobbyists like us anymore.
I overbrushed all the minis again with black paint.
Cool.
Then started on the eye lenses, gemstones, and bolter housings with...
By the way, I'd like to say that Ed is a much better painter than I am, and I use a lot of speed paints, which are definitely a newfangled modern technique.
Memphis on red.
That's the word bullshit,
Then
Series
I got
8.
to dark greening all of the Marines.
Or is he
with
batch
most
painting?
Space Marine chapters, you have to allow for the pauldron trim, but not with the Dark Angels. So that sped things up a bit.
That's
But
cool.
speaking of speed, despite being a simple scheme, batch painting any number of models is a bit of a grind. So I took
I love the pain. Because the pain lets me know it's real.
plenty of breaks and listened to music and podcasts in an attempt to goad myself into some form of flow state.
I love batch painting.
There's also quite an uncomfortable period of time where all your models just look a bit crap.
Yes.
And it is a relief to come out of.
So true. Biggest mistake I see new players making, biggest mistake I see new players making is they get halfway, they're batch painting the models, they get halfway through 5 of them or so, and they go, it looks terrible, I need to redo it. No. Push through. The vision in your head will translate. The model looks bad because it's not finished. Keep going.
The other side of it.
It's coming together. It's coming together.
Any variety was a welcome relief, like painting this sergeant's face, Cadian flesh tone, washing it with Reichman
I don't know how to...
highlighting it again.
I don't know how to paint any other way than batch painting. I have literally been batch painting for like 20 years at this point. If I have to paint one thing at a time... I don't batch paint vehicle. That's not true. I do batch paint vehicles. But if I have to paint 1 minute at a time, I get bored waiting for the paint to dry. I have to batch paint. I have to. It's crazy if you don't. If you don't batch paint, you're a psychopath.
With a mix of pallid witch flesh and Cadian flesh tone.
Here come the
started
decals,
on
baby.
Transfers.
Look how good the decals make the models.
Then took a break to go on a nice...
I wasn't
long
expecting
walk with
that.
Lauren in the forests of Caliban,
Wow, that's
also
cool.
known as Ashton Court. The squad numbers go over the squad designation symbols. So
But see, look how he's not adding any more paint to the model. The models are painted. The models are done. I mean, maybe a few touch-ups here and there, but the models are painted, the models are done. But the models go from looking so basic to just looking like 10 out of 10. Because, I mean, not so basic in a bad way. Like, he's still done a very good job on painting them. But they go to looking a bit flat. You put the transfers on. I bet dozens of people here watching this could take their models and level them up, properly level them up, simply by taking their existing models right now and putting transfers on them.
here we have the 6th Tactical Squad alongside the 1st Devastator Squad of the 4th Company. In the Gatehouse Scenics they go.
Nice.
And on goes the
Love me sand.
ISO solution.
What works is the fact what I love about this that he's doing here is it's like auto spreading. Whenever I do it, I have to like brush it on, but I love the auto spreading. That I need to figure out how that's happening.
There we go. 10 Dark Angel Space Marines in about 10 hours of workbench time.
That's pretty good. That's with traditional paints. With traditional paint, that's really good. I mean, it's probably, you know, considering it's traditional paints, considering it's to a very, very good standard, 10 hours is like really fucking legit for that result. I mean, if I wanted to paint 10 infantry using speed paints, it would probably take me 4 or 5 hours. Yeah. Because, you know, whether they... if I was to paint 10 models of a similar complexity, yeah, I think so.
Let's move on to the Rhino APC. I don't know what it is exactly, but there's something really satisfying about painting vehicles with a brush. With the Rhino suitably...
I've never done... Like, okay, obviously I've paint all my vehicles with a brush. I don't have an airbrush. But like priming with a brush like this is insane. Because obviously I suppose he's primed it black first, but still, this is... I always use the primer as the base color. Doing this is mental.
Something really satisfying about painting vehicles with a brush. With the Rhino suitably green, I tried out this Vallejo metallic, oily steel, and applied it to this model's infamous handrails.
I love the handrails, man.
For the metal elsewhere, I used Vallejo's more subdued gunmetal. Just
Cool.
like on the Marines, the trim around the radiators was painted corn red. To lift these flat colours,
I like
highlighted
that.
the sharp edges and rivets with Angel's Green, then Sick Green.
That's really good. Simple yet effective so far.
I lined all the panels with Nuln oil to give the recessed components some definition and shadow.
Cool.
And also washed the metallic areas.
Yeah, gotta do that. I'm surprised he didn't do that in the other, on his infantry.
I didn't film this next part, but I used a pencil to sketch out the tactical arrows on the top hatch, then
Cool.
painted them carefully with corn red.
Like literally a pencil. Cool.
With the Nuln oil now dry, I highlighted
Look at the freehand on those arrows, man. It's unbelievably crisp.
the metallic areas once again. Then added transfers.
This is very clean. This is crisp.
I find that a coat of matte varnish does wonders for eliminating streaks and any glossiness left on the model, but took care to avoid the metallic areas.
Hand
Not
varnishing.
quite satisfied, I brightened up the red
Hand varnishing. Actual insanity going on here. Actual insanity. I don't know whether I am witnessing madness or genius. I don't. He's on my level. He's on a whole nother. He's not on my level. He's beyond my level. You don't hand varnish? No, I mean I just spray varnish. This is mental.
using Wild Rider, then mocked up some flags using Canva.
That's cool.
Then carefully attached them to the poles.
Wow.
For a final touch, I weathered them with a thin coat of Agrax
Wow.
Earthshade.
That, 1 minute, let me just go back. Wow, look at that. I actually have a couple of flags on my Epic Napoleon stuff, and old school paper flags are legit. They are absolutely legit, man. Do you know what's interesting? Being able to do this kind of stuff is something that I don't often get to enjoy myself. And the reason I don't get to enjoy it is because I play at tournaments a lot. And when I play at tournament, when you travel, when you're, carrying your models about, traveling your models, they get damaged, they get broken, they get chipped. They, the little flags and little aerials and stuff like break off. And one of the great advantages of, just of old school 40K, of just playing in your, in your base, in your battle bunker, as it were, in your basement bunker, is that your models just live there. Yeah, your models can live there. If you transfer them to a friend's house, it's only, typically a friend who's round the corner, and it's not, they're less likely to get damaged and chipped and all that kind of stuff. Or a lot of people. I know my brother and stuff. He's left armies at like friends' houses. He just left them somewhere safe in a friend's house in the game room, because he's like, well, I'll be back. I'll use it next week, kind of thing. Yeah. I'm not sure I want to go back to 3rd or 4th edition now. Look at this. Beautiful, man. On another
500
level.
points in just over 2 days. 500 points in just over 2 days of pretty intense hobbying.
500 200 points. 2 5-man squads of Space Marines and a Rhino. Insane. This is, I don't mean to spoil a very positive vibe video, so I won't go on about it. Don't, Cosmic, put the banana away. But this is the big thing that people miss when they compare old 40k prices to new 40k prices. They compare them model to model. See, look, this Rhino, if you know, it's the equivalent of, you know, it's £30 a day, and back in the day it was the equivalent of £30 by today's money. And what people don't understand is back in the day you only needed like 2 Rhinos. Or a Rhino and a Razorback. And you needed like 2 squads of tactical Marines. And that, so even though the prices are comparable, you needed like a tiny fraction of what you need now. Yeah. Points per dollar is the big one. And it's not even points per dollar. It's also an element of game like game structure, because like, you know, modern 40k allows for spam. When I went back and played Midhammer, Battle Report coming out this Saturday, my army had 1,500 points. My army had 2 vehicles in it, a Hellhound and a Lehman Russ. There was none of this spamming 3 of them. Yeah. There was none of this. That's the difference. It's not just about points per dollar. That is a factor, but it comes down to how the game actually is designed to be played. 40k is nowadays designed to be to spam, and the reason why 40k nowadays is designed to be spammed is because if players feel like they need to have 3 or 4 or 5 or 6 vehicle, 6 Russes or whatever, it means that they buy them. Back in the day, they only needed like 1, so they only bought 1 or 2. Yeah.
They aren't going to win any painting competitions, but I'm happy with
They definitely would win a painting competition. They look sick as fuck.
the colours and the simplicity of the process. I can now spend a bit more time focusing on single characters and centerpiece models like the Land Raider.
Yeah. Wait, is that coming up next? Ah, I was hoping the Land Raider was coming up next, man.
A massive thank you to my wonderful Patreon community who make all of this possible. Without their support, there really wouldn't be any minisodes at all. Speaking of Patreon, I'll have a podcast episode all about the Dark Angels, both their background and this project, out later this month. Take it steady, everyone, and as ever, thanks for watching, and happy hobbying.
Yeah, man. Cool. Very, very, very fucking cool. Let me put a link to that in chat. That is a really, really good video, boys. This is like... I find myself every single day getting more and more excited and more interested in Oldhammer. Cosmic? Yeah, absolutely right. That was a fun video. That's how the hobby should be. We all know it. We all fucking know it, Cosmic. That's how it should be. You know? That's how it should be, man. It's peak. It's fucking peak, man. Yeah. Agreed. Cosmic, I am fully bananaed right now. All positivity, all happiness. I absolutely love it, man. Yeah. Yeah. Look at this cool thing I painted because I wanted to. Exactly. Exactly. I feel like we almost need like a 40k like Amish community kind of thing. Like that might not be the right term, but do you know what I mean? Like getting back in touch with the it's like 40k off grid. Maybe that's it. I want to go off grid with my 40k. I do. I really, really do. I want to go off grid. Just, you know, that's where the rat race can't get me no more. You know, that's what I want. Well, I think we've got to start the cult, man. I think it's got to happen. We got to, yeah. Why don't players go back to it? I think a lot do. I think a lot are doing. I don't think the majority. I don't think there's going to be some great migration to older editions. I don't think there is. But I think every day that goes by, Warhammer 40k goes in one direction. It brings in more and more people that like that direction it's going in. But as it moves forward, people, you know, they fall off the back of the lorry, as it were, or they walk away, or whatever it may be. But yeah, I think that's what's happening. Now, I don't think. Here's the thing, though. I don't think you need to have the choice. I think you can have both. I think the beauty of Warhammer is that the models aren't milk. They don't go off. If I have an Imperial Guard squad, a man with the rifle is a man with the rifle, right? So you can have your cake and eat it. You can have your cake and eat it. You can you could enjoy what modern 40k has to offer, which is updates, standardized ways of playing, everyone singing from the same hymn sheet, everyone's same level of expectation from what to get out of a game. Very, very thriving competitive scene. You can always find a game no matter where you go. You can enjoy all of those things about modern 40k. And you can those models, a lot of those models that you get for one side of 40k work in the other side. It's not always perfect. Like, there's no such thing as a repulsor in Oldhammer. But, there's still a massive element of crossover. There's still a massive element of crossover. Not with every faction, but definitely with a lot of factions. I think with Imperial Guard is a great example, and I think Tyranids are another great example. Hormagaunts are Hormagaunt, a Termagant's a Termagant, a Carnifex is a Carnifex. Yeah. Orcs are another great example. Eldar are another great example. Chaos Space Marines are another great example. The only ones that kind of get fucked over by it, I would say, are Primaris Marines. If you're a mostly Primaris player. So if you're a Space Marine player. But everyone else can pretty much have a foot in both camps very happily and very comfortably. Yeah. Yeah. There you go. So, yeah, I think, there's this, I keep saying this, and I often keep saying it to remind myself as much as anybody else. This idea of you don't have to, it doesn't have to be versus. It doesn't have to be versus. One versus the other. As a player, as a hobbyist, as someone who enjoys this, you can have your cake and eat it. You just have to, like a buffet, pick the bits that you want to enjoy from both. Because I guarantee you, if you wanted to play a competitive game of Oldhammer, you would probably have a bad time. If I set up like a 4th edition, if I was like 4th edition meta tournament, I think someone was saying before, it would just be like Chaos Space Marine possessed as far as the eye could see, right? And there's nothing we can do about it. We can't balance it because there's no FAQs coming, right? But if I want to have a chill game of Warhammer, I'll play Old Hammer. And if I want to have a competitive cutthroat game of Warhammer, I'll play New Hammer. And I think that's the way we have to. I don't know that's the way we all have to, but that's the way that I am definitely engaging with Warhammer going forward. And already it's making me enjoy the game more. Yeah. All right. Let me catch up on a few super chats and then let's talk about Kursk. Because I've got all the pictures for it and everything downloaded. Hey, Maxirian! Great to have you in the stream, man. Good to have you back. That was a really good video, though. And I definitely, I'm telling you, Minisode's one of the best Warhammer content creators out there right now. The guy should have 100k subscribers. The guy right now, he should have a silver play button. And the fact he doesn't have one yet is criminal. He's very, very, very good. Okay, what have we got next on the front and everything? So we're going to talk a bit about Kursk, and then we might watch a little bit of like Pontius stuff because I know some people are interested in that. There's like a lore video he's done on the guard, which should be cool. That's a long video though, so we'll only watch like the first sort of 10-15 minutes, and then whilst reacting to it, of course, then I'll share the links so you guys can finish it off on your own time. And then maybe we come back to a bit of Old Hammer Battle Report if people are still feeling it, and we'll see where we are time-wise after that. There you go. But that's nothing set in stone. That's a rough outline of what we want. If the conversation goes in a different direction, that's cool. Reva, why? I don't get this argument. Why can't you play 40k 10th edition casually, like with Crusade and such? Reva, you can. But it's a big question, and I will do my best to give you a concise answer. The game is not really designed to be worked that way, even in Crusade. Due to the way force organization works, the way missions are designed, even in Crusade, the way that the core structure of the game works, you are encouraged to, everyone is encouraged to just basically bring the best possible stuff all the time. Combine this, and the reason they're encouraged is, well, there's multiple reasons why they're encouraged, but combine this with the fact that when it comes to modern 40k, there is a wealth, it's a very good thing, there is a wealth of information available on what is actually good and what is actually bad. And in many ways, there is a wealth of data that backs up this as well. So even though, an off unit in good hands can do better than expected, for the vast majority of players, it's very easy for them to work out what is good. I mean, let's take this channel as an example, right? Anyone could join this channel and ask me, hey, Mordian, what unit should I put in my Chimera? What transport should I take and what unit should I put inside of it? And I can instantly give them that answer. I can say, okay, for the vast majority of situations, you want to be taking a Chimera as you go to transport, and you want to put a Catachan squad inside of it. You want to give the Catachans 2 flamers, and you probably want to give the Chimera double heavy bolter and a heavy stubber and a hunter killer missile. They have that answer like that. Okay, so because of this, everyone kind of just knows what the best shit is all the time, and so everyone, so everyone has the information, and the way the game is designed is, as we said, it's kind of like a spam game. Like it's not a case of taking 1 or 2 Lieben Russes, it's a case of taking 4, 5, or 6, and the game encourages that. The game works with you. It flows. It is. You're not fighting the system. It works. Now, if you try and make 10th a more casual game, the problem that you find is twofold. Firstly, you might have that mentality. 1 or 2 of your friends might have that mentality, but it only really takes 1 or 2 people in a game group to go full power, and it completely derails because not everyone's then singing from the same hymn sheet. Secondly, if you are, because of the way, when you start, and I've done this, I did narrative games. Secondly, you feel like you are fighting the game at every single point because there's so much lethality out there. When I played narrative games with Simon, we had to pull our punches. Like, oh, I won't shoot that thing like that because it'll just blow up and the game's over. Right? Because the game is so lethal, you're constantly pulling your punches. Because the game is, units are designed to be traded. You hear about this all the time. That's a good trading piece. That's a good action monkey. Units are designed fundamentally to work in this way. And if you don't use them in this way, then you're fighting the system. And it feels uncomfortable. It feels like the gears are grinding together. And what you tend to find, can happen very quickly is if you don't try and massage the process constantly, the games are over in about 2 turns. Also, you're playing it, if you want to play it to like 1,500 points, it's the game's not designed for that, designed for 2,000, all this kind of stuff. So, long story short, the system doesn't reward you for playing like that. And it's not designed to work like that. What do you say? Reaver. Okay, but it's not like Old World is much different. There's not much holding you back in list building, yet the attitude from the community is different. Bro, Old World is totally different. Go on YouTube and try and find like deep diving Old World like tactics. And try and find 2 channels which do it and they agree. You'll have one person that'll say this unit's really, really, really good, and another unit. Old World is way less solved or down to the microscopic level. Old World is like vibes. The Old World content that people watch is like there's some very like obvious. There's some very obvious like figured out things like Bretonian Dukes. You are correct. The balloons, Cathay. This is one of the big problems I have with Cathay. They're very obviously overpowered and easy to figure out. They're a 40k faction in Old World. You're absolutely right. And Vampire Counts list the same. Vampire. No, you've got it wrong. Vampire Counts are so fundamentally broken that you can actually run them in multiple different ways and still table everyone you come across. I agree with you, but also disagree with the other Vampire Count things. But that's. But Reaver, those are like a few of that very high level examples. But getting down into it, let's put it this way: 20, God knows how many years on, people still debate handguns versus crossbows. That's an example of it. And people still debate what for like each individual kind of like character in each army, what the best magical loadout is. Outside of things like the Bretonian Duke on Pegasus, blah, blah, blah. Most people will run their characters completely differently from each other. There's always like a few auto-include magical items, but, go to an Old World... I would say go to an Old World tournament and point to a number of... go to an Old World tournament. Let's say there's 50 people there. Find everyone who's playing a certain faction. If there's like 5 or 6 people there with Empire, you'll have 6 completely different armies. I don't mean like completely different. It's just different. And Reaver, it's the number one thing. I think the number one thing, man, is, and the difficulty with this, right? And by the way, I'm really enjoying the conversation. I hope you are as well. The thing with Old World is the difference is intangible. The difference between Old World and 40k and why there's less of this. And I do think as time goes on, Old World is getting more and more figured out, and you are seeing more and more cutthroat stuff happening. I think the way the tournaments are now is different to where it was then, but I think that has been caused by the match play guide. I said this a year ago. I said the match play guide is, well, 6 months when it came out. The match play guide is a blight. It should not have come out. It is exactly the wrong thing for Old World, and I think I was lambasted at the time. But as every month goes on, I think I am proven more and more right every day. Because the release of the match play guide and Cathay at the same time, those were the timeline shifts, as it were, in the Old World, like playing timeline. And those two things happening at the same time caused the conversation on Old World to change. But I think it's starting to heal now. I think there was a little element of 40Kification, but it's starting to heal. But the big difference between these two games is, it's the mindset. If you want to know the real difference between 40K and Old World, it doesn't come down to anything other than the players and the way they approach the game. It's that simple. Most people, but not all, play Old World for the vibes. It's the same with bolt action. And, most people who play that game. In Old World and in bolt action, the competitive scene is almost segregated from the casual scene. They don't. They mix a little bit. There is a bit of overlap, but I would say the vast majority of Old World and bolt action players do not go to tournaments and have very little incentive to go to tournaments. And the only time they go to a tournament is if there's a local one being put on in their club. And for them, it's more of a, hey, I can get 3 games in one day. That's cool. That's it. Reaver, I think you're right. I agree. It's the mindset. I think if people told GW to stuff it and play with Legends anyways, more would have fun. I agree. But I think the people who are saying stuff it to GW are the ones now going back to Oldhammer. So interestingly, I think more and more people are saying stuff it to GW, but I think they're not saying stuff it and sticking with 10th. They're saying stuff it and going back to an older edition, whatever it may be. Yeah. Why? I'm sure we could deep dive it and get into it. But it probably just comes down to the fact that it comes down to what I was saying before. The vibe of the game is different, and the reason the vibe is different kind of comes down to the core design. Like, you only need 1 Leman Russ, not 6. Yeah. Yeah. So there you go. So Reaver, I want to say, man, I really enjoyed that back and forth. I really enjoyed it. I think that you posed a really good question, and then you posed a really good question, and then I think we had a good back and forth on it. So yeah, man, I really appreciate that. I want to say a big thank you. That was cool. That's the kind of interaction I love having with the chat. I don't know. I just don't have the same vibes with old editions. I left 6th edition 40K for fantasy after being pretty bitter with it. Well, 6th edition 40K was terrible. 6th edition 40K was terrible. 7th edition 40K was terrible. I think if you got in with 6 and left with 6, and when I say got in, maybe it's more like, because it's when did you start playing Warhammer properly, I guess is the question. Not necessarily you, but the question we all have to ask ourselves. You got in during the end of 4th. Yeah, you see, I think, a lot of people look upon 4th and 5th with rose-tinted glass, fifth, and a lot of people look upon fifth in a very positive way, but I actually think fifth is kind of where the spam started. It wasn't as bad, but I think that's where it started. And I think you have to go back to fourth. Yeah. You have to go back to fourth. That's where I think the magic is. I think fifth is good, but it's still very susceptible to spam. And if I was to give an example of that, leaf blower. Guard leaf blower. Could not exist in 4th edition, but it did in 5th. And that's a controversial opinion because a lot of people put 5th on a pedestal. They do. Yeah. So Reaver, that's probably why you don't quite have the same nostalgia for it. But I would recommend, if you want to go back to Vibe Hammer, 4th edition is where it is. Yeah. 5th was good because we could finally pre-measure, but it got out of control quickly. Yeah, I mean, I like the way K47 does pre-measuring, where you can't pre-measure until you've picked the unit you're going to go with, and then you can pre-measure. I would apply that rule to 4th edition, where it's like, okay, you can't pre-measure, but when you said, okay, this is like, I suppose it doesn't really work, because it's I go, you go, isn't it? Yeah. I think you just put pre-measuring in fucking 4th edition and you'll be all right. Yeah. All right. Let's have a look at some more super chats coming in here. I want to say a big thank you to Badger called Smokey. Thank you for the super chat, man. Thanks for living in my ear while I deep clean a factory. First attempt at DIY terrain in stream discussion and 07 to yesterday's manhunt. Yesterday's manhunt was very, very impressive. Big 07. Big 07. All right, let's have a look at the homemade terrain. Hey, man, is this it? Dude, this is cool. Good old sandbag walls, man. Well, it could be sandbag walls or it could be dry stone walls. Either or, right? Nice. I don't know how you I'd love to know how you made those. I think that's the terrain anyway. I don't see it in other places. I do see some cool stuff I'm going to look at though. But yeah, man, that's cool. How did you make them, like out of milliput or something? Or green stuff maybe? Nice. Dude, they look cool, and homemade terrain is the best. It's cool as fuck, homemade terrain. Yeah. I remember he's a little controversial as a content creator, and he's only really sort of uploads a little bit these days. But there's a guy out there called Commissar Gamza, and he got into a lot of, like, how should we say this? To quote, to sort of reference yesterday, he got into the tiresome conversations. And that was when I kind of stopped really getting involved in many ways with his... that's when I stopped consuming his content. Not on like a principle or anything. I just sort of drifted away from it, right? But he did a whole series called Trash Terrain. How to make terrain and how to make homemade terrain. Yeah. So I didn't agree with... a lot of, yeah, I know people are like, no, not Gamza. Look, I didn't agree with agree, disagree. I don't want to even get into that. I don't want to be picking sides. I didn't really gel with some of his edgier content, shall we say, but he did do a really good series on trash terrain, and it still holds up to this day. Yeah. What do we got next? Magical Smokey again. Magical Smokey, thank you for the 5 gifted memberships, bro. Ugh. Thank you so much for the 5 gifted memberships. Ugh. Thank you for the support, man. I was thinking stone walls, but we'll do sandbags too. No, stone wall, those were good for stone walls. Those were good. Those were good for stone walls. It took me a second. It's because I've made sandbags in a similar way, but I realized you'd obviously stack them up quite high. And I was like, that's probably more of a stone wall. And I saw a couple of them, like, I thought they looked good as dry stone walls. I did. Yeah. What have we got next? Chris K, thank you for super chat. Hail Mordian, question and grievance in chat. I blame you, Mordian. You put this in my head. I have a question for you in chat. How do you go about marsh or swamp basing for the miniatures? Hey! Band of Brothers set, baby! I love it, man. Sick. Great. Welcome to Vault Action, man. It's a really, really fucking good game. It's really good, bro. And well done on getting the 2-player starter set. Hope you and a mate can split it, or you can get someone in the club to get into it with you or something. Yeah. As for marshy bases, I don't know. I'm not a hobbyist, right? Like, I just sort of paint the models the way I paint them. I don't know if this is maybe helpful. But that's how I do my bases. That's kind of like muddy with a bit of green sprinkled on top, right? So I don't know if that kind of interests you, but the way I paint that, it's meant to be sort of a bit of a churned up feel. That's the vibe I went with that. The way I did it is I painted the base brown, then I stuck down green tufts on the base, then I did the mud, and then I sprinkled on top some of this mixed sand, and I used the Mediterranean mix from Geek Gaming Scenics, and then I sprinkled on top some of this generic green flock that I keep in a sandwich bag, which I got from like a railway store. Oh well, it's railway flock I got from eBay, I should say. And yeah, that's what I do. Yeah, I think there are probably ways though. People in chat are saying things like AK Interactive is a pot of wet ground. So yeah, there's that as well. But yeah, I think it depends on what you want. But there's probably, if you look at Vallejo or AK Interactive, they tend to make some pretty good. They tend to make some pretty good pre-mixed basing stuff, which can do a lot of the heavy lifting for you. Yeah. What have we got next? Also, Chris K, I love that you've got into Vault Action. That's cool as fuck. Cosmic Drew, thank you for the super chat, man. Well, time to get back to projects in stream discussion. Next AI project in the first stages. Bro, this is cool, man. So I remember the model. So for those that don't know, that is Captain Bale or Chapter Master Bale. Cosmic, correct me. Remind me. But that is a knight head put on a Terminator captain. It's a Cosmic creation, and I love it. And look at that, man! Okay, I know a lot of people are pretty anti-AI, but it has its uses, you know? It's pretty fucking cool. Ooh, which one do I prefer? Ooh, it's close, man. Both are good. This one, though, I think. This one, the head still looks a bit like the one from the model. So it looks slightly out of place. This one, the head looks like it's part of the artwork. Yeah. Cool. Yeah. That's cool as fuck, man. Yeah. Nice. I like it, Cosmic. Cosmic, you need to get the hell what they fucking not called the Hell Divers. Jesus Christ. They're not called the Hell Blasters. I know what they're called, man. I know what they're fucking called. I'm gonna cheat though. I am gonna look on your YouTube because I know you made your video on it. Don't tell me. I wanna look. Hellfighters. That was it. Please lambast me. I knew I was in the right direction. I do apologize for not remembering, man. Please lambast me, sir. But you need to get the Hellfighters back out, man. Hellfighters and Kriegers, man. I mean, it's difficult because there's like so many games you want to play. Fucking hell, would something just fall over? I think I'm alright. Just had a noise in my room. But yeah, doing the Hellfighters would be cool, man. But it's Hellfighters, Kriegers, Konflikt. So many choices. That's a cool little project. I don't mean that in a derogatory way. Disparaging way. That's a cool project, Cosmic. I like it. What we got? The Boss Grand. The Boss Grand. Thank you for the super chat, man. Shared some pictures of my custom vampire account, BSB, and a corpse cart. I'm pretty proud with how they came out. Let's have a look, man. Custom BSB and corpse cart. That is cool, man. Are they they look like some of the death rattle things from AOS? Nice. AOS has some really cool models in it. It does. The number one thing that draws me to AOS is the cool models. The two things that put me off AOS is the double turn and the fact that it's another modern GW game that I can't keep up with the churn. But yeah, AOS is definitely it's got some good models. It's a good source of models for Old World, that's for sure. Nice. Mate, that looks great, man. Is that a little rat coming out of his stomach? 1 minute. That's cool. Yeah, man. That is cool. Very, very, very cool. Yeah. I like it. They look sick, man. The BSB is beautifully done. From the model to the basing to all the little details. Very, very good. And the corpse cart, it looks properly fucked up. As a corpse cart should do. Yeah. Bring out your dead. Nice. You smashed it, man. Cool. Very cool. And great to see you on a bit of Old World, man. That's cool as fuck. Nice. Anthony Williams. Thank you for the 5 gifted memberships, baby. Oh, thank you for the support, man. Thank you for doing your part. Incredible. We've got Keeper of the Imperial Salt. Thank you for the super chat, man. Picture of tonight's project in stream discussion. Old World meets 3D print. Old World metal meets 3D print Old World. Prep is the same. Hey. What have we got here, man? Oh, we got some... I remember... I saw you show these off earlier. They're cool. Yeah, so you've got the Highland Minis guys. And then you've got the... is that a grudge thrower? Cool. Yeah, I remember when... I was there when the new grudge thrower and new bolt thrower came out for dwarves, and at the time a lot of people were like I don't like change in very dwarfish fashion. They're like, meh. But I actually think with the benefit of hindsight, the dwarf bolt thrower, the new dwarf bolt thrower, and the new dwarf bolt thrower and the new dwarf grudge thrower actually do look better than the original ones. Yeah. Old World. Look at this though, guys. Every single hobby post is, you know, people getting into Old World or Bolt Action or Konflikt 47. It's a beautiful thing, boys. It is, and a bit of Wasteland Warfare, seeing that as well. To be fair, shout out Sword Smith. He's still holding the line on the, you know, with the Gene Stealer cult. But Gene Stealer cult are so cool; they kind of transcend. Do you know what I mean? They're so fucking cool. If you're I have mad respect for Gene Stealer cult players because they're such like a... Gene Stealer cult players are a bit different in a good way. Yeah. Yeah, man. It's cool as fuck. It's great to see so many hobbying... It's great to see so many hobbying projects across so many game systems. We have got hobbying projects for 40k, new and old. Hobbying projects for Bolt Action, for K47, And we've got hobbing projects for Old World as well. This is what I've been saying, boys. I've been saying it, and I will keep saying it until people tell me to shut the fuck up about it, and then I'll probably say it some more. Tabletop wargaming is such a rich environment right now. There's so much to pick from, enjoy, so many models to build and paint, so many games to enjoy, so many communities to become part of. It's awesome. Let's not forget fucking Qua, you know? You know? It's so beautiful out there. And I think that's the positivity, man. That is the positivity. Let's get the Mordian Glory channel back to being relentlessly positive. And that's what we need to remind ourselves. Every fucking day. Why are we being salty? Why are we being mad? Why are we being salty? You know? There's so much good stuff out there. Why waste our energy on the fucking bullshit? Yeah. Yeah. There we are, boys. Let's have a look. That's why I love seeing what you guys work on. That's why I love seeing what you guys work on, because it reminds me of the proper good shit. Yeah. Being a salty bastard is fun, though. It is, but remember, salt is a seasoning. Salt is a seasoning. It should be used as a seasoning, not as a main course. And that's where I think I've gone wrong recently.
Ready to serve.
You know? And you might say, yes, but Mordian, beef is a main course. That is true. But they always advise you to not eat too much red meat. Like, eat some. Gotta have a little bit. Gotta have some. Gotta have a little bit. Eat some. And having a little bit of salt is good for you. Gotta get your sodium levels up. Gotta have a bit of meat in your diet. But too much, it's bad for you. And it's amazing how the metaphor of beef and salt, it works in wargaming as well as it works in your diet. Yeah. There you go. Let's have a look. What have we got next? Maxirian! Is it Maxirian next? I think it's Maxirian next. Yes. Maxirian, let's have a look here. Thank you for Super Chat, man. Been a while. Kit Bash progress and bonus tourney. Let's have a look. Did I say thank you to Anthony Williams? I feel like I didn't say thank you to him. Anthony Williams, if I didn't say thank you to you, thank you for the 5 gift memberships, man. Awesome support, bro. Thank you. Have you stopped the workout alarms? No, I've just completely forgotten. Right. It's because it's not on screen. If it's out of sight, it's out of mind. Right, give me a second. Right, 1 minute. God damn it. I want to do them. I really want to do them. Give me a second. I'm fixing this shit right now. I do want to try something.
Another glorious day in the Corps. Day in the Marine Corps is like a day on the farm. Every meal's a banquet. Every paycheck a fortune. Every formation a parade. I love the Corps.
All right. I don't know if this will reset or if it'll need... I hope it doesn't need redoing manually every time. But we'll try this. All right, there we go. Let's see if that works. Okay. Oh, interesting. Well, we've got a countdown on screen now. I'm kind of curious what happens when it counts down. We'll find out. There we go. Where are we up to? It was Maxirian. Maxirian, my boy. Let's have a look here. Return of the Green Krieg. I haven't posted in a while. Allow me to make up for that with this monstrosity. Following the wonderful bash vid by Gone Hollow Minis to make a Ragnarok out of the Russian KV2. Treads are a nightmare, but we're getting there. I've got mission from the place I'm doing tourneys to proxy it as a Russ. Cool. So on the topic of tourneys, I went to my first one 2 Saturdays ago. Pardon the long summary. First battle was an abject defeat. I went up against a guy with the Blood Angels. I'd never taken them on before, so I got taken by surprise by their 12-inch jump jet moves, and I got slaughtered literally down to a man. Despite that, he was a great sport and it was his first tournament too. We both laughed and joked our way through our first tournament battle together and made friends by the time my last guy died. End score, 90-22. Yeah, if you're not ready for Blood Angels, they probably will bum you. Second battle, but the most important thing is, you had fun, met a mate, that's cool. Second battle, I played pretty decent. I kept tank in reserve, and it dropped in behind the crawlers when he deep struck Typhus on my infantry. I'd almost completely wiped them out in one round of melee. Yeah, he'll do that. Thank fuck I could regenerate dead dudes with my medics. I retreated the infantry and swung my big tank around, blowing Typhus to Kingdom Come. Ugh. Poor dude ended up coming in last place the entire tournament, but I don't think I saw his big grin falter once. Good dude. End score 42-74. Not a smashing. It's not like he got 0 points or anything. Solid, yeah. Third battle was another loss, but by Jove, it was an absolute cinema. I was up against a dude named Ilario from my area who also brought Blood Angels, including fucking Lord Commander Dante. Oh, God. So I played more conservative this time, keeping my early defeat to their superior movement in mind, and kept a tank in reserve. He killed my tank commander early, which made me think I was going to get slaughtered to a man again, but what followed was a battle of fucking movie moments back to back. I slaughtered his army to a man despite all odds, with ridiculously lucky dice rolls, until the only hit he had left alive was a single squad of 5 dudes that he kept sitting on his home objective all match. Despite the utter slaughter, I lost because he barely edged me out on points. Local friend made, he and I are likely going to go as teammates to the upcoming Duros tournament. End score 66-62. Close ass fucking defeat. Note, fear the strategic reserves vanquisher. Small surprise though. I didn't even know they did this, but I won best painted there. Nice! Kit bash and highlight picture included, and a picture of the bashed Krieg Lord Solar. Hey! Sounds like you had 3 great games, man. That is awesome. Look at that beast. Fucking hell. Fucking hell, man. Are you sure it's going to be a Russ? It looks like it's going to be a Dawn. It's a big bitch. Hey, that's cool, man. Is it a 2,000 point tourney? I bet it's 1,000 points, isn't it? That feels like 1,000 points. Like 20, like 250. Maybe a commander, so maybe a bit more, but that's definitely a 1,000 point army, isn't it? Yeah. 1K. Yeah. No, it's all good, man. I don't need to apologize. You didn't apologize. You said, lol. I apologize for thinking you apologized. We're all apologizing. Stop. Dude, I'm not surprised you won Best Painted, man. Your army looks sick on the tabletop. I mean, look at that. Look at that beaut of a tank. Amazing. Hey, it looks cool, bro. It looks cool. Yeah. Nice. Cleaned him up. Then back to the... Yeah, Blood Angels do very, very well in 1,000-point games because they don't need to take anything other than bait apart from... They take one tax unit and then they just bum rush everyone. Yeah. Blood Angels, I've faced them so many times in low-level games and they literally just... Same tactic, decades later. Minimum, back in the day, it was a minimum squad of tactical marines and then all Death Company and Sangard. And I bet they're doing exactly the same thing now. Yeah. Looks good though, man. Beautiful army, beautiful games, cool as fuck. Good effort. Oh, let's look at the Lord Solar. Nice. Look at that beast. Look at that beast, man. He looks good, man. Yeah. He looks proper good, doesn't he? Cool. Very, very cool. Very well painted. Very well done. Nice. All right. What do we got? What do we got next? We got Russell W. A little digi-kit bash in stream discussion. Thoughts? Modifications to a Grim Prince Grim T34 to make a Hellhound variant. I think that looks cool, man. It looks old school. Like, it looks like the old Hellhound with the tanks on the outside. And it looks like a T-34 because of the shape of the turret and the tanks being where they are. Yeah, I like it. Yeah. I think it's cool. I like it a lot. Nice. Florida Eccentric, thank you for super chat, man. 2 lizard stream discussion for a battle against Japan and Soviets. I only see one. 1 minute. I only see one. Oh, I see 2. Okay. So the first one is 8 order dice with 5 rift dice. Style Trooper, Officer. 3 machine guns. Okay, that's fine. Style Trooper Squad. 6 strong. 2 STGs, 3 LMGs, and light AT. And you've given them AT launchers. That's fine. I don't know if you need the AT launchers, but it's fine. 6 Wolfen, yeah. Fallschirmjäger, yeah. I personally, mate, would give the Fallschirmjäger the Panzerfaust. Because they can drop down and Panzerfaust something in the bum. Sniper team with AT rifle, yeah. Panzerschreck anti-tank team. I don't think you need it. Because you've got a fucking Wotan. I truly do not believe you need that anti-tank team. If you have the Fallschirmjäger with the Panzerfausts and you have the Wotan, you don't need the Panzerschreck. You could swap that. You could spend that 80 points on something else. Flammenspinner is an interesting choice. Remember, flamethrowers can run out of fuel, and it's only got one weapon, which is the flamethrower. It may be worth taking a regular spinner, or upgrading it to a Vogel spinner with the grav gun. The one thing you don't really have is Ignor's cover. You could do with some Ignor's cover in your list. If you've got Brit robots or enemy Urstas coming at you, you need a grab pulse to deal with that shit. So that's the first one. Next one, Lone Style Troop and Officer, 5 Wolfen, 5 Falco troops, 5 Fallschirmjäger, another 5 Fallschirmjäger, sniper team, Panzerschreck team, Wotan, Panzer X. Okay, again, I don't think you need the Panzerschreck team. I think much better than the Panzerschreck team would be to take all... I mean, you don't... I don't think you need 3 jump squads either. But rather than the Panzerschreck team, you would be better dropping that and giving every single one of those jump units. I think the Falcos can get them as well. Panzerfausts. And same thing, drop in Panzerfaust, drop in Panzerfaust, drop in Panzerfaust. Yeah. But I don't think you need 3 squads. I would probably take the first list, drop the Panzerschreck, give the Falcon, give the Fallschirmjäger Panzerfausts, and upgrade the Flammenspinner to a Vogelspinner. And give it the Grav gun, the Maschinengewehr. That's what I would do. I think that will give you a very nice list. Big squad of Style Trooping, officer who's got some capability, big squad of Schreck for fucking with people, Fallschirmjäger for drop and Faust, sniper team for a little bit of pew pew, and a Wotan for just fucking with people in a big way. There you go, man. That's what I would do. The only problem you're going to have is your Wotan is regular, so it might get killed. You know, Firefly Squad could drop down, flame it, and it could die. Fireflies are really fucking annoying for that. But you're not facing Americans, are you? No. You're not facing Americans. You're facing Japan and Soviets, so that shouldn't be a problem. Yeah. Should be fine. Cool. Cool, cool, cool. All right. What do we got next? Major problems. Major problems! 30 months! I don't want peace. I want problems. Always. Major problems. Thank you for the 30-month amendment flex. Double X, 4.5, baby. Yes. Love it. Amazing. Dude, I raised my glass to you and great to have you in the stream, bro. Fantastic. Fantastic. There we are. Cosmic Drew, thank you for the super chat, man. Release the Tiki Tapes, the Penal Legion victory. It is a Penal Legion. Well, you didn't know. The Penal Legion didn't win anything in TTC. They didn't lose anything. They didn't win anything. The Mordians won overall the event, and the Catachans and the Elysians won the grudge match versus the Mordians. So, I'm sorry. Penal Legion, no extra yard time for you. Boss Grand, thank you for the super chat, man. Thanks. I've been loving the old world. The seller for the BSB came from... The banner for the BSB came from Curse City. Cool. Or the model... Oh, the skeleton for the BSB came from Curse City. The banner came from a Stormcast Eternal kit. Cool. Very cool. Oh, dude, and I love that you've been loving Old World. It's such a good game. It is... Old World is the game that reminds you why you fell in love with wargaming. It really is. To Krampus, thank you for the super chat, bro. Hobby update in stream discussion. Let's have a look. Hey, here we go. Okay, time to sit and build. Start the timer. Nice. I love how there's 2 artillery teams here and there's 2 in the background. Amazing. And there's like a Krieg platoon here, and there's a bunch of Krieg infantry and cavalry in the background. The ones in the back are printed though. Yeah. Oh, are they? Oh, I forgot about that. They still look good, man. I mean, from a distance, obviously they're a bit blurry, but yeah. And you can't... Hey, look, you can never have too much. You can never have too much artillery, man. You're a creep player. Nice. To Krampus, thank you for the support, bro. And I look forward to seeing... I look forward to seeing them built, finalized on the building front and started on the painting front. Nice. Cosmic, thank you for the super chat. Lies, we know the numbers. Show us the tiki tape. All tiki tapes are released to the public. They're on Tiki's channel. Look, excellent padding out the diorama on the shelf. Nice, the Krampus. Cool. Gallon Smoke. If I'm new to the old world, should I play Night Goblins or Vampire Counts? Vampire Counts are, strictly speaking, more powerful. If you want to go meta, they're more powerful. And you don't even need to go meta to still be pretty good. You know, if you want to go like Zombie Horde or something, yeah, that's fine. But Vampire Counts are probably more powerful. Goblins are no slouches, though, especially Night Goblins. Night Goblin Fanatic spam is a thing, and it is pretty legit. So, I think it depends. If I was to be... If I was to give you my biased opinion, not my unbiased one, my biased one, Goblins. Because I am a Goblin player who has a Goblin army. Literally. Have them right here. Old school Night Goblins, man. There you are. And I've also got the... I'm a slightly controversial boy, though, because I prefer common goblins over Night Goblins. Yeah. I do. Did I say, did they add Vampire Counts to Old World? Vampire Counts have been available in Old World since day one, as their rules are free. They're a legacy faction, but legacy is not like Legends in 40k. It's just... GW was like, oh, these are legacy factions, they're not suitable for tournament play, and the entire old world community went, fuck off, GW. And unless you are playing at Warhammer World, every legacy faction is legal in every old world tournament. Yeah. They don't sell the models for them, though, so you'll have to 3D print them or scrounge them. Yeah. So yeah, there you go. So they are available, Chris, but you just have to either source the model yourselves. Basically, you could use AOS Soulblight models, but I think AOS is kind of expensive for Old World. You need a few numbers in Old World, don't you? Yeah. I think my next faction is probably going to be. An undead one for Old World. I think I might do Bretonians, though. I want to do an Errantry Crusade, so we'll see how it goes. Yeah. I did buy some Bretonian peasants. I do need to do them at some point. Yeah. All right, now. I don't know if Spriggs is still here. I suspect he might have gone to bed, which would be a shame because he's been wanting this. But you can always get the summary video, not summary, the dedicated after action pre-recorded video. If he is here. If he isn't here. It is time for Kursk. It is time for Kursk. I've definitely downloaded the pictures off my phone. Okay, cool. So I've got some pictures and I've got some little film clips as well. Now, to be clear, this is just going to be a quick overview. Just going through some of the cool pictures, taking you through some of the highlights of the game, what it was like to play in a game like this. I will be doing a dedicated. And when I say quick overview, no, we're going to get Jeremy Taylor. We're going to get into it, you know? Don't worry. We're going to get into it. But what I mean is that there's going to be a separate after-action report as well, which will be a little cleaner, a little tidier, right? So you're getting it now, and you're getting the after-action one. After-action one. I think we need an opening shot that really, like, sets the tone. Don't know why it's loaded the picture over there. Woo! Let's have a look. Oh, man. Let me get a... I want to have a picture of the whole, like, board. To be fair, I've got a few. I just want to have a good one. Oh, has that got sound? Oh, okay, cool. No, I've actually got videos which I don't need to worry about the sound playing. Not that there's anything bad on it. It's just the sound is going to be just like random background noise. I think I might just go for whatever the...
Forward, you dogs, to victory!
I think I'll just go for to the beginning. Is this the first one? I think it is. Okay, so this... Let's full screen this bitch. Let's full screen this bitch. Oh, just before we get into it, we have had a super chat come in here. Big thank you to Greasy Cleric for the support. I've been struggling with Bell's palsy, complete paralysis of the left side of my face, including not being able to blink and tons of nerve pain. The streams of Konflikt 47 content are saving my life. Thank you. Greasy Cleric. That is an unbelievably kind thing for you to say. And that's an unbelievably difficult thing that you are dealing with. I want to say thank you so much for your support. And I will be honest, I don't know anything about Bell's palsy. But obviously it sounds pretty bad. But just let me say, make sure you're taking care of yourself. Hopefully it will get better. I don't know what the condition is. Hopefully it's something that will get better over time. And I just want to say, thank you for being part of the community. Make sure I echo what's being said in the chat here. Look after yourself, man. Take care of yourself. And just know that, you're always welcome in these streams, no matter what. And that I hope that they continue to be something that gives you a little bit of comfort, a little bit of something to look forward to. So, can we get an 07 down in the chat for Greasy Cleric? Because it sounds like he's having a time of it. And it sounds like he needs a bit of support. So, yeah. There we go. Let's go on. Go on, Spriggs. Go, you beautiful bastard. Very likely temporary. Takes a few weeks to a month or two. Just sucks until then. That's good to hear. Good to hear. Well, hopefully we're talking weeks, not months. And hopefully it gets better sooner rather than later. And not only are you always welcome in the stream, but make sure you are a member. So make sure you're getting yourself in that Discord, because there's plenty of people in there who you can chat with all day, be part of the community, and all of that good stuff. There you are, man. 07, you magnificent bastard. Thank you for the support. And I'm glad these streams have been able to help you in some small way. It's exactly that kind of message, mate, which is what genuinely gets me up in the day. Gets me up every morning. It does. Knowing that I'm, helping people in some ways related to war games, and some ways relating to real life. So, mate, thank you. And get well soon, bro. All right. I'll tell you what will might help you. Why don't we have a look at a giant fucking Kursk board? Come on then, Greasy Clag. Have a look at this bad boy. I'm telling you, man. You and chat, I'm telling you, no one is going to have seen anything like this anywhere. Okay, maybe if you've come to Thanatos, you've seen something like this before. But this, okay, Spriggs, you've seen it because you were there. But this is what I think might be the biggest game of bolt action that has ever been played. Look at this, right? Look at the size. This is us getting set up. Look at the size of this board. I think I've got some more. There we go. Get some up-close pictures. Look at this, man. Wave after wave of Soviet infantry. Likewise, German infantry, tanks. Look at that for deployment. That was Ant's deployment. It was a Ferdinand, 2 Tiger Aces, a Stug, a Marder, and a Grilla. And then there was also a Puma and a Tiger and Panzer IV down there. Look at that, boys. That's just one small part of the battlefield. There you go. Oh, man. This was on Luke's side of the board, I think it was, actually. This was on Sprig's side of the board. He had his Flak 88 and a bunch of infantry and stuff. Well, I think Luke's stuff might have been more. That looks like your stuff, Luke, in the center. You'll have to remind me. There we go. Look at that for the T-34 spam coming down the road. Brilliant. All right, let's have that as a still shot for the game. Yeah. That was Phil on the far flank. Fair. So, before we go any further, I want to say a big thank you to the event organizers, Neil and Dan, who organize these things. So the bolt action, if you want to become involved in these things, then it's a little bit of a private group, but it is possible for anyone to become involved in it. It's you just need to be part of the Element Games bolt action group, and I think they play every week, and they have quite a lot of players involved in the community. Massive shout out to Dan, who has just bit by bit built this community, literally one event at a time. And Neil, and a big shout out to Neil and to Joe. This is actually Joe Soviets we're looking at right now, who actually were the first people to put together these big events, these big historical battles. And with the first one being we did like Bagration, and then now we're up to Kursk, and I think the next one's going to be Stalingrad and all this kind of stuff. So just a massive well done to those three. They are the beating heart of the Element Games bolt action group. And if you want to get involved, I recommend, if you want to get involved and you're near Element Games, come down, play a few games, and get invited along to the events. It goes sound a little elitist, but it's not. They are basically like invite only events, and the reason why they are like that is because it's essentially to make sure there's a lot of effort that goes into organizing them. And they want to make sure that people that come along don't drop out at the last minute. So basically, you play a few games, the guys get to know you. You become one of the boys, right? You become one of the boys, you become one of the group. You get involved, and then basically, you get, that's when basically they know you're not just playing bolt action as like a one-off. Oh, it's a fun thing, but I'm not really sticking with it, kind of thing. You basically get invited to basically the event group. And it's a good way of doing it. Like, you know, everyone is welcome. Just they want to make sure that, you know, you become part of the group first, that they don't organize a big event and then you basically flake out. That's the only vetting there is, essentially. You know, it's funny though, like I only got invited into it because I was actually a replacement. And every time they've done one of these events, I've said, if you sign me up, I guarantee you I will be there. Because if I make a commitment, I do my very best to try and keep it. Don't mention the Harvest Lighter Corps. It will happen at some point. You know, it will happen. Okay, but it's TV. The Harvest Lighter Corps happening. It shouldn't have happened yet, right? But the point is that you know, even though I don't play with the group regularly, because I've never missed one of these events that they've invited me to, I'm allowed to come along to them, kind of thing. Because the worst thing with this, you organize it and someone drops out. But then, you know, it's funny because Spriggs and Alex got invited because a couple of people dropped out. This is why they have this thing of, you know, making sure that you aren't going to be a flaker. You aren't going to be like Christian Bale, you know. And so Alex and Luke and also our mate Simon, you know, now we get invited to these events on the regular because they were actually replacements for other people that dropped out. And then these guys, you know, if they say they don't make it to every single one, but if they say they're going to make it, they're going to make it. And so it's really cool. It's really, really cool to be part of these events. And the whole point of mentioning all of this is not to make it sound elitist or gatekeepery or anything like that. The whole point of this is to sort of emphasize that it is a privilege to be part of these events. And I am very, very grateful to the event organizers who put a unreal amount of effort into the organization. It is on another level. It's very, very well done with all of the unit markers and the historical research that's put into it and all that kind of stuff, and checking lists and all that. It's very, very good. So with all of that said, all of the thank yous said, would you run one? I am actually running the next one. I'm not sure when it's going to be. I think it's probably 2 or 3 months. I need Element Games to get back to me with some dates, but I'm going to be running the next one, and I'm going to be doing. I'm sort of jumping in feet first, but it's more like it's not so bad because I've done Thanatos, right? So it'll be interesting to see how different this is. But I'm doing Stalingrad. I'm doing Stalingrad. So that should be big. It's either Stalingrad or it's going to be Battle of the Bulge. And it's mostly the reason why it might be Bulge is twofold. One, it's late war. So, you know, people can bring all the toys that they want. And that makes it easier for people's collections. And two, and this is truly the number one reason, Simon, Spriggs, and Alex have decided that we are the Big Bulge Boys. Big Bulge Boys. And so if we do Bulge, it will be the Big Bulge Boys on the same team, and we will be organizing it. Considering a lot of the Big Bulge Boys. See, the events sound really serious, but they're not at all. They're very, very fun. So, what was the mission for Kursk? Well, it was there were three. The big board was broken up into 3 sectors: the north, which was the right hand side, the center, and the south, which was the left hand side. There are 3 dice bags in play, one for each of the sectors. And so you could have one side get a little bit ahead of another side. It happened a little bit, like in the center was the biggest group, but the left-hand side and the right-hand side basically only got about half a turn ahead. And there was a bit of a gentleman's agreement where, like, don't fuck too much with, sectors can of course cross and everything. But if there's an element where someone's going to get essentially a double turn on you, try and avoid that, basically. If you can, try and avoid that. So there was that. Mission was actually, so it wasn't just the Soviets defending. Okay. It wasn't just the Soviets defending. Both sides were actually on the attack. And this made, I think, a really, really, really big difference. Because if you've got one side that's just defending and you've got one side which is just attacking, it can actually be very difficult for the attackers. And we've actually done that before. When we did the Battle of Berlin, it was a really, really good game, but there was an element of the Soviets just slogging it forward day after day, turn after turn after turn. And it was quite tiring. So having it where basically there are key locations and the Soviets are trying to push the Germans back in some areas, and the Germans are sort of attacking in other areas. And in some places, both sides are pushing into the middle. Definitely made for a much more dynamic game and a much more exciting game. And by the end of it, I didn't actually feel tired, which is kind of crazy. Considering this is a 2-day event, when I've been the attacker at like 1-day events, I've actually felt more tired than being on this event for 2 days. So yeah. So where was I positioned? I wonder if I've got a slightly more overview shot. So where was I positioned? So I was positioned on the right wing of the center. So where I am here is basically the extreme right wing of the central sector. And this line here, this bit here, not the string, this sort of the line where the battle mat is, that represent that on the other side there, that was the northern sector. So my mission was basically to, you can see, like, this is my board edge down here. You can see the Germans are really, really close to my board edge. And they're really, really close to my board edge. And the Germans basically wanted to push me off the board and capture this town and this. Anytime you see any Cyrillic writing like this, that represents an objective. And you can see this one starts under my control because it's got a Soviet star underneath it. The ones that don't have any stars underneath it aren't under control yet, but obviously we're going to try and grab those fairly quickly. These little markers here represent divisional markers, and essentially there were some complicated rules around these in the rules pack, but we didn't really use them on the right hand flank because it was the rules were very cool, but we just wanted to chill and play games, so we just didn't use them. I'm sorry, Neil. If Neil, you're watching this, I'm sorry. We didn't use the divisional rules or anything like that. What we used these for is any reserves that came in, just deploy within 6 inches of these markers, and they could move with a unit, like 6 inches a turn. So if you wanted to, I could move this forward as my, as the string is just there to mark the deployment zone. So 8 inches back from that side is the German one. 8 inches back from this side is the Soviet one. And then the string went away. And then the divisional markers basically, so you can see Simon was on my flank. You can see he's got a divisional marker here. So he could bring reserves in from 6 inches from his marker there. So my objective was basically to hold on to this, capture these 4 objectives. There's one in the town there. I think one of these markers is actually for the town. So hold on to this objective, hold on to this one, capture this one, and then support Simon, who was on my left-hand flank. So Simon and I were working together. Simon was using a lot of Lend-Lease stuff because his Soviet army was one that actually had lots of Lend-Lease stuff. So you'll see he's got like He had like Stuarts, and he had like Lees and stuff. It was kind of cool. On my right-hand flank is Joe. And Joe, I supported Joe a little bit, but mostly it was just lobbing the occasional mortar round and stuff in that direction. There you go. I mean, you can see the size of the board there. You can see this is Joe's force. Joe actually had one of the biggest forces on the board, and you can really see that in the amount of starting deploying forces he had. Now, mentioning like so I had about I had 2,600 points available to me from the start. Simon had roughly a similar amount. Facing off against us, Ant and Jackson, Ant actually had 3,300 points, and Jackson had 2,800 points. So we were actually outnumbered by about 700 plus 200, about 900 points, which is not a little amount at all. And we felt that right from the beginning, because literally from very early on, there was tigers. I mean, this was what deployed, guys. This is what deployed. Tiger, 3 tigers, all veteran, all panzer aces. You got the RSO, you've got the Puma, you've got the Grilla, you've got the Marder, you've got a Hanomag, you've got a Stug, you've got the Ferdinand. And facing off against that is literally a couple of KVs, a couple of Ziskuns. I forgot my Ziskuns day 1, so that's the crews are there, and you'll see them magically appear on day 2. So a couple of facing off against that, it's a couple of Ziskuns, a couple of KVs, and basically a Lee from Simon. So we were definitely struggling. We were definitely struggling on the armor front, but you can see like there's a lot of heavy cover. There is a lot of heavy cover for sure. So we had that in our favor, to be sure. As long as I could keep making 4-ups, as long as I could play like a Custodes and keep making 4-up saves, I'd be all right. Now, interestingly, the left-hand flank was relatively quiet for us in many ways. The Axis player there, also called Simon, confusingly, he actually had a long way to go. So he was doing a lot of movement and positional stuff. He actually did something really cool. He spent most of the first day, because the first day was only like a few hours, like 3 or 4 hours. It wasn't like a full like a full 12-hour day like the second day was. But he spent most of the first day advancing under a literal creeping barrage of smoke. He brought loads of like mortar half tracks and stuff with him, and just basically laid smoke down as he moved up. So this meant that the defending player on our side, Paul, was actually getting frustrated, but in a good way, like not in like a I'm actually tactically frustrated kind of way, because he couldn't see through the smoke to kill Simon's units as they advanced up. So Simon advanced very carefully, Axis Simon, or German Simon, advanced up very, very carefully under a smoke barrage. It wasn't really until day 2 that we had to worry about him, and him and Paul basically got into a one-on-one fight that, devolved into a very, very sort of close, brutal match. But that was basically the left flank. The right flank, there was almost no tanks. Well, actually, that's not true. There were loads of tanks involved. They just kept exploding. The right flank was an absolute fucking bloodbath. I'm just going to sum up the events of the right flank right now. The entirety of the right flank devolved into, from turn 1 of a 2-day event over 16 hours of play, 10, not 16 hours. First day, 3 hours, 8 hours, 9 hours. About 14 hours of play to capture this farmhouse. Both sides just got ridiculous levels of tunnel vision and spent 14 hours pouring every last Russian conscript, T-34, Panzer Grenadier, and here infantry squad into capturing a single farmhouse, which by the end of the day, by the end of the event, had been set on fire by flamethrowers and was basically just a burnt out ruin. Like, it was hilarious. Like, there's all these other things they could have tried to go for, right? Each one of these markers here represents an objective. Each one of these divisional markers. These bits down here represent an objective. This is an objective. And both sides are like, I want that farmhouse, bitch. And they had the best game. They had the best game. It was a back and forth nail biter, turn one, for the entire event. They smashed it. And yeah, I was looking over and all I did is occasionally lob a Zis round over there or a mortar round over there, just to help out, because occasionally Joe, who was the Soviet commander on that. So Joe at one point, Joe started with like 3,700 points. And I think by the end of the event had about 100 left over. He burned through his units very quickly. And at one point, he came to me and was like, I need a bit of, I love Joe. I've been on his team every Soviet game. I've been on his team, and I will happily be on his team again and again and again. And he literally leant over to me, because we're stood next to each other. He leant over to me and said, I don't suppose you've got a bit of artillery fire you can direct my way? I can feel Joseph Stalin breathing down my neck. Because he was just burning through his army so quickly. And I was like, and he had an officer's hat on. And he'd lent me a commissar's hat, an NKVD commissar's hat, because of course he has those. And I wore that throughout the entire day. And I was like, "Da, Comrade General, the Zis guns will be yours for the next turn." And it was cool, man. Yeah, it was really, really cool. So I will say now that despite the farmhouse changing hands a dozen times over the course of the 2 days, and it did change hands. It didn't just stay under one person's control. It flipped back and forth. Despite that, by the end of 2 days and hundreds of casualties, the farmhouse was held by Mother Russia. Da, 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 da. A glorious victory for Zavardina. It did result in catastrophic casualties, but all that mattered was the farmhouse was taken. Now, I was well on my way to take it back. I mean, you might have got there eventually, man, Spriggs. But you weren't on that flank. You were on the absolute butt fucking of the Soviet team on the left flank. Yeah, I just looked over there and I weep for the motherland. It was an absolute slaughter. But don't fight like it's your farmhouse. Fight like it's Stalin's farmhouse. There we go. So this was my initial deployment. So I started with 2 KVs basically. Well, this is actually after my first turn. I started with 2 KVs and 4 squads of conscripts with PPSHs. And then I had 2 MMG teams. One was here, one was in the building. An anti-tank rifle and 2 mortars. Now, I had actually, it helps when you read the rules pack. I had actually expected this to be a bit more of a static fight, hence why I had so many weapon teams. But it turned out that actually it was a lot more mobile. Like I said, we were actually on the attack. And after turn 1, this is kind of where my forces were. And I had my cave. So the objective is like, there's like you can't really see it, but behind this building. Oh, you can just see the sign poking through there. That's the corner up there. So I'm just going to summarize it. Okay. There's a lot of back and forth and a lot of epic moments, and I'll pick the epic moments out. But I basically spent 2 days feeding my entire army into holding this town. I could tell you blow by blow what happened. But like the farmhouse, this town was my farmhouse. Okay? And I suffered... I suffered 75% infantry casualties and about 35% vehicle casualties. And I started off with 2,600 points. But I held on to the town. Technically, I held on to the town till the very end. But I will say that by the end of the day, there was a tiger tank parked in the middle of the town, which I was in no position to remove. So I technically held the town, but I think it was a bit more of a draw. We took the town, but we failed to drive out the fascist invaders, unfortunately. But let me take you through the pictures and the epic moments that popped up to go from taking the town and holding the town. So essentially what I did is, like I said, I deployed early on, and I deployed and then pushed into the town very, very early on, and basically spent the rest of the weekend trying to hold it. So you can see it's like my initial wave going in. You can see like I've got all the PPSH conscripts like pouring into the town. And I've got the KV. See the objective there. So the KV is sort of locking that shit down. I have to say, really impressed with the KV tanks. It's good. Heavy tanks are pretty good. I do like them. You do notice the difference between a KV and a T-34 when you're getting shot at by a tiger. I'm telling you now. Then you will be taken to Uncle Stalin's funhouse in Siberia. No! The major prize getting to pick only one parent that gets released from the gulag. Can't I have an extra turnip bread slice? That's the new Soviet Kids TV show, Stalin's Farmhouse, and the prize would be bread and potatoes. I love it. So look at what I'm facing off against. Right, bear in mind, I've got 2 KVs to start off with. Look at what I'm facing off against. Ant had 3,300 points, and he spent all of it, but like 2 or 3 squads on tanks, and it was just mental. Look at the right-hand flank. This was the battle for the farmhouse. This was just what started off deployed on that flank. And let me tell you, a lot of reserves got brought in. A hell of a lot. Yeah. That's my little command post that I had built in the train station. Mortars, commander, Zisgun anti-tank rifle, all that good stuff. There we go. Got a little bit of a panning view. You can see from the Soviet perspective after the first turn. And you can see, this is a really good view of like Simon's forces there. So you can see Simon's got medium mortar, anti-tank rifle. There's an LMG squad dug in there, providing supporting fire. We've got the Lee, got an officer squad, got a Ziz gun. Behind here, Simon's got a Stuart and a T-34. And I will say, Simon and I worked very, very well together. And whilst I focused on taking the town, I actually think Simon did a lot better than me in this game, because Simon started off basically back here, moved everything into position. By the time Simon was like a man possessed, by the time his grand offensive had finished, he had pushed into we just kept saying like random. He'd pushed into 10-0. I don't know how you meant to say it. And I was actually pushed past it and was pushing into this area as well. So whilst my offensive got bogged down in Stalin's funhouse town, Stalin's town, he really was very aggressive and pushed forward. And it was he could do that because he had veteran troops. And all I could really do is take ground and then hold it, because take my initial ground and hold it, because I had inexperienced troops that were just dying by the bucket load. I'll tell you what though, big shout out to the Lee. I'm not even kidding, boys. Lee meta incoming. The fact it's got a medium anti-tank gun and a light anti-tank gun, the old 1-2 punch. If it stays still and fires, it's guaranteed to get at least one anti-tank gun hit. And at that point, you almost, if it does any damage, if it pens, that's a Brucey bonus. You don't actually mind if it doesn't. If it doesn't, you're still basically guaranteed to pin something. How many times in bot action have you rolled your one-shot anti-tank gun from your tank and then just missed? Simon never got a double miss with his Lee. Yeah. I'm telling you right now, Soviets can take him as Lend-Lease. Americans can obviously take him. Brits can take him. And I'm saying Lee meta incoming. I did say that when I covered the Lee in my unit review. I did say having the double anti-tank gun was actually pretty tasty, and I said that I thought it was a cool unit that had some potential, but I didn't praise it enough. I had like a gut instinct, I had like a feeling, but I didn't praise it enough. I'd feel like going back and remaking that video and going, I was so wrong. Lee meta incoming. Yeah. Oh yes, this was oh yeah. So this was a really key moment. So Alex, who was on Axis Alex, who was on the on the right flank to me, he took advantage of this road because in bot action, roads double the movement of wheeled vehicles, and he yeeted a truck full of veterans into my sector. And I was like, fucking hell. And I got very lucky because he lined them up here, right? I got very lucky because I actually landed a double mortar hit. Was that Jackson's unit? It happened twice, actually. That was Jackson's unit. So Alex did yeet a unit of veterans in later, but that comes later. Jackson pushed his he's got his Panzer IV here, and he pushed a unit of veteran Fallschirmjäger down here. And turn 2, I got a double mortar hit, dialing in on them. I didn't hit them once on turn 1. Turn 2, I got a 5 on a snap 2, got a 5 on the first mortar, got a 5 on the second mortar, double mortar hit, wiped them out. They had been whittled down a little bit from like MMG fire and other spare firepower and stuff. So they had been like an 8-man squad down to like a 6-man squad, but still bang bang. Really, really good, really tasty. Oh, yeah. Yeah, day 2, a lot of Soviet artillery turned up on the battle for the farmhouse. Personally, I think the battle of the farmhouse was way more interesting than what I ended up doing. I kept a close eye on it, don't worry. But yeah, look at this. Look at this. Just so much, like, half-tracks, point-blank firing machine guns into Soviet infantry. T-34. Look at the battle for the farmhouse is way more interesting, boys. Soviet naval troops, everything was going on. It was great. You can tell it's a picture from day 2, early on in day 2, because my Zis guns materialized magically. So yeah, you can see my Zis guns were just flinging rounds down here, trying to keep the Panzer IV and the Tiger at bay. My Zis guns did not get a single successful kill the entire game. I think at best they handed out half a dozen pins over 2 days. They were terrible. They were fucking awful. I felt like I actually should have. I was doing a lot of direct fire with them. They ended up feeling like they were. I feel like Zis guns are they're really light howitzers than I think they're anti-tank guns. That's how I would see them. But yeah, the Zis guns, clearly these were part of the ones that they had to make them. Stalin decreed that they were going to make twice as many Zis guns in this 5-year plan. So in order to meet Stalin's arbitrary demand, clearly the Soviet Zis gun manufacturers of this from this factory just made them half as good. Yeah. There you go. More soap. And back to the Battle of the Town, where more Soviet conscripts poured into the town only to get scythed down by veteran infantry and point-blank machine guns from German armor. So you can see these tokens here. This is the objective token. But this one here, and these ones here, and this one here, and these axis ones up here represent reinforcements, because you didn't reinforce from the board edge, you reinforced from either near a big divisional marker or one of these little markers. There you go. That's Alex's convoy. He was actually going to push the whole convoy into the town, but he got badly pinned up, and only one truck ended up coming in the end. Tiger wall. I mean, look at that. I don't think we ever killed any of these tigers, you know. I don't think we did. I think we hit them and 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 hit them, and we artillery striked them. And I don't think we ever managed to crack open either one of these tigers. They definitely survived at the end of the game. We did kill the elephant, but we didn't. We did kill the elephant, but we didn't. We didn't blow it up. So it's got a rule called unreliable. So every pin marker, it takes another pin marker. So if you pin it, it gets 2. And so what we did is we basically pinned it out in one turn, because you only had to put 5 pin markers on it. And so we basically, after it had already been, Ant went with it early on in one of the turns on day 2. And Simon and I just concentrated everything we could on it. Anti-tank rifles, because it was only regular. So anti-tank rifles, the Lee, SU, Ziz guns, medium anti-tank for my KV. And we just, anti-tank rifle for me as well. And we just pinned it out. It was an unapologetically pussy-o way of dealing with it. But we literally couldn't deal with it any other way, because it was a super heavy tank. We only had medium anti-tank guns, and we were shooting it over half range. So we couldn't physically penetrate its armor. So we just had to basically make the crew give up. Which is a cool, which sounds pussy-o, but when you think about it, it is kind of a cool thing you can do in bot action. You can't necessarily kill everything that you can in 40k, but you do have other tools in your toolbox to try and deal with them. This picture here represents when Alex yeeted his truck in, he yeeted his truck in. There were only regulars in the truck. He got the regulars out here, and he was going to make a beeline for one of my objectives. And I hit him with some spare firepower, whittled a few of his guys out of the unit. There's like 2 pins and like eight survivors. And then I fired the double mortar. My mortars were my MVPs. Fired the double mortars again. Got 1 hit on a 6, killed 4 of them, forced them around, got 2 pins, so they were on 4 pins, forced the morale check, and they broke. So my mortars, literally anything that my mortars targeted, they basically killed. And they did it 3 times over the course of the game. There's a 3rd squad that they did it to, but it took them a little longer to dial in on them. There's a 3rd squad. So here's kind of an overview. You can see the Ferdinand is getting pinned out. I think actually at that point it has actually been killed. If not, it's very close to being pinned out. And you can see the initial waves. So I started off with 4 squads of 7 PPSH conscripts. By the time my reinforcements came in, I was down to like 1 squad of 5 and a couple of leftover scraplets. So yeah, I fed my initial wave into the meat grinder and basically lost a full rifle platoon. But fortunately, reinforcements have arrived. So around lunchtime day 2, my first wave of reinforcements came in. This was my big wave of reinforcements. So down here, I got 3 T-34s. Now, these look like 85s. They're not. They're 76s. Most people who are Soviet players own 85s. So in the rules pack, they were like, hey, a T-34 is a T-34. Anyone that brings an 85 can just use it as a 76, which I was very grateful for because I didn't have any 76s. Although, to be fair, if they had said I couldn't bring them, it wouldn't have been the end of the world because I had the 2 KVs. I had the BA6. And I did have a Lee I could have subbed in and the 2 Ziz guns. And all I would have done if I couldn't have taken my, in total, 4 4 T-34s that I had. I got 3 now. Another one turns up later. If I couldn't have taken them, I mean, it's like 800 points. So all I would have done is, swapped 1 T-34 out for a Lee, which I had, and then spent the remaining like 550 points and just taken an extra rifle platoon. Yeah, would have just taken an extra rifle platoon, filled it full of infantry and anti-tank rifles and stuff like that, and probably would have been fine. So it wouldn't have been the end of the world. I was just glad that I didn't have to do it. Yeah. What's kind of funny is I actually, because we thought at one point one of our players wasn't gonna be able to make it, but he locked in and he was able to, which is awesome. It wasn't anything out of his control. He didn't drop for anything out of control. His car basically, its engine failed and he couldn't get it into the garage to be fixed for like a week. It's happened like 4 days before the event was going to kick off. But one of the other guys lived near him, so picked him up. Yeah. So I thought I was going to have to make up 2,000 points. So in preparation for that, I actually got an extra Lee and Matilda. And I have a Stuart for my Americans as well. And I would have basically brought those in and a buttload of infantry and made up 2,000 points. Because I do have I would have basically made all my and then basically to make up the rest of the points, I would have just turned all my conscripts into either regular or veterans if I needed to. Yeah. But I didn't need to in the end. But this is basically the state of the game about it was actually morning on day 2 this happened. So about a third of the way through. And you can see my initial wave has basically been completely butchered at this point. But a second wave turned up. Another rifle platoon, a BA6 armored car. I've got an MMG team here, an MMG team here, another anti-tank rifle. I have lost one. Another anti-tank rifle turns up. And 3 T-34s and a platoon commander to snap to them. So I'd lost a full platoon, basically, but a second platoon turned up, and then a lot of armor started turning up as well. You can see that's a beautiful sight. 3 T-34s ready to roll forward. And there's the second platoon turning up to support to be fed into the grinder, and then checking in on the battle for Stalin's Funhouse, and it's escalated somewhat. So the initial Soviet troops that were sent in, they're all dead. The reinforcements have now turned up. Most of those guys are dead as well, and what we're seeing here is actually the cream of it was really interesting because both sides started off with sending in like initial spearhead of like regular troops to hold the ground, and then literally at the same time in the same turn both sides brought in reinforcements consisting of half tracks full of engineers with flamethrowers. And so at one point for a couple of turns on day 2, there were about 5 flamethrowers combined on both sides, duking it out. Engineers with like 5 men, like a couple of 5, like 4 or 5 engineer teams with flamethrowers in each one, and SMGs just fucking hosing each other down. It was, I mean, bear in mind, they were all veterans. It was brutal. Like, not a single, 5 engineer squads went in, not a single one made it out. And the barn got set on fire. It was mental, man. It was just brutality. Yeah. And then I had to deal with some of the German reinforcements turning up. So whilst I'm still dealing with the double Tiger Town situation, a Panzer IV and a Panzer IV, another Stug, and a Hanomag, and another squad of infantry all turned up. So yeah, it was a very desperate fight. I will say this: I feel like I feel like Ant and Jackson, they might have been able to take the town. They were a little worried about my reinforcements. And I think if they had been slightly more... and this is not criticism. It's like feedback if they watch this. It's feedback. They had overwhelming armor superiority. And I think they should have... And they sort of broke a lot of their armor down here. And I think they should have sent more of it down here. I think they could have overwhelmed, and I think they had several turns where their armor was like staying still. And I don't think they should have done that because their armor was so much better than ours. If I had been them, I would have bullied me with that armor, with those tiger tanks. Because it doesn't even matter if you lose one. It doesn't even matter if you lose two. If you lose 2 tigers, you still have a tiger left over. If you lost all 3 tigers, you still had 2 Stugs, 2 Panzer IVs, a Griller, and a Marder left over. So they were a little. They were a little like they sort of drove forward, then sort of dug in, and then sort of got into a static firing match. And I think that was a bit of a mistake because we could take both sides basically dug into heavy cover. Now, this is over. Now, Spriggs, this is going to make you laugh. This was a pick. My Soviet teammates came over to me beginning of day 2 and were like, it's going really well on the left flank. I kid you not. We've crossed the river. We have taken out a Flak 88 and we're pushing the enemy hard. And I was like, sick, man, I'll come and get a picture. This was the beginning of the Soviet situation on day 2. By the end of day 2, everything you see here on the Soviet side was utterly destroyed and wiped out. It was the Germans basically waited for the Soviet armor to expose themselves and then just hit it with a Flak 88, 2 Stugs, and Panzer IV, and pop. Every one of those T-34s died. And when the T-34s went down, the German armor just rolled forward and wrapped it all up. It was... they drew them out, popped them open, and then counterattacked and crushed them. It was a very well executed maneuver by the German team, and literally can't even fault it. This is when the Ferdinand got pinned out by the Pussio team, aka me. This was my KV went toe to toe with this Tiger for so many turns. Both sides, I think it got comical. Both sides in the center couldn't kill each other's tanks. We kept rolling 1s and 2s to hit and 1s to pen. It was ridiculous. Yeah. You got a Tiger tank firing point blank range without moving into a KV. It needs a 2+ to hit, a 2+ to pen, and the first dice it rolls as a 1. Next turn it rolls a 2+ to hit and then pens and rolls a 1 because a 1 is always a fail. It was just like, what is going on here? It was both sides were firing dud shells at each other. Oh yeah, last surviving man on the left flank before he went down was the Commissar with the mega horn. Yeah, these 2 tanks fired at each other all game and just put pins on each other and never killed each other. Yeah. For how many turns? About 4 or 5 turns. Not at point blank. About 2 turns at point blank. And about 5 turns, 3 turns at longer range. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, we just couldn't hit or pen each other. It was ridiculous. Like that Tiger, I didn't even have a cover save. I did not even have a cover save. Rolled a 1 to pen. It was just by the end of it, we were actually predicting it. We're like, oh no, he's got a hit, but he's going to roll a 1 to pen. This was on both sides, and lo and behold, we did. This was the last survivor of Wave 1, and my opponent underestimated him, and he actually, he was on 2 pins, and he passed his For the Motherland check, losing a pin, passed his order check on a 7, losing a second pin, ran up to a veteran Fallschirmjäger officer and got double hit and double wound on him and killed him in one burst of PPSH fire before getting wiped out. It was an epic blaze of glory. And then my second wave of reinforcements turned up. So lunchtime on day 2, the second wave of Soviet reinforcements turned up. So bear in mind, I've lost about 30 infantry taking that town. And just as the Germans cleared the first wave of 30, another 50 Soviet infantry turned up. 4 12-man rifle squads. Well, 12 turned up and then another 12 turned up. 24 turned up, then another 24 turned up. So it was 48 infantry and a platoon commander turned up. And the victory flag was just there for aesthetic purposes. But I felt like it had to be there. And I was like, "Oolra!" And I just poured them in. And you could see Anne and Jackson were just like, fucking hell. Because the funny thing is, I've played against these guys multiple times before. And I always do the same tactic against them. You know how Salty Simon always says, you use the same tactics every time? He's not wrong, you know. And so I applied my patented infantry assault tactics against, in bolt action as I do in 40k. And I just sent in the second and third wave and made sure that town. And these conscripts just kept assaulting this Puma and just kept assaulting it non-stop because it was because they could do superficial damage to it. Yeah. They had the platoon commander that was like hanging around here, and then he just kept giving them +2 to the order check, and they just kept making it, and they assaulted it like 3 times. They never killed it, but they like damaged its engine, damaged its steering, all this kind of shit. Put like loads of pins on it. Not pins because I hit it, pins because of the effects of the superficial damage table. And then another T-34 turned up, and you can see they're starting to bully us with the armor a little bit. But Simon's Intrepid Lee was still going. Simon's extra armor turned up as well. You can see the Soviets are really massing our forces. And then when it was because the Germans kind of got more of their stuff in first, and then the Germans sort of front loaded their forces a bit more, whereas the Soviets, we held on with some initial forces, and then we brought our cream in. The crown, that sounds dirty. We brought our better forces in our second and third waves. So that's why like I was holding on with the bare minimum, and then suddenly the tide turned. And when the tide turns, it really fucking turns. One of the Tiger Aces, clearly ashamed that it was unable to kill this communist piece of shit KV, foobarred, panicked, drove 18 inches towards the nearest board edge, which happened to be my board edge, and then it got double penetrated, lol, from the rear by the KV it had failed to kill. And when that first Tiger went down, that was when the Soviet counterattack began, and that's when all the German armor started falling. We'd got the Ferdinand, we got one of the Tigers, one of my T-34. I started pouring infantry forward. My T-34 started bullying the German arm that was in front of them. We started point blank firing into both Stugs. You can see Simon's pushing forward as well. Look at Simon's advance up here. All these tan troops. These are Simon's. We end up popping the Panzer IV here, popping the Marder. That takes a little while, but we end up popping the Marder, popping the Panzer IV, and we actually get both Stugs as well, the one on the left. And my KV, the one that shot the first Tiger in the rear, actually gets a second Tiger kill. One KV killed 2 Tiger tanks. Truly a hero of the Soviet Union. This is actually the second KV that I bought, and I really, really liked the transfers that I'd done in it. So the transfers here are actually from the Lee kit. And I was like, you know what? I really like the look of that because most of the Soviet stars with a red or red with a yellow outline. I was like, I really like the look of that red with white outline. Fuck it, it's my tank. I don't care if it's not historical. I'll put the Soviet Lee transfers onto the KV, and I actually this KV is not the first KV I ever bought. It's actually the second one I ever bought. The first KV I've ever bought never done anything. So he's the new kid on the block. And yeah, I went to fucking town on the weathering with all the fucking mud and everything. I might have done it a little bit, but he absolutely popped that Tiger. All Motherland, you can see we got the Panzer IV there. We're assaulting the Marder. It's open topped. We popped the half track on that flank as well. Simon's push is just going. We pop the second Stug. We end up popping you can see my T-34 is pushing through here to try and help with the farmhouse. And that's just a cool epic action shot there. And, the Germans, they do push into the town. The Tiger tank is sat on the objective. They do push into the town and they get most of it under control. But just like Stalingrad, getting most of it under control isn't getting all of it under control. And every time they push into the town, another wave of conscripts, fixed bayonets, charges them in. Because one thing I've always found with conscripts, there's no maths behind it. Fuck Math Hammer. There's no maths behind it. But I've always found, and I bet everyone else will say they found this as well with their Soviet conscripts. They always do better in melee than they should do. If you have 12 Soviet conscripts charge a unit of veterans, and they should only get like three or four kills, they'll get 5 or 6 every fucking time. I don't know what it is about the plucky Soviet conscript, but I've seen it over 2 editions, multiple players, they always do well on the bayonet charges. And there's no rule supporting them, it's just freaky. Unfortunately, the hero of the Motherland, he did not live to collect his medal. He has to get it posthumously. Because I actually ended up moving the conscript here into the building. That left an opening for the Puma, who then came round here. And even with like 3, because I was like, he's got 4 fucking pins on him. He's not going to pass an order check. He passed the order check, came round here, shot me point blank, even with it was a move plus a pin, but then taking into account point blank, it was hitting on a 4. But the Puma did shoot the KV in the rear, and it was a KV-1S. I'd cheaped out, so it wasn't armored all round. So if it had been a proper KV, he probably wouldn't have got the pen. But it wasn't a proper KV, so he did, and he popped me. Yeah. But then I got the Stug in return. The victory flag squad's looking a bit worse for wear. I may have over-enthusiastically charged them down. I think we're getting close to the end of the pictures now. Yeah, mostly. This was the last thing that happened on the battle for the barn. So this is one of Alex's models, and it's Steiner from Cross of Iron. Let me show you where the iron crosses grow. And he actually had a command squad with Steiner and with the bureaucratic officer with the MP40 that joins him on the final charge. And Alex's final move on his board was to send Steiner out with his guy to try and do a desperate last charge to take the objective, because the only thing that was holding it was this artillery team. And I think I don't think the tractors counted. They might have done, but I don't think the tractors counted. And if he had managed to get in and kill this artillery team and then consolidate onto the objective, he could have flipped it. But unfortunately, the artillery team, it's got a gun shield, so it has cover. And, it's only 4 SMG shots at the end of the day. And so, unfortunately, the artillery team survived. It passed its morale check. And so the final shot for the Battle of the Barn was very reminiscent of the final shot from the film Cross of Iron, with Steiner, charging forward, and his the person with him being like, "How do I reload?" So it was cool. It was that's what I love about action. You get to recreate those epic moments. Yeah, that will probably end up being, I think, the thumbnail for the video. Over on the other side with Simon, Soviet Simon, the Lee was still going. Unfortunately, the Su-76I did get popped by the Tiger. And but at that point, we were getting close to the end of the game. You can see we've taken out this. I think this ends up dying at the end of the game. We firmly hold these objectives. We're very much threatening the 20th Panzer Division's headquarters and this objective here. All that stands between us is literally like an officer squad, and there are 2 squads of veterans. I think they're veteran tank riders with PPSHs ready to. They're engineers, veteran engineers ready to pour in and take that out. And the battle for the town is still going on. With the battle of the town still going on, and basically this was towards the end of the game. The last thing that I did at the end of the game was to bukkake this Panzer IVA, which frankly had no good business being there. There you go, and final shot of the Great Simon Offensive, and final shot of the Germans. They did take that objective off us. We actually took it. They flipped it at the end, and but we managed to hold on to the town, and that was the basically the final bits and bobs. And by the end of it, I had lost a KV, a truck. And my BA6 was, I think I'd lost that at the end of the game as well. It got double immobilized. It got sort of immobilized. It got immobilized and immobilized again on the last turn. So it ended up getting knocked out. It was abandoned. It was abandoned. So we lost a KV1, we lost a Studebaker, and we lost a BA6. And in return, I was able to kill 2 Tigers, 2 Stugs, and a Panzer IV. So but a lot of that, it just turned around in the last few turns. The German armor, pushed forward, and we managed to counterattack with our own T-34s. And I think it's because we were able to mass our armor. You'll see, I was always doing like 3 T-34s versus like 1 like Panzer IV. 3 T-34s is like 1 Stug. Getting the flank shot with a T-34 and a KV onto the. I did the KV and the T-34 onto that Stug on the other flank. The only thing that was an anomaly was the KV taking out 2 Tigers. But to be fair, it probably balanced out because that KV and those 2 Zizguns were firing at those Tigers all fucking game. So it probably balanced out. But by the end of the event, me and Anthony won Best Sportsman. They had a joint certificate. And what happened is then they had some of the posters. So you get like the big posters for like Victory at Sea, Blood Red Skies and stuff like that. And so what happened is because they had a spare poster and it was a bigger certificate, I said to Ant, tell you what, mate, give me the little certificate, which is, got both of our names on it. And, you have one of the posters and have it as a dedicated like Best Sportsman certificate for you. And you'll get basically the bigger and cooler looking one. So we both ended up getting a certificate in there, which is kind of cool. So I thought that was really nice. It was really, really cool. And I have to say, I was quite honored to get Most Sporting. I think I wasn't expecting it, not because I'm a giant raging thundering cunt. Not at all, but just because there were, I don't know. I just wasn't expecting it. It was a surprise. It was a surprise to be sure, but it was a welcome one. I will say, looking back on it like retrospectively, the game between Soviet Simon and I, and Ant and Jackson, because what ended up happening on day 2 is, because the center was such a big bag and so much was happening on the left flank, we actually split off and we got we were the 4th dice bag, and it flowed really nicely, and we had our basically own little mini game, sort of 2v2 kind of thing. I do think that, I don't know if I can claim best sportsman myself. Obviously I can't. Anthony did, got it as well. But I actually will say this. I think myself, Soviet Simon, Anthony, and Jackson, I think we all were, we all deserve this award. I don't know that anyone else didn't deserve it, but I definitely feel like on our board, it was the gentleman's game. There was not a single frown. There was not a single negative moment. There was not a single salty moment. It was great. It was one of the most fun games about action I've ever had to play. And I think, a huge part of that comes down to the people that you play against. Jackson and Anthony were fantastic opponents to play against. I've played against both of them before, and I would happily play against both of them again. And Soviet Simon, was a pleasure to have as a teammate. I've known Soviet Simon for a long time, many years at this point. And he doesn't live around here. He comes up for these events, and he's a really good lad. We've played against each other a few times, and I've always had he's got a really good knowledge of the rules, and he's very, very fair-minded. And so, it was looking back on it now, I think it was the gentleman's game. And it would be really cool if at some point we did like North Africa or something, and we got to play as a 4 again on our little sector, because we could really do justice to the gentleman's war. Yeah. Do you know what I mean? I think I got a little prize as well. I did. I got a little prize as well. So Warlord, actually, big shout out to Warlord. They sent, not only did they send up certificates, but they also sent up a bunch of support for the event. And so one of the things that I got for winning Best Sportsman is the German here weapons teams. Now, what's kind of cool is this is actually the 3rd set of weapon teams that I own. And you might be thinking, Mordian, you don't need like 3 fucking Panzer Shreks. And it's true. Even in the big games, I don't need 3 Panzer Shreks. But these are not going to be used for my Germans. I'm going to send them into the Hungarian army, because the Hungarians get Panzer Shreks and snipers and flamethrowers like everybody else. So I'm going to send them over there. And if I ever need to sub them into my German army, I always can do for a bigger game. So there you go. So that's one of the advantages of having one of the minor factions. Fucking hell, I've missed my lifting. Fucking hell, the lifting, boys! I thought it was going to do an alarm for me. Anyway, we'll just have to do a big Giga Chat at the end of the stream, won't we? Yeah. And so that was the big Battle of Kursk. In the end, the Germans did manage to successfully rewrite history. Each one of the little objective Cyrillic signs that you saw was worth some points, but the big thing was the divisional markers. Your headquarters were worth points. And because the left flank, so the right flank, the Soviets took the barn. The middle we held, and we did well. The right, I would say the Soviets were successful on the right flank and in the middle. We weren't blindingly successful, but overall I think we got a minor victory in each one of those sectors. The problem is the left flank got utterly tabled. Utterly butt-fucked beyond belief. And it was through no fault of the Soviet players. They tried very hard. They basically fought to the last man. But what can you do? Put it this way, Michael Whitman was over there, and he was snapping necks and cashing checks. He was earning and burning. And I think by the end of the game, Michael Whitman, I think he had like 5 or 6 vehicle, tank kills to his name, which is pretty good in a game about action with hard cover and stuff like that. So yeah, so the left flank was an absolute massacre, which meant overall, taking each objective with a certain amount of points. Overall, the Germans did win. We've got some pictures in here from Spriggs, which show off Spriggs and Chris, which show off the event as well from another angle. So we've got that was the picture from Chris, and you can see all of the plumes of smoke across this represent destroyed vehicles, and pretty much all of them are destroyed Soviet vehicles. It went badly. And then we've got some pictures from from Spriggs. That's such a good shot, that is. Oh my days. There you go, me and my NKVD hat the entire time. NKVD hat, we've got Paul with his Soviet hat on. Joe has momentarily taken his general's hat off. I mean, look at that. Look at that. Just every plume of smoke represents a destroyed Soviet vehicle. An absolute fucking massacre. Look at that. Dead, 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 dead. Oh my God, my boys. I said to all of my boys, but the Germans, they had tanks, machine guns, and what did I have? A sacred duty to resist. Okay, if I ever, can you send me the version without the Bliat? Actually, I probably don't need it, but just in case. Because if I ever change my avatar or set up a dedicated bolt action channel, that is probably going to be the picture I use for the avatar. There you go, man. There you are. Oh, my days. Oh, that's cool, man. Amazing. And so that was the big Kursk event. Big shout out to the Axis players. Big shout out to the Soviet players. Big shout out to the tournament organizers. And it was genuinely a ton of fun from start to finish. Awesome. And big shout out to Spriggs, because Spriggs was there, and it was cool to have someone else from the event in the chat. Spriggs, if there's anything that I missed, let me know. And if you missed part of that, don't worry, because I'm going to be doing a separate after-action report, which will be coming out not tomorrow, not next Wednesday, but I think I'm going to try and get it done for next Saturday. It'll either be next Saturday or the Wednesday after, so it's like a week and a half, a week to a week and a half away, or a week to about 2 weeks away, to be fair. I'll do it as like a tournament report kind of thing. Yeah, there we go. Now, we've got some super chats coming in here, and some of you have waited a long time. But before I get to them, I want to say we've got Kitey, we've got Kitely Nakota, we've got Commander HHL, we've got the Legend, Simple Logic, and Badger called Smokey. Let me get to all of you in 1 minute. I know many of you have actually been waiting very patiently already. Let me get to all of you in a moment, and I need a drink first. Got a very, very dry throat. So we're back in I might have a piss as well. 1 to 2 minutes, and then we'll catch up with super chats. We'll see where we're at. All right.
comes to fighting crime, there's only one man keeping the streets safe, while keeping it real. Indeed.
There we go. Give me a moment. There we go. Cool. Where are we up to? We've got Kitely Nakota. Thank you for the super chat. Don't take this the wrong way, but playing your videos helps my overactive brain sleep at night. It doesn't. I don't take it the wrong way at all. I take it as a big compliment. Thank you very much. Please, more stories of a tournament player. Oof. I got 2 more I could draw upon. I've got a story about 2 brothers who I'm pretty certain were inbred, whose mum used to take, and they weren't young, they were like adults, whose mum used to go with them to every tournament they played. And I've got this one about like a slightly gotcha Blood Angels player, but I think they're the only 2 I've got left now. I got lots of stories from when I was a corporate drone. Mom or sister, same person. Yeah. I've got some stories when I was a corporate drone, which are actually more interesting. Yeah. When a CEO tried to do a crypto rug pull before, 10 years before it was a thing. Well, not quite 10 years. About 5 years before it was a thing. It was the first, but he rug pulled himself. It was hilarious. A big thank you to Commander HHL. Thank you for renewing the channel membership, man. Thank you for your support. But does the membership fit through a hole on a piece of paper? There you are. The Legend. Thank you for the super chat, man. Picture discussion of part of a long-term project. Let's have a look. Ooh. Also had these come in today. Some classic models for 4th edition. Wait, is that? I feel like those. No, that is the project. Just want to double check. Oh, holy crap! You could have Rear Artillery on this board. This is a bit different, but I've been working on this map for a related Fallout project. It only has terrain, major highways, and large bodies of water right now. I was starting to add all the towns and other locations. Just thought I'd show the progress. I might switch to a more detailed tile set if I can MacGyver together some work with a square grid instead of hexes. Bonus points if anyone can guess where it is. It definitely looks less impressive than I'd like it to, which is why I'm thinking of changing the tile set. So is this like I guess the big question is it for like a video game? Or maybe like a big grand strategy game or something? It looks cool either way. Or maybe it's like a big narrative campaign. Ah, Fallout has an official RPG. Cool. Very, very, very cool. I'll tell you what, though. This caught my eye. What have we got here? Ah, it's fucking Elder. I'm only busting your balls, man. Cool. So we've got Eldrad. And then Seer Council. Seer Council? Double... I mean, I feel like they're all Seer Council / Warlocks, right? Cool. Cool. Yeah. Very, very, very cool. Is that for a 4th edition army? Yes. Mate. I'm telling you, man. 4th edition Resurgence incoming. 4th edition Resurgence incoming. I'm telling you now. One of the reasons I'm no longer worried. I'm going to say something. And it's a really positive thing. Super good vibe, super positive. One of the reasons I no longer worry about 10th edition, and I don't worry about 11th edition, is that even if it all goes wrong, It all goes a bit squiffy. Still got 4th edition. And 4th edition is really good. Like, it's so good. Like, if people do go back to something like Oldhammer, 4th edition will just pop off as the basically like replacement game. I'm maybe not 4th edition specifically, but I reckon I do reckon 4th edition specifically would pop off. Yeah, if there was any of the old game systems that people would maybe settle down into, it might be something like 4th edition. The only thing that would be a problem is all the people that have bought all the new models. But you just 40k players don't really have a problem with buying models at the end of the day. You know what I mean? So it wouldn't be the end of the world at all. So I've had a lot of people. Obviously, I've had today's video go out, and there's been quite a lot of hot comments, shall we say? You know, a lot of people being like, you know, how can you not really, really deeply care about this issue? And you know, to a certain extent, I do care. I just don't care as much as they do, right? There's definitely an element of if you're not with us, you're against us. And the point is, like, I'm not as bothered about it as you guys are, because I'm a player first. And so at the end of the day, if it all goes up in smoke, I'm chilling, because I'll just play some Oldhammer. I'll be chill, boys. I'll be chill. Got my old hammer, my old world, me K47 and all that kind of stuff. And so the legend, let me just tell you, man, I love your Fallout project. Please keep us tuned in. I'd love to know how it goes. And secondly, I'd love to see what happens with your 4th edition Eldar army, man. I'd keep us posted. Bring us on that hobby journey, because I honestly think it's going to become. I honestly, truly believe there's going to be a bit of a 4th edition renaissance, and that's cool. That's very cool. All right, there we go. I mean, you want Traitor Guard? You've got it. The only thing you don't have in 4th edition is all the Primaris shit. In 4th edition, this is the thing. This is the thing. This is the thing, and I bet this is going to sound quite. I bet this is going to sound like a bit of a dream for some people. In 4th edition, the only things that you're missing is there's no Primarchs, there's no Primaris, and there's no squats. Other than that, we're pretty Gucci. You're pretty Gucci. Other than that, there's no Rogue or Dawns, but you could definitely use those as a Macarius. Oh, there's no Custodes. There's no Custodes either. Everything else is covered. Even Deathwatch. Deathwatch are probably better served in 4th edition, because they got a White Dwarf. They got like a White Dwarf supplement. Stop only listing the good things. Ah! Nids are done. Gene Cult are done. Admech probably aren't done, but most people I know who wanted to run Admech ran Tau, basically. And they used the Crew as combat servitors and the Fire Warriors as like Skitarii and stuff like that. There's Legion of the Damned, Traitor Guard. What else? You had there's so many different little things. Iron Warriors could take Basilisks. That was kind of cool. And then basically that's some of the new stuff that you got. And then everything else is pretty much the same. Harlequins, I'm pretty certain there were some Harlequin models knocking about. Yeah. Space Wolves could take Lehman Russes. Yeah. That was wild. Because it has their Primarch's name on it. Games Workshop said that that Space Wolves were their best-selling box. Well, all those new Space Wolf players, guess what? Bring your new models over. They'll do as Marines, and chuck a fucking couple of Russes in there. Yeah, can you use cut models or any of the old stuff? I mean, it's not a dead game, but it's an old edition, right? So use what the fuck you want. You want to use a fucking intercessor as a Marine with a bolter? I don't give a fuck. I mean, if you like it, this is what I always say about 40k players. Let them proxy whatever they want, and then if they like it, 40k players won't have an issue with putting the money down and, for lack of a better term, doing it properly. Don't want to use Baby Avatar? Don't use it then. Mate, you got the wrong end of the stick here. There's no GW telling you what you can and can't use. The golden rule is, don't be a fucking dick. Do you want to use the new avatar because it's cool? Then use it. If you want to try and mate, most Imperial Guard weapon teams weren't even on bases, man. You had the weapons separate and then two guys on round bases like in Bolt Action. Just don't be a dick and don't model for advantage. That's it. How difficult do you think it would be to convert modern models to 4th edition? Could it be done easily, or would it be like hammering a square peg into a round hole? I mean, could probably do it in a day. If I wasn't so busy, I would have done it already. A day, probably maybe a week. It's not that hard. Yeah. Orcs got looted vehicles. That was cool. So you could loot Lehman Russes and stuff. Yeah. There's loads of cool stuff, man. Sick the coppers off Mordian. I know. I'm going to end up getting people getting angry. But this is to get people, not me getting, get people angry with me. But this is the point I was kind of making. With this is not to get high on the smell of my own farts. Although I have just let off a real fucking stinky bastard. But this is why I'm just not worried anymore. It's interesting because people having nuance on the internet is always a tricky thing, because for so many people they deal in absolutes. Either you're absolutely in or you're absolutely out, right? And it's one of those things where like it's not even like, I mean, only the Sith deals an absolute, but that's an absolute. But the point is that people were saying, "Oh, Mordian, you're such a fence sitter," and it's like, no, I'm not. If you listen to what I say, I'm not. I'm just not 100% to one side or 100% to the other side. On different topics, I come down on different sides of the fence. I'm not quite as over on one side as some people or over on the other side as others. Yeah. Yeah. That's it. No nuance on my internet. My opinion is a fact and everyone else is clearly wrong. Recognize my just. Oh, I recognize it. I'm recognizing it a lot. Yours and everyone else's. Yeah. I'm an old school 3rd edition guy, to be honest. I don't think it's that much different from now. Two armies run each other and end up almost all dead at the end. Yeah, no, it's not. I mean, everyone dies in Warhammer. That's the way it's always been. But it's the path to dying. Yeah. 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 It was funny seeing the analytics on the reveal video. It was around 4-1 opposed. Oh, yeah. I mean, female custodians will be wildly unpopular on the internet. Now, I don't know how that will translate into sales. I don't think it will translate. I don't think it will affect sales. That's controversial. I think they'll be hugely unpopular online. And I think that they will probably end up selling absolutely fine. Because at the end of the day, despite them missing the triggers and all that kind of stuff, the models are pretty good. Like, there's a bit of issue with the top knots being a bit big. They look a bit like they look a bit like Chaos Dwarves, and and they fire the guns like shake weights apparently. But I think they look pretty good. Snowpiece T, don't worry, we're stepping away from it. Don't worry, man. Yeah. I'm tired too. And this is not a shitting on this. This is not a. We're not even talking about the beef of the salt. The whole point of this, we almost fell into it, but we're not going to. The whole point of this is to basically say that I'm not as worried as everyone else is about Warhammer 40k. There's a lot of people who are very worried about it, and I'm just not that worried about it. And the reason I'm not that worried about it is because even if tomorrow Games Workshop went belly up, hypothetically, I'd be like, cool. Time to play. Cool. Time to make some content. No. That's from a soulless content creator point of view. But from a personal point of view, I would be like, cool. I'm gonna go and play some 4th edition. There you are. Snowpiece T. I was having breakdowns these last 4 days, not game related, but this beef didn't help either. Snowpiece T. Make sure you're taking care of yourself. Remember, it's only a game. And I know people hate that. And they're like, no, Mordian, it means more. It's sacred. It is more important, but it is not more important than your health. Physical and mental. It's not. So just, just go chill. Chill. Look after yourself, so don't let this bollocks get you down. Yeah. It's not the wound, just more salt. Well, don't rub any more salt into the wound. There you are. Yeah. Okay, so now that we've all just chilled out on the female custodians beef, it's time to move on to female space marines. Ree! No. Wait. Fucking hell. Fucking hell, man. There you are. Fucking hell. Right. What have we got next? Simple Logic. Thank you for the gifted membership, man. Thank you for the support. Thank you for doing your part. Saxon, any recommendations of what to get next to the Axis American Forces for a new K-47 player? Lots, but let me know what you've already got. Like if it's to get the starter set with which has a little bit of Americans and Axis in it, or what do you already have? Because it's easier for me to tell you where to go next if I know what you've got right now. Yeah. What have we got next? Badger called Smokey. Thank you for the super chat, man. How do I convert 40k friends to K47? Honestly, just there's 2 ways to do it, and one way I think is not necessarily the wrong way. One way is slightly more, Okay, there's basically two. I don't know if it's better or worse, but it's a different tone. No, one way you can tempt them in is by saying there's none of this bullshit with GW. And I don't like that way. Personally, I don't like that way because I don't want Konflikt 47 to be seen as a fuck you GW game. And I don't think it is a fuck you GW game. I think Konflikt 47 is really good on its own 2 feet. And the thing about Konflikt 47 is that even if Games Workshop makes 11th edition the best tabletop game that's ever been made unequivocally, it doesn't make Konflikt 47 suddenly become shit. Konflikt 47 is still very, 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 very good. Yeah. So that's why I don't really like the idea of Konflikt 47. And you go, oh, wow, if you're sick of all GW's bollocks, then come into the Rift. It's tempting to say that, but I don't think it's the right way of doing it. Truthfully, I don't. I don't think it's an accurate way of doing it. I don't think it's the right way of doing it. And I don't think you should start off your relationship with a new game by rebounding from an old game. Yeah? There you go. Now, what is the right way of getting people to start Konflikt 47? Frankly, you just get a couple of you get a couple of armies and you say, hey, bro, look, I've got a couple of armies here. Try this game out. You'll like it. And they'll go, I'm not sure. Like, bro, look, I'll sweeten the deal. You make a bit of a meme out of it. I'll sweeten the deal. Come over, buy the pizza, drinks on me. We'll just roll some bones. Roll some dice. If you don't like it, I won't ask again. And just, that's it. All you need to do is basically... all you need to do is give them a taste. And they'll know almost instantly whether it's the game for them or not. Yeah. Like, don't just make it really, really chill. Really chill, really casual. None of this, like, no emotional badness attached to it or anything like that. Literally just, hey man, I've got this new game. It's really cool. I've really enjoyed it. I think you'll like it. I've got a couple of armies for it. It doesn't have to be 2 full armies. It can literally be a couple of 500 pointers. You know what I mean? But literally, like, it's really cool. And I want, come over to mine and we'll play a game or 2 of it. And if, we'll play a game of it, see how it goes. And and give them a taste. It's that simple. Once they get a taste, they will 9 times out of 10 will become addicted to it. Yeah. That's the way I think you do it, man. Badger called Smokey. That's the way I think you do it. Because then they just turn up and they go, oh, these are kind of cool, these models. Oh, this game's kind of cool. What do I do next? Blah, blah, blah. And once, and after 1 turn, they'll be hooked. I mean, it's not guaranteed. But if they don't like it, don't make a big deal out of it. Just go, or if they're not suddenly as hooked as you are, don't make a big deal out of it. Just go like, that's cool, man. If you like it, you like it. You don't, you don't. Because that will stick with them. And they'll be like, maybe they'll think about it as they're like sort of driving home or something. They'll be like, you know what? It was a really chill afternoon. Like, I wasn't that bothered about the Konflikt thing, but it was a chill afternoon, man. We didn't have to, like, fuck around. I'm not feeling exhausted after playing a game of Konflikt. That's kind of cool. I mean, that is one, if you have to give them a hard sell, if you have to, and I don't know if it's the right way of doing it, but it's different things work on different people, right? If you have to give them a hard sell, for me, the number 2 things I'd say is it's a tighter rule set, and it's you're not tired after playing a game of it. I can think loads of great selling points. It's cheaper. It's a tighter rule set. It's easy to learn. You'll learn it if you're a Warhammer 40k player. You'll pick up Konflikt after 1 turn. But it's very deep and crunchy. You learn the core mechanics quickly, but it's very deep and crunchy. And yeah, it's a game that you can play a couple of games in a day, and you will not feel tired. And that's it. Yeah. So there you go, man. A few different angles you can take, but I hope that helps. I will say this: the number one way that I have got people into Konflikt, and at this point I have got dozens of people into Konflikt, is by simply saying, "Hey, this is a cool game. It's Konflikt. It's really good. I've got a couple of armies. Come over and play a game." That's it. That's how I've converted most people. IRL. How I've converted people online is just by gushing about it so much that I'm now accused of becoming a paid Warlord shill. I wish they paid me. I'm a shill for free. Fucking sucker over here. The Legend, thank you for the super chat, man. Recent model arrivals in stream discussion. Let's have a look. We got some more recent model arrivals. Ooh, 1 minute. Oh, I think that was the Farseers, man. Nice. Sorry, seen them already. Thank you so much for the support. Yeah, sorry, I skipped straight to them. Sorry, man, but thank you for the support. I just saw the models and I was excited. The Lower Decks, thank you for the super chat, man. Is Orc blood green as well? Let's have a look. Sir, how are you? I hope you're as well as you lounge while eating sweet fruits in the company of the great and good of our Imperium. I'm not gonna lie. It's a pretty sweet gig. How are my turnips doing? I know you said you had withdrawn them from the Dynasty Bank in order to invest them elsewhere. How much am I up under your wise financial guidance? The good news is that on paper, you are unfathomably rich. But, turnip stocks have never been higher. You've gone from having turnips, physical turnips, like having gold bullion, and we've invested it into the turnip stock market. So on paper, richer than you ever have been. But if you sell, you'll crash the entire market. So you don't actually have any money, but you can boast of great personal wealth. How am I, sir? It speaks so highly that you would spare thought in your immaculately coiffed head to think of us down here in the mud, blood, and boggy soil. Well, I'm a generous god. My afternoon, sir, is splendid. I have just watched Father Grigori suplex an orc war boss into the bog before drowning him as I throw Gretchen into the faces of the orcs trying to kill me. Life is grand in the Von Shithouse dynasty. So grand, I would do it for free. Well, that's a good thing. Oh. Because until we cash these stocks out, that's all I can afford to pay you. I love the Malari reference. That's cool, man. What have we got next? Fun Jacob, thank you for the super chat, man. Double message and weekend hobby work update in stream discussion. All right. Yeah, I'm liking the look of this. I'm liking the look of it. Hey gang, first 3 pics are my answer to GW and their shenanigans. The 4th photo is a weird cryptic message that was in the box with the K47 items. The rest is the hobby work of the weekend. Finally unpacking my Warhammer. I think I need more bookshelves, and I think I need to speak with a specialist about hoarding psychological disorders so they can explain why I can have more. Part 1 of 2 for pictures. The last picture is my book recommendations for the MG community. Armies pictured are Imperial Guard, Eldar, War Machine, is that Kignar? Bolt Action Africa Corps, K47 Germans and Americans, Mosrog hidden in 24 Armored Sentinels, Admech, World Eaters, Imperial Knights, Turners, Tomb Kings, and Imperial Legions. Nice. A good start. Not so is my Dwarves Bold World and my Coward Overlords from AOS and my Tower Empire. Nothing wrong with Tower, man. Love a bit of It's not Tower's problem. It's the players. All right. Yeah, baby. K47, man. The jackal spam begins. Oh my days. I feel like I'm going to regret encouraging all these 40k players over to K47. You motherfuckers only know how to spam. Hey! I'm only kidding, by the way. A free sprue. That's cool. Don't believe the lies. Timmy said Penal Legion 1 and Tiki tapes exist. Wow. Cool, man. That is a lot of... Let me move my face. That is a lot of chimeras. That is the Banesalisk. I love it. You've got more super heavies than I do, bro. Fuck me. To be fair, you got more Dawns than I do as well. Wow, that's cool. Helldivers model. I see many Death Strikes in the back. That's cool. This is a very, very impressive collection, sir. Very cool. I'm just looking for the gems. Look at the Tomb Kings, bro. Oh my god, look at the Tommy Kingies. Nice. Cool. Hey, cheeky old school Chimera. Nice. Hey, seeing the Locust, man. Love the Locust mech. It's such a cool looking mech. Is it an Indigo or a Locust? It's one of the two. Yeah. Absolutely sick, mate. Absolutely sick. Nice. Nice. Very impressive. I think there's some more close-up pictures, is there? Yeah. That's a bit of a flex, that is. Cool, man. Super heavies galore. That's a very impressive amount of flyers, actually. Love that. Oh, we can get a close-up. Ah, it is the Locust. Yeah. Nice. The old Praetor. Pretty badass. Cool, man. First 2 pictures of your response to GW and their chicanery. Got the conflict going on, man. Nice. Yeah, well, I think there's going to be a few people who feel very similarly to you. Whilst I don't fully encourage Konflikt 47 like being a fuck you GW game, I think it stands on its own 2 feet. I do think, if you are someone who is looking for a bit of a new home, not a rebound, but a new home, I think Konflikt 47 and it's one of those places. I mean, that and Old World and old editions of 40k. Nice. That's cool, man. I love the night houses, bro. The paint job we've done on that one is exquisite, mate. And that one too, to be fair. Really good. That's cool. I like that one. That's cool. Hey, is that fucking Atlas? Or is it the there's the 2, there's the fucking Atlas and there's the other one. The Atlas is the Lehman Russ hole, I think. What is the why can't I remember it? I think that's the Atlas, but there's the other one, and I can't remember what it is right now. Centaur. That's it. Atlas recovery vehicle and Centaur. I'm not sure what it's called. Yeah. Hey, I like the terrain, man. Cool. Tomb Kings, bro. Peak. Fucking love Tomb Kings, man. I think Tomb Kings is going to be my next army. Yeah. Nice. There's some cool books in there. Yeah. Caiaphas Cain, Savior of the Imperium. Nice. The Bear Went Over the Mountains, Soviet Combat Tactics in Afghanistan. That's a cool book. House to House Soldier's Memoir. Oh, I haven't read either one of those ones, but they look cool, man. I'll check them out. Nice. Cool as fuck, mate. Love it. That's a custom model I use for Chimera. A Chimera 4, and the turret is a Baneblade sponsor with a custom crane. Nice. That's sick, mate. Very, very impressive one, Jacob. And I love that the K-47's coming, man. You will enjoy it. It's such a good game, bro. We've got Squawk next. Squawk, thank you for the super chat, man. Short fiction for you all in stream discussion. Hope you enjoy it. CS Goto excerpt. An excerpt from Omen of Redemption. This isn't real. This Squawk, this isn't real. This looks fake. I've skipped to the end, and I cannot believe that's actually... A lot of love and craftsmanship went into it. Right. For all of you... You know what? I'm not even going to say anything. I'm not even going to say anything. I'm going to let this speak for itself. Because nothing I can say can add to this. This is an excerpt from Omen of Redemption by CS Goto. Ganthrix cracked a smile as his tympano cells registered the staccato pinging of dozens of borer beetles' carapaces against the wave serpent's jet intake. The engine rattled and caught ablaze, sending the craft spinning into the dirt. Ganthrix stood proudly amongst the swirling termagants and the smoking ruins of a boxy chimera tank, the vehicle preferred by the Eldar for their armoured bulk. Vehicle preferred by the Eldar for their armoured bulk. But this newly felled vehicle was a hover skimmer, meaning that it was meant for operating from the rear of the war formation, and that meant this vehicle belonged to a high officer of the Eldar warhost. With a rumbling battle cry on his lips, Ganthrix loped across the field and leapt to the hull of the downed wave serpent, landing with a devastating diving elbow drop that shattered the transparent adamantite windscreen of the craft's cockpit. The well-muscled Carnifex returned to his haunches and swept through the cockpit with his mighty scything talon. An Eldar clad in dark bone-adorned robes, the vestments of a warlock, was flung from the cockpit's wreckage. A warlock was driving the vehicle. That doesn't sound right. Crashing the knee-high wall of bone and carapace that marked the edge of the ritual circle to land in a bloody, groaning heap. Termagants closed in around her, braying with ravenous hunger, but they did not attack. Wait, Termagants braying? For they knew that the glory of this kill belonged to their master. This is a Tyrannid. The Tyrannids were braying, and they have a concept of glory. Ganthrix lifted the wounded warlock from the ground and pinned her to the ritual mound by the throat. With a second sweep of his talon, the robes were torn from her body, revealing the oily sheen of a smooth, flexible, skin-tight armoured bodysuit beneath. The monster leaned in, mere inches from her face, and bared his teeth. "Why do you hate us so?" spake the warlock, the soul stone set in the golden holy icon of Slanesh around her neck, glowing softly. I mean, I could be wrong, but it doesn't feel like the Eldar would have an icon of Slanesh around their neck. But I could be wrong. Maybe that's what a soulstone is in. We craft worlders are a peaceful people. We wish only to worship our goddess in peace. Ganthrix chuckled. Do you know what your kind took from me? The Carnifex is speaking. The Carnifex is speaking. Ganthrix chuckled. Do you know what your kind took from me? Ganthrix paused, relishing in every last detail of this moment. He felt the subtle shifting of her weight as her legs twitched helplessly, a full metre off the ground. He breathed deeply of the sickly tang of burning rubber as her bodysuit dissolved under the acidic drool falling from his lips. He closed his mind to the alternating shrill squeals that resonated, throaty bleats of the nearby termagants, to focus on the desperate whimpers leaking from the Vox grill of her ornate conical helm. I mean, I don't think they have Vox grills, Eldar. I mean, maybe they do. Maybe Vox grills is a catch-all term. Maybe throaty bleats, braying and throaty bleats. It sounds like beastmen. It sounds like they're cows and sheep. I am Ganthrix, he rumbled, once known as the Viscount of all Carnifex kind. So it is a Carnifex. He can speak, and apparently he has a rank and sentience. Well, he has sentience, but you know what I mean. Individuality in the hive mind. But 100 years ago, one of your tribe wounded me and stole one of my scything talons. In my shame, I was forced to relinquish my title. But now, after years of diligent study, I have remade myself, he said, punching the red-hot barrels of his cybernetic multi-laser arm into her shoulder. So the Carnifex has made itself a new arm with the multi-laser. Like, even if there's, like, some kind of explanation for this, I don't think the explanation can justify it. And now you shall know my pain. The barrels of the multi-laser spun up and fired into the warlock's shoulder. Blood, bone fragments, and smouldering scraps of flesh splattered both their faces. Ganthrix caught the severed arm before it could hit the ground. He brandished it before her, letting her get a good look at the spike of bone that had once been her humerus. It certainly is humerus. The warlock let out a final anguished gurgling scream as Ganthrix mercilessly plunged the bone into her with one swift... I mean, how's he holding it up? He hasn't got hands. How's he holding it up? He's only got scything talents. How's he holding it up? He tossed her ruined body into the slavering termagant swarm. Feast, my children. Rend the flesh from her bones while she still has the life in her to feel it. Feast. We know that no power in the sector is greater than the once and future Viscount of the turreted swarm, Ganthrix. I mean, to be fair, normally it's Hormagaunt's feast, Termagant's lurk, but at this point, that's such a non-detail, it doesn't matter. A crystalline voice cut through the din of battle. That's where you're wrong, foul Carnifex. A second later, the whistle of a shell that could only come from an Eldar D cannon. They don't fire shells. If you've ever played Dawn of War, you'll know they don't fire shells. It's not conventional artillery. Whipped past his face, striking the ritual mound and sending dozens of nearby Tyranids flying. Ganthrix twisted as he sailed through the air and landed on his sturdy hooves. He narrowed his eyes, tapping into the hive mind, borrowing the sense of the swarm to seek out the source of this defiance. He's not a synapse creature, remember? He's not a synapse creature. It took me a second to zero in on the rooster tails of dust emerging from the mouth of the windy valley. Hundreds of Space Marine bikes, many with multi-laser sidecars. Hundreds of Space Marine bikes, many with multi-laser sidecars. At the center of the formation was a much larger vehicle. Ganthrix had trouble identifying it. He heard the distinctive whine of an Eldar skimmer engine alongside something different, deeper, rumbling, throatier. It was a sound he'd not heard since his first run-in with the Black Templars. He focused on the unique vehicle and saw that it was not one vehicle but two. An Eldar Falcon skimmer tank side by side with the Space Marine Land Raider. Both vehicles bristling with multi-lasers. So the Carnifex has got a multi-laser. The attack bikes have got multi-lasers.
Good for you. Mobile infantry made me
The Land Raider's got a multi-laser. And the Falcon's got a multi-laser. This is, I will remind you again, this is official lore from Games Workshop. One minute. It gets worse. An Eldar Falcon skimmer tank side by side with a Space Marine Land Raider. Both vehicles bristling with multi-lasers and connected by a single command days. That's right. They have combined like the Megazord. Megazorb? It's one vehicle connected. A Falcon and a Land Raider together. Upon that day stood the speaker, another robed Eldar. I am Farseer Alara, and I have come to show you that there exists an even greater power. A hatch on the Land Raider clanked open, revealing a familiar Space Marine clad in Terminator armor, festooned with trophies and the regalia of a captain. He somersaulted through the air with a swiftness and grace that belied his armored bulk. The Terminator captain somersaulted through the air. He landed gracefully on the dais beside the Farseer. So he comes out of the land speeder, out of the land speeder, somersaults onto the dais. Why was he just on the dais to begin with? You, growled Ganthrix. Carnifex is speaking again. That's right, shouted the captain. Our power. The two spared a fleeting moment to look into one another's eyes before joining hands and shouting in unison, is love. See, Gilliman wasn't the first. Gilliman wasn't the first. Minions, roared Ganthrix. Leave the Space Marine captain to me. Kill the rest. And bring me the Farseer's head. As one, the Tyranid swarm turned and began to swarm towards the new foe. Ganthrix narrowed his eyes and reconsidered his last command. No, he said. Bring me her vagina. This can't be real. This has to be fake. It has to be fake. Right. Omen of Redemption. Warhammer 40k. Wait. It can't be real. It's not. I don't think it's real. I don't think it's real. It's not. If I Google it, it doesn't come up with anything. Right. CS Goto. CS Goto books list. It can't be real. It can't be real. If you Google Omen of Redemption by CS Goto, it doesn't come up with anything. It can't be real. I need, like, it just can't be real. Is it called Eldar Prophecy? Wait, it might be Eldar Prophecy. It might be Eldar Prophecy. 1 minute. I think it has to be fake. I think Squark has done an early April Fool's on us. It can't be real. Right. I don't think it's real. There's a bit more at the bottom. I know there was I know he did an Eldar 40 Fun Time scene. But Squawk, I can't find this. I can't find this anywhere. You're gonna have to find this. I can't find any mention of CS Goto doing a book called Eldar Prophecy or anything. Not Eldar Prophecy, doing it. Omen of Redemption. I just can't find it, man. It can't ask. Yeah, ask Pontius. He'll know. I genuinely can't find it. Yeah, basically the legend. I just can't. It can't be true. It can't be true. It's too fucked up. I'm sorry, Squawk, but until this can be verified, I'm gonna have to treat this as completely fake. It's so beyond the pale bad that it's unbelievable. You know? Do you know what I mean? Like, it's just, I want to believe you, Squawk. I want to believe you. But it has to be fake. Because I can't even find the book. Did you read the credits? C.S. Goto is the author of many beloved Black Library books and short stories set in the Warhammer 40k universe, including Eldar Prophecy, The Trials of Isidore, The Blood of Angels, The Tears of Blood, Necroman of Salvation, The Fall of Taldir, The 40 Funtime of Taldir, and The Savage Post 40 Funtime Mutilation of Taldir. I mean, I know he did do some bad, he had some pretty bad scenes in his books, but I think this has to be fake. It was believable until I got to the end, and then I was like, there's no way that's real. It can't be real, man. Yeah, it can't be. I'm banning, yeah, no, we're not banning Squawk, but I can't, man. I have, yeah. We must preserve the law. The law. Oh. Yeah, man. Yeah. Until Squawk, you need to confess. Is it real or not? You need to come forth. I'm not having Tom Cruise troll face isn't enough. I need to know what's going on here. Yeah. Because I just can't believe it. It sounds like ChatGPT or something. Yeah. I can't, man. Right, I need to move on. I can't stay on this massive steaming pile of probably fake bullshit for any longer. You know what? You know what? I hope it's fake. Actually, no, I hope it's fucking real. I hope it's real. Because it being real is funnier. Yeah, in fact, wonder if I can put it into, you see, people are saying it's ChatGPT. I think it's too bad for ChatGPT. I need it to be canon as well. I do. But I can't find any evidence of it existing. Yeah. I know CSGO had a bunch of multi-lasers in one of his things, but yeah. You can train AI to write poorly. That's true. All right, what have we got next? Commander HHL, thank you so much for the 19 months, man. But can it fit the whole piece of paper? God damn it! I don't even want to give you your X-Force anymore. Thank you for the support, bro. Cosmic Drew, release the feet pics and show us the tiki tapes. I don't have them, man. Why do you think I would have them? I don't have them. I'm sure that I don't even know if they exist. I am as sure that I'm as certain about the tiki tapes as I am about that bit of fucking lore. Everyone gone. Right, we're going to wrap the super chats, but then I need to go to bed. You guys are keeping me a fucking 7-hour stream. I've got to go to bed. Ibram Gort, thank you for the super chat, man. Listen stream discussion. My buddy has squats, so it has to be second. What do you mean it has to be second? Stranger new recruit only lets me take IG as allies for IG. I guess you get for trying. Oh, second edition list. Oh, so he's using squats. You're using guard. It's a second edition game. Right. I got it. Yeah, I got it. So 1,500 points of Imperial Guard in second edition looks like an Imperial Guard heavy weapons squad is 120 points. That's expensive. Fucking hell. Imagine paying 120 points for 3 mortars. Jesus. All right. Imperial Guard's got 138 points. That's for 10. Grizzled. And you've got las guns, frag grenades. The sergeant's got a las pistol, a sword, and a chain sword. And a heavy weapon team who has got an autocannon and you got a grenade launcher. Autocannon grenade launcher is always good. You got a second one of those. Cool. You got a battle tank. 265 points for battle tank. Fuck me. Nice. And, hey, you've got targeters so they can all pre-measure. Nice. Demolisher. Cool. Yeah. Stormtroopers. 301 points for 10 Stormtroopers. And we think we've got it bad with Scions right now. Fuck it out. And they've only got flak armor. They haven't even got carapace. Oh, but they do have a transport. So they're actually 155 points for 10 of them. But then they get the transport, which is 150 odd points. So, I mean, bargain. Command HQ with a Primaris, Psyker, and a Captain, and a Commissar. Nice! Well, I have no idea if it's good or bad, but it looks to me like it's a command squad, a Commissar, 2 squads of infantry, a Chimera with Stormtroopers inside, and 2 tanks. And some mortars. I have no idea if it's good or bad. All I can say is it looks cool as fuck. It looks cool as fuck, man. Nice. And then we've got De Krampus. Thank you for the super chat, man. Finish box in stream discussion. Let's have a look. And time. Finish off the command squad and built the engineers. Box is done. Save the spare arms, the melters, which just came out of the print wash. Nice. Yeah. It's good that you can get the extra melter gun arms and make it easy peasy with the 3D printer. Yeah. It's good that's available as a resource. Yeah. Nice. Looking good, man. Looks like a very clean build. Clean, solid build. Love it. And then we've got Cosmic. Cosmic, thank you for the super chat, man. You read the slot, but you hate my lore. What the fuck, dude? I mean, I read a lot of things, Cosmic. Like, why? Like, if your lore was worse, maybe I would read it. Hey, you stopped writing, mate. You stopped writing. Commander HHL, thank you. I'm only teasing, by the way, Cosmic. Commander HHL, thank you for the gift of membership, bro. And that one can also fit through a hole in a piece of paper. And we've got Cosmic, my boy. Thank you for super chat. I take this back now. Worst stream of the year. No, yesterday was the worst stream of the year. Cosmic, thank you for super chat, man. Put Squark model in the jar of shame forever. Okie dokie. Go on a minute. There you go. He's in the cum jar of shame. Now, you can be released, Squark, when you have confirmed whether this lore is real or not. It's that simple. That's when you're allowed out. And you need, if it is real, you need to provide the source. There you are. Confess! 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 There you are. All righty ho ho. All right. And on that note, I think we're going to wrap things up. There is a... Let me get my thoughts together here. All right. All righty ho ho. Gentlemen, I want to say a huge thank you for today's stream. It's been really enjoyable. It's been really chill. And I think it's the first stream where I think we were basically completely... I mean, it's not the first stream of this week, but considering how like potentially salty and beefy yesterday was, this was the first stream where it really wasn't that salty or beefy at all. And I have to say, I did enjoy it a lot more. And it's just, yeah, like, it's so much better just engaging with the positivity. It just is, you know. Yeah, and it's one of those things where I think, no, that's it. Not even going to talk, you know what? Let's just talk about the good stuff. I think it's awesome to see how many people have been getting into K47, how many people have been getting into Old World, how many people have been getting into Konflikt 47, Bolt Action, Old World. I think it's been awesome to see all of the hobby projects you've been working on. We've had loads of cool 40k stuff coming in, old and new Hammer, loads of new armies for new game systems. It's been awesome. And we had the great Kursk battle overview as well, which is awesome. And we also got to watch the really, really, really cool video from the really cool video from Minisodes. I didn't get a chance to watch the Pontius thing because from sort of the Minisodes thing, we sort of had the conversation go from there, and we had super. And you guys have been, as always, have been really, really generous with the super chats and all that kind of good stuff. So, and we had some good lore as well. We had some good lore. So, probably have a look at the Pontius stuff tomorrow. Watch sort of the first few, 50 minutes of that, react to that, as it were, and then maybe we'll see what happens on Thursday. I will remind you. I said yesterday, but I'll remind you guys again today. No stream this Friday. Okay, so it's going to be, and probably it's going to be a daytime stream on Thursday as well. All right, just because I got to stream, I got to go to bed early on the Thursday, so I can get up on the Friday to go down to Nottingham to film Konflikt 47 with Battle Report. That's why I'm not there on Friday. I'm filming all day, and then by the time I get back, I'll need to go to bed because I'm doing a Grizzle. So you guys it's like not the stream on Friday, but the reason you're not getting through Friday is because I'm filming K47 and I'm doing a GT with Grizzled Company. So it's just like sick, mate. If at least I've got good excuses. There you are. We'll do it tomorrow, Steel Expired. I know I said tomorrow yesterday, but it's one of those things where it's I thought we'd have time for both today, but we didn't, unfortunately. And it's just one of those. It's been a couple of busy streams. It's been cool. But it's been a couple of busy streams. So don't worry, I will watch it. It's just we've got like super chats and stuff. I've got to have a look at those things as well. But it will. I'll like I did early with the Minisodes thing today. We'll do it early with the Pontius stuff tomorrow. There we are. All right. Are you going to use Project Paragon? Because thank you for support. I'm not using Project Paragon, not because I don't like them, but because the battle that I'm doing with Valrak is Soviets versus Brits. That's what's been arranged, and they've built like a whole custom mission around it. It's a cool custom mission, which I think that hopefully will become a stand. They should release it as like a little standalone extra mission on the website or something. So sadly, not Project Paragon, but don't worry. It's just because this battle has been arranged before 2026. It's been in the works for like 2 months, basically. So it was arranged before I even had Project Paragon. And there you go. Just a battle report. Crazy stuck some leaks into it. I mean, I can try, Greasy Cleric. I can try. We'll have to see, won't we? I'm hoping that I will get some inside info on Festung Europa and a bunch of other Konflikt stuff. And if I do, I promise I will tease you all with it and not reveal anything. And just edge you all, blue ball you all, and get you all very excited. All right. Gentlemen, thank you so much for all of your support today. Thank you for joining the stream. Thank you for joining, for liking, subscribing. Thank you for all of the super chats, the gifted memberships, the member flexes, all that amazing stuff. And thank you for just being a great bunch of bastards and a really chill group of guys and girls. Amazing. All right. Let's get a song. Let's get a song. Do you know what do you know what we need? We need something OG. You know? We need something OG. To remind us of Old Hammer. So I've got the perfect song to see us out. Gentlemen, thank you for your support. Hope you enjoyed it. And of course, as always, I'll see you guys next time.